I was going to say, as early as yesterday.
As early as yesterday.
Or even the other weeks, right? Again, there is an impact here when you shrink the regular season down, of course. Yes, there are some, I think even one of the Saturdays, we're going to have like 4 matches, as we did, I think, back in week 3, I think it was. But still, you know, with that being said, this is the time, really, now that we're in the second half of the regular season, well, it's crunch time, right? So now I think the players are ready to go ahead and walk out. Let's go ahead and welcome them to the stage. The barangay has shown a promise. Can they start the second half of the regular season with momentum? It's time for that one shot. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Smart Omega. The Tigers have gone through trials through the first half of the regular season. Have they sharpened their claws enough to claw their way up the standings? We're about to find out. Welcome, MNNE EVOS. And their coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Bitoa AR. And there we go. Both teams ready to go. Chantel, take us through Smart Omega here.
Okay, knowing that Keller is going to be playing a jungle again, so this might be another type of a play we're in. We might see other heroes. You know, for the last time they played as a Keller with the jungler role, it was hard. So it was a very nice performance for them. With them sticking with this kind of roster, I kind of feel like they want to focus on having Keller on the aggressive side, because when he is the jungler, there is an opportunity for him to like really farm, and there's a pattern for them. So with this type of lineup, it's somehow crucial in terms of the decision making, specifically on the setup plays.
Great, and now why don't you take us through here from MNNE EVOS, Ingan, anything specific about this lineup here or that you're kind of expecting?
I'm really expecting a lot of communications coming in from the mid lane and the roamer. These two guys, they're really mid lane players, so they know how to move, how to rotate. But for the side of Spider-Mask, he's really going to set the tempo. Look at his heroes. Rafaela, he's known to use a Diggy, he's known to use the Paramis, so he's really the setter. He's really the type of person that initiates and sustains for his team.
Yeah, and again, you know, we've seen a lot from these two. They've changed some of their rosters, of course, through that. Now, the team head-to-head, Chantel, walk us through this one.
This is very interesting because I'm really focused on the hero pool, specifically if it's MNNE EVOS and Omega, because these are the teams that actually has the potential to bring in unorthodox heroes. So 34 unique heroes used by Omega and 31 for MNNE EVOS. So let's expect that for this game, we will be seeing other heroes like the Thumbs again, which we don't usually see. And looking at the overall team head-to-head statistics, look at the difference in terms of the first blood ratio. So for MNNE EVOS, again, the problem for them, they're very aggressive. They usually secure that first blood. But in terms of kill participation, it's as if Omega is activating that Omega timers that we are saying.
Yeah, it's funny because when we talk about Omega timers, I feel like just as the meta has evolved, so has that basically analogy. Like the Omega timers has evolved to a point where now sometimes they're ending games quicker if they're in the lead. They can actually carry through. But also, I still feel like we're at a point for Smart Omega themselves is if we get past the 20-minute mark, that's still where they get, like, for some reason, some power buff. I don't know what it is exactly about it, right? But also for MNNE, they're very aggressive getting those first bloods. Hopefully, again, something that has been an apparent struggle for a lot of teams, they get a lead going, and sometimes they drop the ball, you know, when it really counts, especially towards those Lords, of course, and that's where it gets a little difficult. Now, that's my opinion. Chantel, I know you have some keys to victory here to take us through for this matchup.
Dropping the bomb is a really big deal for this game as to why our keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Game is important for both of our teams. For Omega, surprise them with Kelra's jungle hero pool. Again, let's go back to the game wherein Kelra actually used Harith against ONIC. It was a very fast game for them. It was around the ending kill score was 9-0. So knowing that Kelra could pull off this kind of heroes, it might be that surprise that Omega is needing just to have MNNE Evos be confused on what kind of strategy they will be playing against them. Now, for MNNE Evos, since Spider Miles AR is going to be playing for the team, they need to prioritize his utility comfort picks. So just like what Ingrid said, Spider Miles is also known as a substitute player for Lancy, so they sometimes switch in terms of the hero pool. So we might see Mathilda or any damage hero that is more on the utility type of support, which is, by the way, part of the current meta now for both of our teams. Secure your turn to flex. They have been flexed before by their rivalry. This time around, they need the points, they need that aggression, and they need as much as possible not let the other team wins against them. It's time to flex, right? Both Naisu and Ingrid.
It's definitely time to flex, Chantel.
The other coverage as well is flexing. I saw.
Yeah. I know they're flexing too. Well, I don't know. My blazer coat might have to come off here if they really want to have a flex down. But
that's a flex.
Jokes aside, jokes aside, right? It is both these teams' turn to flex. We've seen it already literally happen on the stage, but still, one of the biggest things here is, yes, Kelra in the jungle, it worked great when he had the Harith, but I'm still not sure. I'm not convinced. Me personally, not convinced 100% yet if this is the best thing that can lead them to climbing in the standings, getting out of that. How do you feel? If
Kelra still goes to the jungle, but this time uses Gord, will you be convinced?
That's a different story.
Hey, as much as I love Gord, I don't see, Kelra, I'm going to be like, what are you doing, man? It works. I'm sure it works. There's some crazy Gord players out there that want to play him in the jungle, and I've seen it happen. Now, going back to it, though, the player head-to-head here, Etu Max and Lancy AR.
Wow.
Let's compare them here, Chantel. How's it looking?
A lot of difference, particularly on kill death assist count. So 8.33 for Etu Max and Lancy AR. That is because of the artillery burst as well that Etu Max heroes actually uses. So we have seen a lot of Savior, actually the first one that the first player that used during the season, even the Novaria. So probably it's something, it's a matter of contention for both. Either they want to go for those burst heroes or the poke heroes, because it's a different kind of play when you go for the pokes. Yeah. Rather for those bursts.
And it's weird because we're in a place now in the meta too where obviously priorities have changed. Even yesterday, Chantel on the desk here, we were like, man, it was Womi that said this. It was a Freaky Friday because we saw some weird picks. Yeah, Irithil's first pick on the blue side, that is not normal. Right? Maybe it's going to start happening now, right? But again, this is one thing that I say about our current meta is, especially going back from the previous seasons, where literally everything was like you already knew what was going to happen, right? It obviously came down to the execution, but the drafts now, and now that we're kind of on this, I don't know if you guys agree, the support meta that we're in, this like support meta that has changed now, and you see so many bans focused towards those heroes. I like where we are because there's a lot of kind of flexibility and adaptability that both these teams can do. And I think that's one of the upper hands that MNNE has is some of that big question mark across the board for all their players that they bring out here. We'll have to see how they do it. Game 1 draft upon us as we get loaded up here.
Oh,
Get ready to see it.
I've expected this
Wow.
actually with the Angela pick for the side of Omega. Again, for Omega, I think with this, they're safe to take Minotaur because remember those games, those previous games, if they win, they actually have Minotaur and Angela both in their lineup. But it's going to be Brody for them, so they want to secure already a high or burst type of marksman. It's not really a type of gold lane or a marksman that is more on the damage per second, but the damage or burst damage that it could give. So with Akai, wow, interesting. It's as if both of our teams had studied well against each other because
Yes.
they are banning fast, they are picking fast. So with Akai, we could see already on the Wolf Draft Index. So biggest shout outs to Wolf, by the way, the 8G from 5G to 8G. Anyway,
Wolf Index.
Wolf Index. So anyways, we can see that early to mid for the side of MNNE EVOS is high. That is because of the Mathilda peak for them and even the putting of Minion Wave that could an Akai give to the team or to the lineup.
I'm surprised too,
Wow.
you know, with the way the draft has gone, the fact that MNNE was able to secure themselves the Irithel and Matilda, we know how strong, or as Womi would put it, OP Matilda is right now. Like, she is very hard to deal with.
I'm actually surprised that MNNE banned for still because we've seen Chapnu been using the Edict, and we could also assume that this Angela will go in the middle lane. So right now, MNNE, they're still thinking that this Edict could actually be a flex pick, could actually go to Entomax instead, Riota, instead of going to Chapnu.
Well, actually, that's a good point, Ingan. You know, for Smart Omega, this is the type of team that actually surprises everyone. All along, we think that this hero will go to this specific player, but not. So it's as if MNNE EVOS is just prepared. So again, this is one of those games that has a fast pacing in terms of the picks and bans. So interesting enough for MNNE EVOS, it's going to be Valentina on the second phase because usually we see this at around the first 2 picks for the red side, but for Omega, they actually opened it until the second phase. So what's still lacking for Omega? So we can't see yet what the hero for Kelra would be. So she is her. Valentina is the most picked hero this season with, wow, 71.32% pick rate. Hence my reaction that she is at the second phase.
Yeah, kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
Love that name, though. She is her. Because I am you, right? Oh, you got it. Good job. Good job. Way to roll.
It's a 10.
It's a 10. Oh, we're getting a little inspiration here from what we saw from another fellow Filipino around the world.
Kyrie.
Maybe it's about time, right? There are questions as to why the picks here for the junglers, for the Philippine meta has been picking or has been solid on those utility junglers. So Layer Mord has the damage. We said earlier that for Keller, he has to be really aggressive. So as to why for the Layer Mord, it's really fit to his playstyle. But looking at the Wolf Index, so early to mid, it's actually leaning towards MNNE EVO's side, and even for the sustain as well. So what matters most here is effectivity of the Heart Guard if you are Smart Omega, and for MNNE EVOS, it's gonna be how you will burst the Angela prior the Heart Guard.
We're gonna find out here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, put your predictions out there. We can already see it from the audience, 81% for Smart Barangay. But again, at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S12.
And one lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. So remember, keep an eye out for that poll.
Now, Love, once again, as we get a last look here at both team composition lineups, I just love it, man. I love the fact, you know, that we're at a point where you have Khalid's coming up. There's a Leia Mord now. Yes, we've seen him in a different region, obviously being played to a T. And now we get to see if they can do it here. Let's get this one going. The first match of day number 2, week 4 here. Smart Omega, MNNE EVOS trying to climb up the standings and get out of that red zone.
Okay, so again, looking at the difference in terms of the skill set for both Akai and Leomord, it's going to be crucial or difficult here for the Leomord because of the heavy spin. So might as well for Omega, if there's gonna be a team fight, they need to force the jungler or Kaizen AR to use that ultimate as early as possible. But speaking of rotation, okay, we have a Purify here for Spider Miles, interestingly. So they won't doubt or they won't second guess if they need to dive in against Smart Omega.
I like it too because, you know, we'll probably get a closer look at the emblems that they took too, but really, you know, obviously there's a lot of just quantum charges still being played, a lot of that speed and everything, but now my biggest thing too with Lord JM, and we've seen some great things with Lord JM actually, you know, since he started playing. Hopefully with this Khalid, he can actually do the same thing he's done before and kind of be, if not the initiator for them, it's kind of this front man for this lineup for MNNE EVOS. Yes, you have an Akai on your side, right? You have Kaizen. Yeah, you've got Spider Miles on the Matilda, but you can do so much with Khalid, and that's, I feel like in a way, some people might be like, oh, this is kind of like a niche pick, right? It's kind of cheesy in a way, but it actually works out really well, especially if you can overlap the mobility with this lineup that they have here for MNNE EVOS. And it could play out really well depending on what Lancey takes for the ultimates as well. Any, like, biggest thing here, Chantel, what does he take, the hard guard, or does he go for something else?
Actually, for Lancey AR, it's going to be the hard guard. But in terms of the late game, it could be a setup play if ever Omega doesn't want a team fight. Now, team fight.
Phantom Steed by Kellera, but Chatnu wants to go for Lancey AR, but Lancey AR flickers out right now. Half HP for this turtle, but MNNE EVOS, they still have a gooder grab on this, but Rihanna comes in with her shatter, but still Kaizen goes in with a heavy spin to take that turtle away from Omega, and they also got the first blood.
All I can say for MNNE EVOS, it's all about composure. That heavy spin delay for Kaizen AR, just to force the kill for them after taking the turtle is really on point. Now for Omega, this is the problem right now. Again, with the sustain that Akai has as compared to the Leomord, it's very evident during that first turtle team fight. So probably on the next rotation that Omega will do, it's really more about the vision and give each other the edge on rotating on the jungle side of MNNE EVOS. But yep, MNNE EVOS is on the lead, and Kaizen AR just continues to jungle, and it goes cold.
Yeah, once again, you know, great start here for MNNE EVOS. There's the poll, guys. Don't forget to go ahead and answer it. But, you know, with that being said, the fact that the first blood plus the first turtle were in the hands of MNNE EVOS, that's great. That's a great start for them. Hopefully they can play around with some of this early momentum that they have. Because obviously for Smart Omega, right, they're going to have to kind of scale into this game a little bit more. But because we really haven't seen Leomord in action too much right now, Lancey has the Phantom Steed, by the way. We'll have to see exactly how Calra's going to utilize this, right? And especially as the game gets to that point where Smart Omega is notorious for really popping off and shining. We'll have to see if they can get there. But look at this focus already. MNNE EVOS going to get spotted out.
You know what, for this game, I gotta say it's really a disciplined game for both because MNNE EVOS has the lead but doesn't really dive in, knowing that they have the Matilda as well. And I want to thank you, Nicey, because you reminded me what the ultimate of Leomord is, because I almost forgot because you haven't seen Leomord for so many years.
Yeah.
It's the horse.
I mean, I don't know. I guess when I play him, I'm like, where's the horse? But yes, Phantom Steed. So, you know, and that's fine because, again, I feel like one of the biggest things is he fits really well into our current meta if I guess he gets to shine. Like, if he gets to the point, because in a way, obviously he kind of scales really well like an assassin. I mean, if he gets these early momentums going, gets the items he needs, he's very big of a threat himself. And then you put an Angela, Chaknu, with a hard guard on top of it. It's kind of hard to deal with. But right now, I gotta say, MNNE EVOS has been doing an amazing job. They're now 1.3K ahead. They've got the first two turtles here.
They're actually controlling the game really well. Despite the opposing team, Smart Omega, they have Etumax, they have Novaria, and as a roamer, it's really hard to go for the brushes, to go for those, what do you call this, those isolated clashes, because you're easily spotted out. But for some reason, MNNE, they're really doing things right now, and Lord JM all the way from the top lane to the bottom lane just to get a kill. And now Circle Eagle coming in from Spider Miles. 3 members of Smart Omega on the retreat. Now Kaizen AR, but Riona, he was able to flicker out with a Primal Wrath. And now MNNE EVOS, they want to disengage because the hard guard is there. Trying to re-engage. Will they go? No, they just want to get those jungle creeps away from Omega.
Okay, that was a very nice initiation here. And again, composure for MNNE EVOS. And for MNNE EVOS, it all started with that nice killer, actually, assassination from a Lord J AR, which Nice has been pointing out earlier. The added killing potential and even the sustain and setup play that Lord JMAR as to why MNNE EVOS is now at 2.7k gold lead. As a factor that there is added damage or added a damage reduction item here for Case and AR, but we saw that skill from Ectomax. That might hurt against MNNE EVOS later, and we're talking about Omega timers earlier, so that might be a factor later on.
You know, speaking of Omega timer, I do believe MNNE has their own timer, but it's not during the game. It's during the season. In MDL Season 1, they had a 6-game win streak to end the season. So I do believe that they can actually turn things around for their season, but they have to start now. They have to sweep Smart Omega Neos.
Okay, with that being said, it's just MNNE controlling so much, right? I mean, MNNE is controlling so much of everything, and it's getting harder and harder for Omega to kind of deal with it this part of the early game, right? Now, with that, they can start here. The next turtle, they have to go ahead and claim that. Maybe they fight it, maybe they don't. It might be better if Smart Omega just waits, they don't deal with it just yet, and then they go from there.
Now, Smart Omega, you know, part of their strategy is like just waiting for that moment wherein the gold rate is already on the lead or has enough gold ready for the items. But looking, and speaking of gold aid, oh wait.
Raging Sandstorm onto Ryota. Oh, recipient of the hard guard, but is it going to be enough to sustain? It's not going to be enough for Ryota. MNNE EVOS continuing to strike Omega one by one.
Okay, so with that being said, it's still tough. It's still a tough situation. Smart Omega, I mean, they're gonna have to find something to put themselves on the board, right? Still 3 turtles down. Now we have to focus on the Lords. The Lords are gonna be important for Smart Omega. They can't continue to let things slip through from MNNE EVOS. Yes, it might have been best decision. Hey, you know what? Don't lose any bodies anymore to it. And if that's the game plan for Smart Omega, great. They still can fall back on their Omega timers. But right now, I'm going to say it, MNNE EVOS is dominating this early to mid-game transition. They'll carry it very well into the late game here.
Yep, and speaking of late game, actually, for MNNE EVOS, as long as they continue this type of control against a Smart Omega, Keller will really have a difficult time knowing that the item is really on the damage side.
Oh.
Here comes the horse.
Raging Sandstorm just to flicker out. And now Omega, their initiation wasn't successful. Heads up play there from Lord JM.
But we have to take note, by the way, I really like the pros to the efforts of Omega on the split pushes, particularly for Jome. So look at the top lane. Actually, the second turret has been destroyed already. So it's a factor for them later on. If they want to avoid scatter those points.
Now Lord JM going right after Chaknu. No more hard guard for this clash. And now Kazin wants to go right after Jom. Jom flickers out. MNNE, will they still go? No, they won't. And what an amazing play there from Lord JM. Once again, all the way from the top lane down to the bottom lane.
This is scary, right? Again, this is why I feel like people, in a way, they kind of sleep on Khalid. You see how much damage he did when that chart popped up, damage dealt, and you know there's no answer for him right now. So, hold on, Ryota.
Ryota wants to go for Lance AR, and now brings him down. Kazin AR is the next target for Omega. They're actually going right after him, and now Keller attacks through the combination once again with a hard guard, and now Lord JM all the way from the back, but it's not going to be enough. As the Barangay continuing to extend this game.
Okay, there's the answer. It's obviously hard guard and Kelra there. The combination of Kelra and Chaknu.
As long as there's damage and there's sustain, as long as there's someone that will help Kelra be in front of the team fight, it's sufficient for Omega, and it's very evident.
Oh wait, it's gonna be a retribution battle between these two teams. Ryota, Primal Wrath, early casted. Now Spider-Man trying to provide vision for MNNE EVOS, but it's still gonna be the Filipino Savage, the gold standard. Kelra redeems Omega.
Oh my goodness.
Fighting for it. Okay, they're happy. They're happy with that. You know, I was like, they gave up the turtles. They lost all 3, but they got the Lord at 2 max. Okay, he's gonna be fine. Flickers out.
And this is time we're in. The damage type of lineup Omega is being effective because We can see right now for every team fight, everyone from MNNE EVOS is just backing away, again with a hard guard as well. And take note, again, we've mentioned the damage that Etomax could give. And this is an Etomax specialty, right? With the range, with the damage, it's really difficult this time around for Lance the AR to just poke the players of Smart Omega.
You know, something I find odd is that Doming, he has no participation in this clash. I mean, he wasn't shut down. They were actually winning the early games. But for MNNE EVOS, they really need to activate a Doming right now, like how Kaizen is just pinning down Ryota to even out things. And now MNNE EVOS easily bursting out that level 1 Lord.
Okay, so they deal with it quickly. Kalra gonna go for it though.
Oh! Still wants to go for it. Now the hard guard is there, going right after 4 members. Massive Steed is still there. Last AR with a flicker out, but certainly Eagle coming in from Spider Miles. But Doming AR going head to head against Chaknu and Kelra.
Again, this is a different type of combo that Smart Omega has been doing with the damage from Kelra, with the support pokes coming from the other teammates. Now, MNNE EVOS, the struggle for them is it's as if they are being kind of reactive for those initiations from Smart Omega. So for Smart Omega earlier, what I did was they focused on split pushing, having those minion waves just flow. But right now, when they see someone for Smart Omega, they go there right in front and go for a team fight, which is not advisable as of the moment. So this is a very interesting one because it's it's a battle between macro and micro. So for Smart Omega, they're focusing more on the micro, while for MNNE EVOS, it is the macro. So they have to meet halfway somehow and just optimize the potential of their lineup.
And I think they actually have to focus on the macro, because we can remember that these two teams, their latest or most recent game apart from this was they got beaten through split push and through Winion. So they have to take into consideration their macro gameplay once again. They have to check their mini-map, and it all boils down to the roamers. They really have to make sure that that their respective teams are aligned with whatever they do.
Yeah, tough to deal with too. As you saw, as you get this little breather here for that game in that last exchange as well. I just feel like MNNE EVOS, they kind of need to deal with some of this sustainability coming through. I mean, itemization-wise, I think we got the last look of it. They don't really have anything yet to deal with it so far, and you're kind of seeing that especially in those team fights. And that's familiar faces right there.
Yeah, we have the players here from RQ.
RQ Kaito, MDL representatives.
So they visited you. They are supporting you right now.
They're really supporting me. I do believe that they went here and Shooting Gallery Studios just for me.
And we have another familiar face. Dog is here as well.
There he is. Another, of course, a
Hall of
legend.
Legends.
Yeah, legend here. There's been a lot of debate, really, who the next inductee should be.
My vote? You know what? You want to know my vote?
Sure. I was about to ask both of you. So go ahead. Don't be shy.
One word: Wolf deserves to be in Hall of Legends.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Why are they relationship goals?
Are they on a date right now? Are they watching
I think so.
MPL?
Thank you so much for celebrating your Saturday with us, guys. We also have another MPL team.
Yeah.
It's great to have all these supporters here, of course. You can, if only you guys were here with us live, you can hear just how in high spirits they are, right? There's a lot of support, even like we were mentioning from the MPL teams here, supporting, again, these players who, again, MNNE EVOS, they rose up through the ranks and found themselves here in the professional league. So now we're back at it, 12 minutes into the game, 2-5. MNNE EVOS leading this, right? Yes, they lost that last Lord. So there's still hope, there's still fight in Omega, of course, but MNNE EVOS, if they really want to kind of withstand some of these team fights, they've got to deal with this, especially that combination of initiation.
And Max's target there, one more hit, and he could have suffered that death. MNNE EVOS, they really wanted to go for that kill and to get a better position for the second Lord take, but fortunately enough, Omega, they were able to evade that.
Now here's the thing, after that supposedly initiation from MNNE EVOS, the heavy spin of Kaizen AR which was actually used during that moment. So Omega can force a team fight, specifically Ryota, during this Lord. So Kaizen AR needs needs to do a little flexing this time around on pulling this Lord towards his side just to force the players of Omega to be near them. Anyway, we could see damage dealt actually for Lord JMAR. He actually focused on the Blade of Heptasis and even Maleficor, hence the damage earlier against Chakno. So probably the target here for, or the perfect target rather for Lord JMAR is either Jome or Chakno, either of those two.
Yeah, they'll have to see how they decide to deal with this. Also, Chaknu just making sure to handle some of the wave pressure up there on the top side. Meanwhile, he can just hard guard anytime he wants to in this fight. Look at them on the bottom side. Look at the positioning. Keep an eye on that. Lord Jam specifically. Riota gonna go in, flip Kaizen over. No one committing just yet though. Positioning though.
Right now, Raging Sandstorm onto Keller. This hard guard is still there. Haven't committed it yet, but Lance AR, he has Astral Echo. Cast it onto Riota. Riota wants to go for the jungler. Kaizen AR for the backline. And now the hard guard is casted. MNNE
Very
Eagles.
smart.
Very, very smart. Very, very smart from Smart Omega.
Yes.
Hence the name. I mean, during that initiation from MNNE EVOS, they were just composed and just waited for the players of MNNE EVOS to use majority of their ultimates. But the good thing for MNNE EVOS is that the hard guard of Chakno was also used as well. So this is a moment we're in. It's kind of difficult for Keller actually to do that Lord dance because Kaizen AR is more of a tanky type. So if you are Smart Omega, you need to find or you need to kill a specific hero or maybe just anyone prior this Lord dance. But look at the position of the Doming AR.
That's what I mean. Like, I understood how MNNE EVOS wanted to play that, right? They got the hard guard out. They were like, all right, we have this advantage, but it's back up now. So we're back to this point where it's a Lord dance. They're going to give the go signal. Less than half health here.
They don't know Lord JM is on this picture right now. He came from the top lane. But right now, Kaizen using the heavy spin onto Keller. Keller is pinned down despite the hard guard. And now Jome is actually down for the side of Mega. MNNE EVOS still holding on this Lord, but still getting the kills. The Tigers are slowly roaring for this game.
Oh wow, we can see right now the effect of having an lethal ignition here for Lord JMAR with just a very nice ultimate. Used even the flicker during that moment. Now MNNE EVOS is at 5k gold lead. 8-2 for our score, and we can see Spider Mouse just want to go for those setup plays or even the circling eagles because of the enchanted talisman.
Man, that Sandstorm with the flicker combination was a chef's kiss right there. That was perfect placement, timing. Yes, from MNNE EVOS, and now they're just putting the pressure here. The base of Smart Omega, they're going to have to defend against this one. It is, again, still relatively not too much to handle for Smart Omega. They should be able to clear it up pretty well as they do, but they lose that first inhibitor turret. And so far, MNNE EVOS has been playing the macro of this game very well. And it comes down to show it here as they continue to assault the base of Smart Omega.
Indeed true. Now for Smart Omega, the challenge for them. Wait.
Kaizen right after the backline. Who's going to go down first? I do believe it's Lancey AR. And now the Immortality of Riota will be popped, but this time he's going to go down. Jome, the Wind of Nature is now popped. And now double kill coming in from the gold standard. But Kaizen answers right back. Jome is now down. It's going to be a 3 on a 3. And now Keller, really triple kill for the Filipino Savage. 2 more. He could actually say why he's a Filipino Savage right now, but Doming AR flexing on Smart Omega. Didn't get a kill there, but that was enough. That was a statement to tell Smart Omega that, hey, don't forget about Domination.
Okay, again, Domination is really on point for MNNE EVOS. Even at that moment, the majority of his teammates is actually out of the teamfight. We could see in our Infinix instant replay, it all started with a very nice heavy spin here for Kaizen AR. But for Smart Omega, they are fully aware of the potential or the damage they already have. By the way, Jome already used that Wind of Nature during that moment, and the rest of the players of MNNE EVOS just went to back away. But wait, here's Doming AR. I have the damage, I am an Irithel, and I have this movement speed. I need to back away if deemed necessary.
Yeah, again, great execution there in kind of what I would call a messy fight, but the fact that, the fact that they were able to get at least even a triple kill on the hands of Kelra is a great start to kind of crawl back into this game. Yes, they're still down about 5,000 gold here, but ladies and gentlemen, this is what we always talk about when it's Smart Omega. There is still that factor, and we're going to get there in about 2 minutes from now. And you can see it. Items being locked in here, Chantel, especially for Jome.
for Jome, he already has the Wind of Nature, which was used earlier. But let's not forget the difference again for the itemization for both Irithel and Brody as to what the protection for both is really important, knowing that they have different types of hero composition. So damage look already for Dome AR is 57,000. That is because of the front liners that they have. They have an Akai, and they even have a Khalid that could actually kill someone instantly. So for Omega, they need that stretch from Ryota and bring someone near Jome for them to have the upper hand prior a team fight.
Okay, once again, Lord Dan's going to ensue here. Ryota planning himself to be that front line. Jack New making his way up top to deal with that. Still can heart guard in when he needs to. Half health, no one committing just yet to. Positioning is going to be crucial here for both teams. Kelra gonna get spotted out.
Raging Sandstorm onto Keller, a flicker in, coming in from MNNE, but they really want to go right after the jungler of Omega. The hard guard was there, but it's not going to be enough to sustain. And now MNNE really raging on Smart Omega. Body slowly falling down. That's going to be 3. Make it 4. Double kill for the Domination. And now MNNE, they can actually end this game right here.
Probably could be ended by MNNE since they have the minion wave at the bottom lane.
Now,
massive play. They might just end it here. They're waiting for a little bit longer. It's only at 2 max.
at 2 max left to defend, but it's not going to be enough. MNNE takes game number 1 away from Omega.
What a win. And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And man, oh man, did MNNE ensure themselves that win there, because they had the lead for quite a long time, and they ended it when they had to before that Omega timer came to fruition, if you will.
You know what, for MNNE, prior to today's game, the side comment for them is that they can't end the game even if they started really well. So this time around, they've shown everyone that they can win a game, and it's up against a team that is actually known to do those miraculous comebacks, right?
Those reverse sweeps, yeah.
It just wasn't there this time, you know. And I was wondering, because when we had that little breather there in the middle of that game, I even mentioned this, Chantel, when you know, they didn't necessarily have any specific items to deal with that sustainability, especially, you know, the shields and everything else with the hard guard and the way that it works. And we saw that in one team fight. And then again, at one point, I think it was first Allure Jam that picked up the Sea Halberd. Like, he picked that up, and as soon as he did, you saw how much of an impact just him alone was able to burst someone down or put enough pressure to where they could immediately get the hard guard, and then it was just taken care of, you know? So that was a great just decision-making, of course, from MNNE, Allure Jam as well. I think he played miraculously on that Khalid, so great to see. Now, before we talk more about that game and break it down, Fredrin and Lilia's Neo B-Series skins and the event exclusive items are available now. The draw event will be live from September 5 to October 4th. Time's almost running out, by the way. Enjoy 30% off for your first 10 draws and get a guaranteed elite or better skin from it your first time. So make sure you guys take advantage of that, because it's amazing.
Yeah, and Draw Every Day will also be 50% off. So aside from these, more exclusive skins are available in the prize pool, so don't miss out.
You know what? I want to prepare myself for the analyst segment. Can I borrow some of your water? Okay.
There you go.
I'm a bit thirsty, you know, for the analyst segment, so I have to be prepared.
Well, you're going to be ready. As you prepare up for that, don't forget to take and hydrate yourself, because Chantel, take it away.
Again, MNNE was flexing that boost Yan line from them. That was a very nice strategy. Sweeping away sweeping away the moment we're in, a Smart Omega can do a comeback against them. So for this one, it's really more of the dominance of MNNE and the objective take as well. We mentioned earlier that it has been a battle of micro and even macro. So for Omega, since they are known for the comebacks, they are very, very prominent in terms of micro. Now, speaking of micro and macro, this player, Lord JMAR, which by the way is our Smart MVP during that game, performed both. So there are instances we're in for Lord JMAR that actually went in and killed a specific player from Smart Omega. I was about to say Smart Omega Evos. Anyway, about to kill a player from Smart Omega, and this player that he actually assassinated is very crucial on a team fight. 2-minute mark, it all started with a very nice securing of the turtle for the side of MNNE EVOS. And look at this, Ryota was just surprised that there was a player, or there are two players from MNNE EVOS, and because of the Raging Sandstorm and the damage, by the way, of the Raging Sandstorm for Lord JMAR, it's just unstoppable. I mean, for Lancy AR, there's no need to use that hard guard as early as possible. We could even see Spider Miles using that circling eagle just to help other players who all focus on the junglers. But for MNNE EVOS, the biggest threat for this lineup is Lord JMAR. Although there are instances wherein Lord JMAR's Raging Sandstorm was too deep on the area of Smart Omega, so there is an instance wherein Smart Omega has the upper hand in terms of positioning. And look at that, Lance AR just finding targets versus Smart Omega, hence the 6.9 or 5.7k goal lead at around 16-minute game time with 626 KDA for this game and 86% participation. All I could say that it was really effective for Lord JMAR to use this hero, which, by the way, Naisu mentioned prior the initial clashes for Team 5. 80-minute game time, Kaizen AR's perfect heavy spin to stop Ryota was really beneficial for MNNE EVOS. And during this last moment, it was Lancy AR choosing to use that hard guard to speed things up and to somehow secure that win against Smart Omega. So it was a 19-minute game time. We said that the Smart Omega timers actually starts at 80 minutes. We saw the potential for that comeback, but for MNNE EVOS, they were prepared to deal damage against the players of Smart Omega. Now, again, for MNNE EVOS, we've seen them play wherein they are on the lead, but wasn't able to sustain the lead that they have. But this time around, they are very consistent. So let's focus on the emblem here for Lord JMAR. So it has the killing spree and even the lethal ignition. That alone gives enough damage for Lord JMAR given the skill set and even the description of the hero itself. So with the lethal ignition and even the combination of the skills here for Lord JMAR and even the itemization, just to look at that. Actually, it all started with the Blade of Hephaestus, or the first priority in terms of the item is the Blade of Hephaestus. Went in for the Malefic Roar and then went straight to the Oracle and even the Antikiras. So Lord JMAR has been juggling. Okay, I have the needed damage right now, so I will focus this time around on sustain or defensive items. So again, the hero composition of MNNE EVOS as well was really on point as to why the team fight participation, we could see it's very high. Spider-Man's AR is at 93%. Lord JMAR, which by the way, again, I want to reiterate that he is an XP lane. I mean, for an XP lane to be at 86%, it's as if he's all over the place. And every time he initiates, it means that MNNE EVOS gets a kill. That's how efficient Lord JMAR and the whole MNNE EVOS was during that game number 1. Rich Guy, Ace, Guardian, and even Wingman was all from MNNE EVOS. I mean, if you're Smart Omega, if you want to surprise MNNE EVOS, might as well consider if your surprise hero is for the damage side or the sustain side, because MNNE EVOS, they are on the sustain side, right? Nice you and Ethan.
Very great breakdown there, Chantel. Break it down, because hey, that's what Smart Omega has to do. They kind of have to break down that game and really realize what went wrong there, because there was obviously some great moments, of course, you know, where the Angela and the Leomord worked out really well together, you know, and we saw that triple kill at one point. But you know, still, I feel like when it comes to the draft, especially, they had a decent draft. Like, we've seen that before, so we've seen that, but the execution really just wasn't there from Smart Omega. And I actually don't know if, I would say when they hit that 20-minute mark, or that, even that 22, 23-minute mark, if they could have dealt with what was being thrown at them. But, you know, that game 1's behind us now, so we have to wait up for game 2. But I'm believing on we have something for our viewers out there.
Yes, you can like, follow, and subscribe to the official account of MPL PH for Facebook. It's fb.com/mdlph.official. And for YouTube, it's at official MDL Philippines.
Don't forget to go ahead and like that, guys, because again, you also get to see more of me on there for the MDL. So Speaking of MDL Philippines, MPL Arena grabbed the chance to meet and greet your favorite MDL teams. Today, we'll be visited by ONIC Arsenals and RQ Kaito. I think that's how you say it. Kaito?
Kaito.
Kaito.
I was going to say, I
Kaito.
just came from Japan, so some of my pronunciation stuff is kind of off the walls, right? But catch them later at the MDL booth. That's what we were saying earlier. They've all come and visited today, of course, so great to see them here. And hopefully we get to see you guys too in the future, right? Because we're only here at this studio, of course, for another couple weeks left. So now with that being said, as we wait for the draft here, we kind of broke down and Chantel did it great with what happened in Game 1. Now for Game 2 specifically, I gotta say, one of the biggest things that Smart Omega can do, aside from draft, right? Of course the draft is important, but I don't know, man. I say this every time I see one of those roamers like the Mamba, like Chaknu, that are playing a character, a hero, like an Angela. It's just, it doesn't work. We actually had this conversation yesterday.
Yes.
Specifically with Light and Ben Things.
And Ben Things,
Those are the two that we highlighted. Because, again, these are teams that really rely on those roamers, these roamers to start things out for them. And I'm sorry, but the Mamba mentality really isn't sitting in a bush waiting to hard guard, right? It's not there. So I would love to see Chaknu get one of those heroes that he can... Yes, Kufra's Chaknu, if you will, like many people have said before, right? Kufra's Chaknu. Give it to him. If he doesn't get it, then give him a hero where he can be the playmaker that he is.
You know what? That's actually true because I remember the time we're in, Angela was being used by Omega. It wasn't really Chaknu that has been using Angela when they win. It was actually, or when they won rather, it was actually Etomax.
Yeah.
And then Chaknu has been using Minotaur when picked during the draft. So, yeah, that's true. What if you pick a support hero that can deal damage for Etomax and then have those hard tanks for Chaknu? Maybe it could spice things up for Smart Omega.
Love to see him on the Minotaur. Like, if he can get his hands on that. We've actually seen it played by him before, and he had one of those plays that I just remember really well is when he flickered in using that Minoan Fury on the last tick and able to get that setup. But again, this is kind of the drawback. I don't know if this is a drawback for some people, maybe for you have more to say about this, Chantel, but really when you go that kind of, we don't have an acronym here, unfortunately, but it's like the two mages in the mid lane. I was going to say MM, but that doesn't make sense because that's literally marksman. So mage, roam.
Mama, mage, marksman.
Mama can work.
Yeah.
Mama can work.
All right, because you're here, we'll let it slide.
Mama bear.
I'm a Mama Bear.
You're a Mama Bear. But
Mama Bro. No, I'm a bro. Mama Bro.
Yeah.
Mama Bro works too. How do you feel though about the two mages basically played in the roam and then in the mid lane? Like, is that an actual? Is it a pretty good strat? Because we saw this a lot when Novario was put in the roam, and then let's say it's Eve, and which is weird because Eve has kind of fallen off too. You know what I mean?
You know what? It's plausible to have two mages at the middle lane as long as the skill set. One good example, actually someone tried both Matilda and Angela, although these are considered as support heroes. So it could be an option for them. One is burst and one that could give them actually more on the sustain side.
Yeah.
You know,
It's part of the meta, right?
Because the problem with their lineup a while ago was Angela and Novario. Okay, they can provide the vision. For some reason, they could actually sustain, but the hard guard, it's only one person. It was Kellera. The problem was Ryota was actually doing a lot of things. He was setting up, providing vision, and at the same time, he has to sustain because he's actually the only frontliner for Omega during that Game 1.
That's a good point because there was a game, I forgot, maybe 2 days ago. No, we're just on a second
I was
day.
going to say, 2 days ago, we were still prepping up for week 4.
I mean, probably Friday. But yeah, there was, I have casted with someone and he actually said that maybe Ryota is being overloaded sometimes for Smart Omega. Maybe he's doing a lot. So if Chakno will continue to do those, or will pick this time those tanky heroes that could set up play, maybe Ryota will, or maybe Ryota can do better. I'm not saying that Ryota isn't doing his best.
Yeah.
It's just he's doing his best and he's doing everything.
Overwhelmed.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
Hey, that's perfect, Chantel. I completely understand what you're trying to say, right? He was overloaded in what he had to do for the team. and that makes sense. And hopefully he's able to adjust from that. But
Okay.
Kilda being picked up right away from MNNE this time. This is a fast. Hey, we're rolling through it, but there it is. There's the Minotaur, the Raphael.
This is what they wanted. So things are going to be changed here for your Smart Omega. Usually when they have this Minotaur, they actually pick it alongside alongside Angela. So still the sustain is there. Although wow, for MNNE EVOS, this is a third combo actually for Omega. Once they pick these two heroes, one sustain or one support, and then they have Minotaur, automatically they will pick Edith. So this is a nice decision for MNNE EVOS. So we have Edith and Marcus. So it means for MNNE EVOS, what I want to do is to speed up their aggression and at the same time limit the potential of Rafaela with a flask of Oasis. So it is okay.
Oh!
Okay, so
I like it. I wonder where that's going.
is it Jones? Is it Kilrus? Or is it the mids?
Let's assume it's going in the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Jungle.
You think that's better this time for them to take us to a game 3?
Yeah, but definitely because the state again, I mean for the Harit, as long as there is movement speed, there's no really necessity for him to build that boots as early as although it's a jungle, I forgot, so he needs the jungle boots. So anyway, for this one, Smart Omega has 3 points for the wave clear. So again, it's all about the fastering of mini wave. And we have Kadit ban here for Smart Omega. So one here that they actually negate a sustained type of lineup is Kadita with the instant kills. So nice ban for Smart Omega. They don't want anyone or any addition to this Matilda sustain for the MNNE EVOS lineup.
Okay. As we get through this second phase here, you can already see some of the focusing bands coming out, right? And I like, once again, the biggest thing for me from the previous game was the decisiveness of Lord JM on that Khalid pick, right? And how he kind of really started a lot of, if he wasn't starting those fights, those initiations, he was able to really follow through. And again, utilizing that the Raging Sandstorm the way he did, he's probably going to try to emulate the same thing here for this game. Now, one big thing is still, where do they want to go? Wow, okay. This is, I wasn't expecting this. Ruby locked in. So Ruby picked up here. And is that going then into the XP lane?
Yep, there's going to be Ariota here for Omega. If I remember correctly, during Ariota's ONIC time, he actually uses Ruby, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so this is a nice pick for Smart Omega. So with a fast cooldown for the skills of Ruby, let's expect that Ariota again is going to do some of the zones or zoning out other players and at the same time setting a play for Smart Omega. Now MNNE EVOS, they're lacking the damage that they need since these are attack heroes. Lilia could be an option for them. I heard a Dexter. Okay, so it's gonna be a Dexter and Valentina. So with Valentina, they are to copy that Minoan's hero.
Or even I'm offended, yeah.
Yep. That's a nice option, although they're lacking a bit in terms of burst damage, if I might say. Yeah, burst damage.
For the side of Omega, I think I like the adjustments. A while ago, we were saying that Ryota was actually overloaded with a lot of responsibilities, zoning, setting, but this time, with Chapnu going with a more comfortable hero in this Minotaur, it assures Ryota that he can set, he can sustain, but he also has backup in Chapnu.
I was real quick, just going to say, missed opportunity.
Yeah.
The title said goal. It should have said Sue. It should have said that. But again, there he is. He's locked in. Bruno, last pick there. And let's take a look at that draft index. Anything specific here, Chantel?
Again, what we're saying for Smart Omega, the struggle here is going to be the burst. So, clearing up minion wave will, fast clearing of minion wave rather, will be coming from the mid side of Smart Omega with the addition of Harith. So again, this might be a long game, but not if Kelra's hero is Harith and he will be doing fast rotation.
Okay, last look at the team compositions. For both of these teams, we want to see game 3 because once again, this is crucial for both of these teams to get out of the red zone in the standings here already. It's going to be match point though for MNNE EVOS. Can Smart Omega collect, and get this one going for the series.
MNNE EVOS, one more win away from flexing. This time they really want to flex and recover from a devastating loss against ONIC.
And what I really like for MNNE EVOS is that they already have a system. You know, Spider Miles just leading the squad, and at the same time, even Lord JMAR. So we will see him this time around using that Edith. So we will expect those setups. Oh wait,
What happened?
was that a flicker?
Yeah, he's being very aggressive.
Yeah. Well, actually, I do that sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
During brawl, because I don't want to walk.
Well, this is far from the brawl.
Yep. Anyway, prior setup play, probably for Smart Omega, the flicker will be already cooled down. If you're looking at the emblem, it's really more in the movement speed here for both our mid lanes.
A whole lot of speed.
A whole lot of speed. We have the Wilderness for Lancey AR and even a Spider Miles AR, which, by the way, is compensated by the movement from the healing of Etomax's hero.
The thing too about it, you know, early on, now once again, yes, Ryota likes to play this Ruby and everything else, but we really, before we saw so much of the roam position, right? Now, I get that you get a lot of CC with this hero pick. Hold on though, we're gonna break it out.
Lancey AR is the target for Omega.
Oh.
And now this time, Kelra, this is the adjustment that they want. Kelra needs to be involved more in the early game, and right now, he's doing it with his Harith pick.
And part of the adjustment, Ingan and Naisu for a Smart Omega is to speed things up. Let's not forget that even for the Holy Healing and even the skill here for the Minotaur, it adds movement speed for their teammates. And MNNE EVOS, they need to really look forward on that. But we could see IMU Lancey AR with that Mino 1 series, which we have been mentioning earlier during the draft.
Whole lot of mobility, whole lot of sustain from Smart Omega right now. For the first turtle, is going to be fighting it out. He's in pretty much setting up. Not sure. Yeah, it doesn't even look like it. Smart Omega's like, you know what? We don't need it. Give it up. Give up that first turtle. We might as well keep farming up. Again, it is a big factor, too, that first blood went in the hands of Kelra. We have seen him, like I said, play this Harith before in the jungle, and it was relatively well. Now they're looking for more.
Now I'm offended. Blip the Holy Baptism on to Kaizen. Kaizen Mortal Coil out. Another initiation avoided by MNNE EVOS.
Now this is where the burst damage that we've been mentioning goes. So there's no secure kill from Omega, although there was a nice setup from them. So they really need Kelra to be part of the initial team fights early to mid game, then have Jome be part of the team fight on the latter part. So speaking of Jome, he already has the Haas cost for this game, and Lord JMAR is just taking his time. There's a different type of hero as compared to Kalin, but MNNE EVOS, they're not being intimidated as well by the rotation of Smart Omega.
Yeah, I like the fact, too. Once again, in the hands of Lord JM is a hero, much like the Khalid, where he can just initiate fights, whether that's with the flicker or not, the onward and everything else, Earth Shatter, the way it works, he's going to be the man to do it, right? On top of that, if Lancey AR keeps taking, let's just say it's the Minoan Fury from Chaknu, then they have another layer of that CC that they can deal with, plus, again, the mobility that they have. My biggest thing with this lineup for MNNE is the Claude. It takes basically a substantial amount of time to build up to where you need to be at, let's say, 3-4 items to be able to actually utilize that Blazing Duet the best you can, or just whittle these heroes down from Smart Omega. And with that being said, you have to deal with their own kind of sustainability, right? Because they have the Rafaela, because they have mobility with it, and then of course Kelra with the Zaman Force. So it's really just kind of at the whims of who can out-sustain who and who can deal with that sustainability in those shields faster than the other team, really. Because one thing's for sure, Jome on this Bruno is going to scale and hit a lot harder before Domeng does.
Whoop! Ryota on to Kaizen. But look at Lord JM with the Earth Shatter of his own. And now the first one down is Etomax, but still MNNE EVOS. Kaizen gets the turtle away from Omega. Kelra in trouble. Lancey Spider Miles goes in for the kill. That's a 4-man down for Omega.
Oh wow, MNNE EVOS just ready for blood during that moment. And all I gotta say, it was a really nice setup from Lord JMAR, We said earlier that this is a type of hero that actually waits for the perfect timing, and that was the perfect timing for Lord JMAR. Actually, that was a knock-up against 2-3 players of Smart Omega, and Smart Omega wasn't just ready for that type of initiation. And during that moment, the clapback of KSNAR was there. Even the damage from a Lance AR is there as well. As to why there is not much of a lead in terms of the gold lane, because there are objectives that are shared globally by the Markman or by Doming AR.
And it's crazy to think, again, you know, both gold laners not part of that fight, and MNNE just swept the floor of Smart Omega in that fight. You know, they got multiple members down, and it was really a struggle for them. Now they've garnered themselves this momentum, this basically being in the driver's seat of this. So now Smart Omega is going to have to look for wins across the map if they can find them, right? But still, quite the performance there with that turtle take, garnering this lead. They should be able to get this turret, but look at this, Kaizen making his way.
Oh,
Okay.
Kaizen, the backline, uses the retribution on the Jackson, but Jackson was able to use Domino and Fury, and now he's gonna go down. Joe at the max with Holy Baptism, but it's not gonna be enough. MNNE EVOS continuing to extend their lead.
What a very, very nice backup there from MNNE EVOS. I thought Omega was actually be able to secure that turret at the top lane, but because of the sustained initiation again from both Lord JMAR and Kaizen AR with healing point, Smart Omega, it's detrimental because it was Jome that was actually the casualty of the team fight. Now a 3.7 or no, 3.8k gold lead for Omega. They need to contest this turtle. They need to initiate as soon as possible.
First shatter was still casted. And now Spider Mouse circling Eagle. They're really avoiding the initiations coming in from Omega. And now Ryota is the target. Ryota with a flicker out. And MNNE EVOS once again a clean turtle take.
What you're seeing here, and even what happened before this turtle take, is that, right? Lord Jam's so confident. MNNE EVOS is so confident here that they can deal with anything that's being thrown at them.
Yep.
I mean, even given all the effort that Smart Omega put on the top side, they didn't even get the turret. It's a feels bad man situation, you know, to be in when you do that much. And at this point, again, you give up the 3 turtles. You can't contest them at all. And so what does this speak for the Lords that are going to be coming? Now you're almost 6k gold behind here.
It's huge.
It's really dire. It's a dire situation for Smart Omega to be in, because you're not really seeing any of these follow-ups come through, which you kind of expected with having this kind of lineup, right? There's a reason why you have the Ruby there to find those pulls, the I'm Offendeds, or any of the CC available, paired up with Chaknu on the with the Minoan Fury, with this Minotaur. And that's what we were saying even before we went into the game here, Chantel, is this is what they needed, but unfortunately, we're not seeing them execute this lineup very well.
Yep, and even with the Flask of Oasis, the sustain is just not sufficient for Smart Omega, because there's a time we're in. There was a nice setup play from Ryota, but because of the damage per second that MNNE EVOS can do, they just can't secure a kill. And even Lord JM with the Earth Shatter, because of the Earth Shatter, the supposedly setup play from Omega was literally stopped. Although, what is this? Is this a new game?
Oh no.
Kaizen saw 5 members of Omega, Spider Miles, I'm Offended from Ryota expended, and now MNNE EVOS, like what Naisu said, they're able to take whatever Omega is giving them. And I do like to point out that Ryota was able to cast his I'm Offended a while ago in the second turtle take. It was just that the Earth Shatter was still still casted. That's why MNNE EVOS, they were still able to re-engage.
Okay, big question here, Chantel. Does Smart Omega actually want to contest this Lord? Do they want to fight this being 7,000 gold behind? It looks like they do. Maybe.
They will, but the good is that Kala could actually penetrate and contest though.
Lord JM right now on to Ryota. Ryota is now down. And the question to Naisu, the answer to Naisu's question is that they shouldn't have contested this Lord.
I mean, I think for Omega during that time, they think that they could, because there is the heal from Motivation Lord from Chakman, even the Holy Blessing from Edomax, and even Kelra could actually dive in. But again, there's so much damage to sustain.
Yeah.
They can't even sustain a single hit from anyone from MNNE EVOS. Even a clearing of minion wave isn't there, but yep, the Lord will march in at the bottom lane. MNNE EVOS at 9k gold lead.
Eagle.
Go.
On to 5
Wow.
members.
Wow.
5 members. the whole Omega squad, and now the Lord marching in the middle lane. Middle lane turret, will they be able to sustain it? Now Jome continuing to free hit the front line of MNNE EVOS, but Omega's turret in the middle lane is now gone.
Massive lead here for MNNE EVOS. 10,000 gold ahead. They're taking the discipline round as well. They're playing this perfectly here. Looking to sweep Smart Omega. Get those 3 points for the standings they're after. Let's take a look quickly at the items here, Chantel.
Okay, so even for the supposed tanky heroes of Omega, there's not enough tanky items. So it might be difficult for them. Even for the Bruno, it's just the Ascals and even the Berserker's Fury as compared to 4 core items of Domeng AR. So that alone, even for the damage output that Kaizen AR, which by the way is at 403 perfect KDA for this game, is really on point. So even the orange buff cannot be contested right now by Smart Omega.
Yeah, I think they're just, again, MNNE EVOS, they're playing like they have a 10K lead because they should, right? That's basically what's happening here. They're going to wait probably for this next Lord, or if Smart Omega decides to press the situation and have an initiation, which I hope they don't, because they would it would be a landslide fight, right?
Yep.
They would definitely just get destroyed. So they need to buy more time. My biggest thing is, again, you saw it from the gold breakdown. How much gold has been earned here. Jome is far away from where he needs to be on this Bruno, because you saw it too as he's, throwing those balls out. It does not hurt. And we're so used to seeing just the damage from Bruno.
From Bruno,
right?
that could actually shred an HP bar, right? So again, the damage per second that MNNE EVOS has versus the sustain that Omega has, and the damage either way, vice versa. I mean, it's not sufficient yet for Omega. Even the Impure Rage or the passing here of Impure Rage isn't that effective for Itomax because it scales with the level, right? Itomax is still at level 11, so the full potential of the sustain supposedly type of lineup for Omega is not yet there. So MNNE EVOS, this lead, they need to capitalize on this.
Again, I think Smart Omega just goes ahead, gives this one up, somehow come through with a miraculous defense. They're all going to be too late if they initiate into this, as they are. Ryota still going to press it.
I'm offended was already used up, and now Omega wants to go for the counter attack, but Lance the AR is just too much for them to handle.
Wow.
Look at the bodies of Omega slowly falling down. 3 members are now down. It's Jome, the next target for MNNE EVOS, and Ryota is left alone to defend for themselves. MNNE EVOS starting to flex their muscles as they take Omega.
And in a sweeping fashion, MNNE EVOS comes out with a sharpened claws, and this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWB Life Insurance. And with that, they ensure themselves the 3 points in the standings to climb their way back up here. Tough series for the Brungai and Smart Omega.
I mean, for Smart Omega, they wanted the tough love during that game.
They got it.
They got it. I mean, they actually focus on the sustain. Now, the problem here is from early to mid, we've mentioned the burst. So without the burst, the sustain isn't really that effective if the jungling pattern was actually checked or counter-initiated by the other team.
Yeah,
Again.
I actually agree, because if you see the clashes, if you go and revolve them, Ryota was the one initiating all those clashes, but for some reason, Kaizen, Lord JM, they were counter-initiating, and that initiations were successful for MNNE's side.
And it's crazy too, because I was kind of thinking like, all right, Smart Omega's not going to just go throw themselves into that Lord fight. And being down, again, 10,000 gold, I would have much rather seen them try to clear things out, in the base defense. Maybe they felt like their base defense composition wasn't going to be good enough to clear that out. But again, this wasn't like the 4th or 5th Lord, you know what I mean? Like, they definitely could have waited there for a little bit longer. But unfortunately, again, they force the situation. They lose the game from it. So this game, though, of course, was brought to you by our official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. And there's more.
And it's MLVB's 7th anniversary. We're already 7 years in on September 13th.
I feel old.
Yes, I also feel old.
I am old.
Are you ready to redeem that exclusive Johnson skin for free? Are you ready for the new minigame? If not, then get ready because a lot of anniversary bonus events are waiting for everyone.
Happy 7 years.
Yeah,
Happy 7 years.
Longer than my longest relationship. Yes.
Good to know,
good.
right? Little fun fact.
Yours is how long? The longest.
3?
3.
3.
How about you, Chantal?
How about you?
Since we're sharing.
Just for sharing, guys. It's six.
Wow, so still longer than that too. Well, we're glad to be a part of this for 7 years. It's great. Don't forget to check out all the great things we have in game for you. And of course, again, with this matchup, it was I would say it was relatively a quick series for MNNE EVOs. It was great to see them kind of make the adjustments that they have from the first, part of the regular season. This is a very strong showing for them, and I hope we get to see more of that, with their games ahead of them for this week and the weeks ahead.
I mean, for MNNE EVOs, it's as if they are slowly polishing their identity. Before, we are talking mostly about Baldomeng, Dome AR, but this time around, we see Lord AR being in front of everyone, killing everyone, and just dealing damage against everyone.
Speaking of identity, this is actually MNNE's identity back in MPL Season 1. I keep mentioning this because it's real. Their late game, their latter parts of the season, they had a 6-game win streak. And I think they can actually pull it off here.
It's
That's
the
a good
only
point.
that's like living on the edge though. Like, and I get it. There's teams that are literally out there doing this all the time. They wait for this second half of the season really to kind of pop off, figure things out. And that's why I was kind of painting that picture before the series even started. It's a little bit dire because when you have in a quote unquote shorter regular season, like we don't have 8 weeks of the regular season anymore. We have 6 weeks. You are really wanting to climb up the standings, secure yourself in that red zone like we've been saying this whole time. And this is a great way to do it. I just hope, again, that they can continue to do this, build up on like we've seen them do before in the past, especially in the MPL, where they can keep momentum going, because I love watching these guys play. I really do.
Yep.
I love watching MNNE EVOs play, and really a standout for me for the series, and even from the last couple weeks here, has been Lord JM. And I think he's a huge part of some of this success. Yeah, very consistent player for this team, for this lineup, and it just allows everybody else to kind of shine from that point, and it's great to see them. They've kind of figured out this synergy aspect to it, because things like that have also been said before of Smart Omega. And I feel like, when we came into this season, guys, like a lot of people, Barangay fans, Smart Omega fans, were really happy with these big names coming back, especially Chaknu being back here. And I just feel like in this game, or at least for this season, there's been a lot of struggles here, and I'm not sure exactly where it's coming from.
I don't know. I mean, for Smart Omega, all I can say is it's as if they're trying to do so much. I mean, they are overthinking.
They're overloaded.
Too overloaded. Literally, Ryota's overloaded.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, we're gonna find out here, but let's first hear from Mara on stage with our winners.
Thank you, casters. Everybody give it up for MNNE EVOs. Congratulations! Back to your winning ways. Ito ang ating second win. Great start para sa ating round number 2. Huwag ka lumayo. Domeng. Sa lineup natin, this is the first time nakita natin yung lineup na to. Sa 5 sa inyo, ikaw lang ang natira from last season. How long did it take for this chemistry to evolve? Kasi na-sweep nyo ang Smart Omega, hindi kayo nalason.
Kumokonek lang po ako lagi sa kung ano pa yung na-line up, kung ano pa yung nila-line up ako. Kumokonek lang po ako sa kanila.
And how long did it take? Like yung sa practice nyo? Kasi first time namin ito makita, itong lineup na to.
1 week po.
1 week. Siya yung sumasagot para sa'yo. 1 week. Alright, actually, ang pinaka-veterano dito, one of the more veterans, Kayzen. Great job for today. Oh. Kanina, nakita ka namin. Ikaw yung parang pinaka-vocal sa lahat. Gumaganto ka. Anong nangyayari doon? Parang kinakalma mo lahat? What was happening there?
Medyo nagkakagulo na po kasi yung comms kaya po kailangan po na nag-step up na po ako para pigilan po sila kasi alam ko na po mangyayari. Nabivision ko na po pag na-overhype sila kasi kilala ko na po sila. So kailangan po talaga malinis yung laro namin kasi isang error lang po, pwede po talaga mabaliktad yung laro.
So ikaw yung shot caller.
Sobrang importante po kasi ng panalo na to kaya nag-step up na po ako para pigilan sila.
Anong meaning ng win nito? Sabi mo napaka-importante ng panalong ito. What's going on with the team and why is it important na kailangan today it's a good start for round number 2?
Syempre po, alam naman po natin na lose streak po kami nung first round. So second round po, all in na po talaga. Lahat tulong-tulungan na po kami. Bawing-bawi na po kami kasi po may goal po kami. Kailangan po namin makapasok sa playoffs. And sana mag-continue yung tuloy-tuloy po lahat.
Kung yung pinakita nyo today, if it continues, no doubt, pwede kayo makapasok. And we have to credit also si Coach Yan Yan. Coach Yan Yan. Everyone is cheering for you. Tell us something different that you guys did. Ano ba ang pinagkaiba ng Minana ngayong second round? Because alam ko you had a lot to do with what happened today.
Para sa akin kasi meta namin talaga. So para sa akin yung laban namin kanina nakalista na talaga. Kumbaga parang predicted lahat ng drop nila.
Ano yun? 1 million? Ano yun? Probability? May naririnig ako. Anong sabi?
Hindi, kumbaga lahat ng possible drop nila na predict ko talaga. Kumbaga madali.
The mind, the brains behind Banana, and great job with that sweep. That was very impressive. And now it's time to announce our match MVP. Let's take a look at the screen. Let me hear some names. Our match MVP is... Habang hinihintay natin, sino? Jason! Anong gusto mong sabihin sa journey nyo at sa lahat ng supporters nyo so they will keep watching out for Minana Evos?
Sa journey namin, sana magtuloy-tuloy pa po yung panalo. At sa lahat ng sumusuporta po dyan, salamat po. Para sa inyo to, shoutout din sa pamilya ko po. Tas, gusto ko lang din po patunayan yung sarili ko kasi medyo marami po yung nagda-doubt sa akin. Kaya ginagawa ko po talaga best ko para manalo.
And today, you have proven yourself. Once again, everybody, Minana Evos! You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Led by Coach Yan Yan. Everybody give it up once again for Minana Evos. According nga kay Coach Yan Yan, lahat ng probability, possibility na isip na niya. At kitang-kita naman ang preparation ng Minana Evos dahil na-sweep nila ang Barangay Omega. Kaya ngayon, himayin natin ang ating laban, balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thanks so much, Amara. And again, great to hear from everyone involved, right, with Minana Evos because they have been through quite a bit, honestly. Like even from seasons before, seasons prior, they have been through the ringer. And it's great to see them when they have victories like this and kind of hear some of the stories that they've gone through to get to this point. Again, it's a sweep against a team like Smart Omega, and there's a lot to be said to that. Now, I know there's more to break down here, Chantel. Why don't you walk us through this, how they swept Smart Omega?
As for Coach Yan Yan, it was 100% probability that he will be able to predict the draft of Smart Omega, as the way it was very effective for them to counter out the heroes that Smart Omega will pick against them. Again, for Smart Omega, they are known to be a team that is more on the unorthodox side. But if you are able to predict, it means Smart Omega has to do something else against the Minana Evos because they are keeping up on the standings with the added 3 points, and the MVP for that game is none other than Lord JMAR with a 208 KDA on the Edith. So remind you guys, Ingan has been mentioning during the game that Lord JMAR has been doing a great job on the Earth Shatter, actually using the ultimate to stop the initiation from Ryota. So it has been a battle of X-Billion versus X-Billion in terms of the setup plays. So around 1 minute and 47 seconds, it was the first blood actually for Kelra. Came with the other players, there was an assist for Chom, but during the objective taking, it's just too difficult for the rest of the players of Omega to sustain the damage from MNNE EVOS. There are too much, or there's a lot of damages to sustain for both for both Rafaela and even the Venator, and even the damage here for Jome. It's not sufficient, you know. You're up against a well-farmed Martis, you're up against a well-farmed Lord Gem AR, and has the instinct to zone out other players and counter-initiate. Look at this. Okay, that was the Earth Shatter after the I am offended play from Ryota. So there has been a struggle for Smart Omega since the first turtle objective or first turtle team fight started. So with those things in mind, it was easier for Doming AR to just go in there and do the blazing duet, and Lord JMAR from 86% team fight participation from game number 1. This game number 2, it's 91%. So he is one deadly guy at the XP lane because he gives both vision, both crowd control, and at the same time, even the sustain for the team. Now, the series MVP is none other than Kaizen AR. And if you look at the jungling pattern, so he's a very, very patient guy. He went in for those, this was when the game started up until 5-minute game time. So all he did was just look for the possible opportunities for him to take down those neutrals versus Harith versus Keller, because it's not going to be effective once the Harith is, specifically Harith, right, is suppressed with the type of jungle or the goal that he could do. So it's as if there is a ceiling grade for the Harith during that game. So wow, I didn't notice that it was 11-1 for that 13-minute game time. Again, with even the hero composition of MNNE EVOS, we've said that Claude has been nerfed already, but with this type of lineup, you have that killing secure potential with Kaizen AR's hero, that Minowan's Fury from the IMU of Valentina, so it was really on point. And Spider Miles AR just did a great job for MNNE EVOS. So it was a collective effort for the whole MNNE EVOS. And now for Smart Omega, again, it's just a bit too fancy. So the lineup of the team was heavily relying for Bruno and even at the Harith. So if the laning isn't on point for those mentioned heroes, then Smart Omega doesn't have any damage because it's just sustain, and crowd control for both Chaknu and Ryot. So anyway, all turrets are 8 versus 1 in terms of turrets. Turtles all for MNNE EVOS and the overall statistics of this game. So look at the hero damage for MNNE EVOS. This is a Martis for Kaizen AR. So if we say Martis, you want fast games. You want to decimate after decimate, then decimate. And as easy as that, Kaizen AR is at 100% team fight participation. Same goes with Spider Miles AR. And if ever Kaizen AR dives too deep on the formation of Omega, there is a guiding wind for him to escape. I mean, MNNE EVOS, they were just prepared for a type of lineup for Smart Omega, because Smart Omega has been doing this for what, previous series that they played. So kind of predictable as per Coach Yan said. So Spider Miles AR, 10 total assists. Shakno, the Guardian, again, too much to sustain. Although there is a heal from Etomax, it's just not enough. I mean, if you could just do so much for the sustain, if you could just add plus 100k heal, but it's just too much for Smart Omega. And MNNE EVOS, they're just prepared. They are prepared for the round 2, and this is the first, probably the first game for them that they didn't really struggle to end the game, because from first, second, up until the very last, up until they won a game, they were just confident and they know how to execute. So that has been my analysis, and for sure, both Naisu and even Ingan has a lot to say too.
Thank you for the breakdown once again. It was the flex match.
Oh, okay.
And great job. You're about to bust your sleeves, by the way. But yeah, again, this was a great match here that we got to see unfold, and a great start, I would say, to the second half of the regular season for MNNE EVOS. Hopefully, they can keep that momentum going. We do know they need it. And for all the Smart Omega fans, the Barangay out there too, I'm sure you're hoping for the same thing, right? Because you want to see them make these adjustments that they need to, and hopefully work through what they have to with the time remaining so that they can make it to the playoffs, of course, right? So the next match, of course, now that we've kind of had our results from the first one of the day, we're going to be looking forward to the next one, which is going to be great as well, and that is Blacklist International and RSG Philippines. And I'll tell you what, both of these teams have made their own adjustments
Yep.
through the course of the season, as we've been talking a lot about here. And hopefully they can get the series wins that they need. We know that RSG Philippines, especially even after yesterday, they're looking for a win here.
Yeah, especially since their week 4 is actually jam-packed as every single day they have an upcoming match.
Yeah.
You know what, for Blacklist and RSG, the question here is, since it is a support meta, is it gonna be Renegade on the support heroes, or is it gonna be Light on the hard tanks, right? It's interesting.
Wow.
It's exciting.
We'll see. Again, even someone like Renegade, who has done volumes in this season alone, we'll see if he goes that route, right? But again, it's been great for this series. Again, I'm Naisu, Ingan, Chantel. We're going to be back after this short break.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
today. RRQ Philippines, kompletong-kompleto. Nakaka-excite. Masaya naman ba kayo na nandito kayo ngayon? Gusto ko makita, smile, gano'n. Ayun, okay, nakikita ko naman. Okay, so eto na. Sisimulan natin to para makilala kayo ng mga viewers natin na syempre tumututok din sa MPL. At dahil katabi natin, unang-una sa lahat, ang tinatawag na Tony Labrusca raw ng MDL ayon sa ating MDL Multiverse. Simulan mo na, pakilala mo, in-game name mo, role mo, tapos haluan mo ng onting sige, favorite hero mo para malupit. O, go.
IGN, Mark TZ. Core and favorite hero is Lancelot.
Ay, ikaw naman. Okay yan.
IGN ko po, Shocker. Phosphor po. Tapos favorite hero ko po si Selena.
So hi guys, my name is Edwards.
Gusto ko yan. Go.
IGN ko po is Birds. Role ko po ay X-Play. Favorite hero ko po is Pakito.
IGN Kenji, X-Plane. Favorite hero Tamus.
IGN Yanasu, Youngler. Favorite hero ko po Ling.
IGN Daiki Gold Laner, favorite hero Claude.
IGN Carl, Romer, favorite hero ko Chu.
Coach Kurt, head coach ng ROK ito. Favorite hero ko is Xavier.
Anong favorite hero niya? Anong favorite hero niya? Leila. Bakit may mga pagko-coach na naganap? Bakit ganun yung reaksyon niyo nung tinatanong favorite hero niya?
Kasi po, madami po siyang favorite.
Madami siyang favorite na hero. Okay, sige. Okay, klaro tayo doon. Marami siyang favorite hero. Pero kasi coach nga naman talaga siya dito ng RRQ. At so far, nakikita naman natin yung naging performance ng RRQ throughout the season. Ngayon, currently at top 4 ang standings ng RRQ ngayon. May iba lang tanungin muna natin, no? Siyempre, tungkol muna dun sa liga, dun sa recent nating mga nakikita. Ano na tayo pa week 6 na, patapos na tayo sa regular season. Ano pa bang, sige, simulan mo. Ano pa bang pwedeng abangan ng mga supporters nyo or mga manonood? Imbitahan mo din yung mga hindi pa masyadong nakakadalaw sa MDL na tutukan yung RRQ.
Wait nyo yung mga lason namin.
Ay, ano yan? Hit ba yan? Meron talaga? So may mga pasabog din pala ang RRQ. May isya-shock na naman kayo. Di ba, ex-shocker? Totoo ba yun? Meron pa yun?
Totoo po yun, mag-ready po kayo.
Ano? Ano sabi?
Wala po, kahit anong lason po.
Kahit anong lason. Ferds, parang parang may pagka no? May pagka hindi camera shy, ganon.
Di po nahiya sa lahat.
Ay, hindi ka nahiya sa lahat. Kaya pala ganon din siya isa pang hi guys.
Hi guys.
Ay, ang galing talaga. Si Ferds, nakikita natin at sinasabi pa nga namin sa broadcast na nagta-top PH ka talaga, no? Sa RG, kapag ka naglalaro ka in-game, no?
Yes po.
So, pero hindi pa namin masyado nakikita yung iba mo pang mga heroes. Mag-ano ka ba anytime soon? Kasama ka ba dun sa mga magpapasabog? Mag-a-arlock ka ba? Ganun?
Hindi ko masasabi yan Kasi every time po na practice namin, marami akong ginagamit na hero hindi naisip.
Ay, iba talaga itong...
Panakot lang po.
Bakit mo binawi? Okay na Si coach ba ang talagang nagde-decide ng... paano ba pagka nagda-draft kayo, coach, o nagsiscream, usap-usap? Kayo po ba talaga yung nagsasabi na, ito yung sanayin nyo, ganun? Ito po ba yung...
Yung sa draft, kasi parang sa nila, kung ano yung hero nilang gustong gamitin, parang ni-request lang nila sa akin. Tapos, yun, gumagawa lang kami ng kung paano ipasok sa draft namin yung gusto nilang hero. Then, yun, puro adjust lang. Adjust, kuha sa practice.
Okay, so collaborative talaga yung effort at nagtutulong-tulong naman sina coach at yung mga players na magkasundo. At meron tayong biglang natanggap at hawak-hawak ngayon ng mga merch. So para sa lahat ng mga nasa Shooting Gallery Studios ngayon, pwede nyong i-meet and greet ang RRQ Kaito kasi meron silang mga ibibigay na ganito. Pwede kayong magpa-picture sa kanila at makipag-chikahan. Pero gustong-gusto ko tong keychain. Tapos meron ding baller. Buksan ba natin? Pakita ba natin? Kaso yung... sige, wait. Patulong muna. Ayan yung baller. Sneak peek lang to. Makukuha nyo siya kapag ka nag-approach talaga kayo. And para naman sa mga hindi pa, sunod na kayo rito dahil marami pang mga aabangan. May iba pa tayong mga MDL teams na kasama. Pero that's been it para muna dito sa ating RRQ meet and greet. Punta na kayo para makasalumuhan nyo talaga sila. Thank you so much sa inyo dahil malapit na tayo magsimula sa ating susunod na bakbakan. Kaya naman huwag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 12.
Infinix, Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin nila na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Dalawang kupunan na may parehong puntos sa ating standings ang magtatapat para ilayo ang pagitan nila sa isa't isa. The Agents will try to bounce back from their heartbreaking loss against the reigning world champions, while the Raiders would like to forget their slip-up against the red-hot Sonics. Agents, Raiders, MPL Arena. This is Blacklist International versus RSG Philippines. Casters, pasok.
The new code is activated, and will it be the Raiders, or can RSG decode the same way that the Orca did? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umi. With me is Ingan and Chantel. And man, oh man, that text went really fast. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great. The first series, very fast, very clean. So right now, I still have a lot of energy.
I can see that.
I can feel that too.
Yeah, you know what? MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. This is a match between RSG and Blacklist International, and surely we have a lot to talk about. But before we head on to our match, let me invite you guys to watch and experience MPL Philippines Season 12 action live and on site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPLS12 for more details. Let's look at this matchup. It's a Raiders versus the Agents. Raiders currently 5th in the league. Blacklist currently 4th. What do you guys think about this one?
You know what, for Blacklist International, they had a loss yesterday, but all I can say, it was a pretty decent fight against the world champions. You know, it was what's that team called? I mean, there's a term for that, Team B for Blacklist International, and they played really well. So I'm looking forward for this game. Is it gonna be Team B or Team A? Either way, they could play well. It's just more of them like honing whatever strategy they want to play this game.
We saw Blacklist 2.0 yesterday.
Yep.
The MPL people going up for quite a run against Echo. The second game went really close, but still there was a sweep from the Orcas. What do you think about the new guys from Blacklist International? Are they doing great?
For you guys, it's new. But for me, they're old.
Oh yeah,
They're
of course, they're from MDL.
Yeah, they're from MDL. You know, Dom.
How can we forget?
We could actually say that Dom in MDL is Mr. Consistent, because he really consistently dominates the XP lane. And of course, Rindo. We have a better term for Rindo in Filipino. We call him maangas.
Yeah, what about it?
What's maangas?
What's
in
maangas?
English?
Yeah, what's maangas in English? It's like you have this swag.
Yeah,
you have
swag.
this. You have this confidence.
Varsity swag.
That varsity. What the hell is varsity swag?
I don't know. It's just varsity just came off my mind.
You know what? Let's just answer the question here. Can Black remain undecodable versus RSG? The last time that these guys met, it was actually Blacklist winning against RSG. And Blacklist versus RSG has always been a classic standoff. It was Light versus Oh My Venus before, but now it's Renegade versus Light.
Yeah, what's really nice with these players is that for Renegade, he's been adjusting with the current meta on the support heroes. Everyone was surprised with that nice adjustment with Rafaela and other heroes. But all I can say for Light, it's up to him. if he will make sure or he will drive Renegade going back to that tanky heroes like Kufra, something like that. It's all about the setup plays. So in this matchup, we have two roamers, right? So for KDA, for Light, it is 2.44. Again, for Blacklist International, their strategy is more on them ganging up whenever there is a team fight. Well, for Light, there's a tendency wherein he will soak in all the damage just for them to be able to secure a kill or an objective.
And surely these roamers would have to adjust with the current meta that we're facing. Renegade has obviously proved that he has well adjusted in the current meta where we see a lot of healers. And looking at the match history, this was from the first meeting in week 1, day number 2. Still, Blacklist International having the better squad here with Oeb and Sensui being the MVPs.
And at the same time, for Blacklist International, what's really nice for those games is that they were able to pull off whatever it is that they usually do. So we see a lot. We saw a lot of tanky heroes for Sensui, which is, by the way, also his playstyle. Now for RSG Philippines, what's really nice for this game is that they were able to pull off an extra play. So it's something that they could use again against Blacklist International with a more refined approach, because they already know how Blacklist International works and how Blacklist International actually drafts against them.
And, you know, looking at the heroes used here, Ingan, I'm not sure you've seen a lot of the stuff that happened in MDL before.
Yeah.
We're not still quite sure if it's going to be the newer Blacklist, but if it is the newer Blacklist, what can we expect from these players? What do you remember from their first MDL run?
It's really close to what Blacklist is known for, which is the Ube strat.
Yeah.
But with the new Blacklist, they have a twist to it.
Ooh.
A lot of responsibility is from Rindo. But then again, their middle lane combination, their middle lane and gold lane, they can also make plays for themselves. That's why the split from Ube, they can actually do that, but they have their own flavor for it.
I see. And I think whoever we see for Blacklist would definitely give RSG a good time, a good match. I think Blacklist International yesterday gave Echo one hell of a match. It lasted 38 minutes, by the way, the longest currently in the regular season of Season 12. But now...
You know who was casting?
Bridget on the other desk. It was
Is she
me
casting
here.
again?
I think Chantel and I were casting that match too. So I'm not quite sure. Yeah, and I don't think Bridget is over there. So
Okay.
that's great news. That's actually great news. So definitely this is something that everybody has been waiting for. A lot of Blacklist fans already in the area, and quite recently, Raiders community been just shouting right behind us.
Earlier.
Yeah, earlier.
Prior this game, I mean, out of the blue, I thought the players were just doing their entrance to their walk.
No, it was just them pumping up the players.
There were no players around the arena, and they were just RSG. And I was like, okay, where are they shouting?
Nice sample.
Yeah.
Nice sample. Can you try the sample too? How was the RSG shout earlier?
RSG. Yeah.
No way you did
Literally
that.
with the hand gestures, right?
Oh well, I'm sure the RSG Raiders are already pumped up. They may be fewer numbers compared to the agents right now in the current venue, but you could just hear their voices later on if ever RSG does make plays. And it's gonna be very interesting to see how much people will be in this venue, because usually when it's Blacklist, it's kind of filled up. It's almost always sold out every day. But yeah, going back into this matchup, Blacklist International, definitely we're waiting what iteration they're gonna show, but I do feel like it's going to be the OG Blacklist people. Yeah.
I mean, for Blacklist International, knowing that they could pull off a play with Team B, they want to secure a higher position in terms of the standings, in terms of the seeding. So Team A is working really well. I mean, it has been refined all throughout the weeks that we've seen them playing. So as long as it's effective, probably they're not gonna change. Or maybe a different player in exchange for someone from Team A or Blacklist version 1.0. 1.0.
Because the other is 2.0.
2.0.
Yeah.
And the best part about this one is we're still gonna wait, but again, I think we've heard rumors that it's gonna be Blacklist 1.0 right now. We're gonna see in quite a bit the moment that we talk to the teams, but what can we actually expect? We could actually ask the teams themselves, because now we could go to our insider, Brigida. What's happening with the teams over there?
Mga casters, grabe yung mga resback at suporta natin mula dito sa bandang likod. Pero ang makakasama natin para dito sa ating insider segment ay si The Hitman, si Rene J, na mukhang ready naman sa mga sagutan, no? No?
Okay lang.
Okay lang. Mamaya magkakaalaman tayo dyan. Pero eto, simulan na natin Kasi alam naman nating lahat o naririnig-rinig natin habang nagsisiupo yung ibang mga blacklist dito. Ayan, sige, upo muna kayo. Na, Rene J daw. Nasa kasalukuyang support meta daw tayo kung tawagin. Tas ang daming nagsasabi mula sa iba't ibang mga regions na buti na lang daw hindi naglalaro ngayon si Oh My Venus. Maraming nagsasabi talaga nun. At ngayon na ikaw yung next in line, ano ba yung parang mga nagiging usap-usapin nyo na plano? Parang paano mo ba may embody yung alam naman natin na talagang naging role ni Oh My Venus previously ngayon papasok sa second half ng MPL Philippines Season 12?
Siguro yun nga yung season 11, di ba, katim ko si Ma'am Shu. So yung mga command niya tsaka yung mga iba niyang ginagawa, try ko gayahin yung iba. So yun.
Yung mga tips.
Mga tips.
Bali-balita ko nga kasi parang napadaan ako isang beses sa live kasi nire-restream nila yung live, di ba? Tapos parang, napipick up talaga ni Rene J yung mga tips. Gano'n, sinasabi talaga nila. And moving on naman, speaking of tips, kasama ka din sa recent na naging trip sa MSC nung lumaban na ang Blacklist internationally. Doon ba meron kang mga specific o mga particular na mga na-pick up din na tips doon sa trip na nasamahan mo sila?
Parang same lang naman nung season 11 kung paano kami mag-prepare, parang parehas lang naman siya. So, ang pinaka lang sa akin kasi first time ko sa international. So, ang sarap sa feeling kasi na-try ko na. Kaya medyo konti na lang yung pressure sa akin ngayon kasi na-try ko na rin sumama sa mga ganung tournament.
Mas inspired na na ilaban talaga ang M5 para maulit yung experience. At dahil dyan, speaking of experiences, onting tayo, throwback din, may tatanong ako sa'yo. Kasi ang kakatapat nyo ngayon, RSG, namimiss mo na ba si H2?
Oo nga sayang di ako nakabawi sa kanya, tinalo ko last season nun tapos umalis.
Hindi nagpabawi, no?
Hindi nagpabawi sa akin. Ngayon sana siya lumaban sa akin. Nakapag-practice na ako.
Eto.
Sayang.
Kung nanonood siya, sige. Ano yung isang mensahe na gusto mong sabihin kay H2 ngayon?
Wala. Ingat palagi kasi hindi na siya naglalaro dito. Tapos nood ka sa laban namin pagka may time ka.
Parang sinabi niya na pag nanood ka, dito ka sa Blacklist sumuporta, hindi sa RSG pagka ganon. Pero tignan natin kasi marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Good luck sa ating mga maglalaro mamaya at oras na yata para ituloy na natin yung aksyon. Kaya naman ibabalik na natin dito sa ating mga casters. Casters, back to you.
Thanks, Brigida. Surely Rene J is already prepared to show everyone what he got, and he has always been like this. And I love the message for H2, technically saying nothing. And we were talking about H2 right now, one of the best Link players of old, but now kind of going towards a route of retirement. What does he even do these days?
Actually, I know that he's somewhat somehow converting into more of a lifestyle type of a guy, influencer. Okay. So we see him sometimes doing some gym stuff. It has been a thing. Other players, other teams too are doing those gym things, the flexing.
Especially ONIC,
Especially ONIC and even Bren. So maybe it's gym season.
Maybe it is the season of gym goers for not just for casters but also for everyone in the league. And I love it. Like it's a big leap for health. Hopefully everybody follows suit. And if you're not stretching, at least stretching, it's your signal now to stretch and drink water. It's really good for your health. But going back in this match, Blacklist and RSG this time around, they're both in the middle of the pack, but RSG is trailing by, they're both 12 points. But in terms of games played or matches won, RSG is at 4-4. If they secure a sweep against Blacklist, that's gonna give them a huge leap in the standings.
You know what, for RSG, it's something that they need because for Blacklist International, they already have the momentum. Now for RSG, they are a bit struggling on how to really secure a win because there are games wherein they are on the lead, but at the same time, they don't really secure that win or that series win. So this win might possibly boost their momentum if and ever they secure a slot. for playoffs.
Especially you mentioned matches played. RSG actually has a lot to deal with this week. I mean, they're going up against 3 different teams for the whole week number 4. So it's a lot for them to unpack. But at the same time, it's another opportunity for them to raise their standing.
Oh yeah, definitely. With bigger challenges comes bigger rewards. They just have to get to that point where they actually win against a team like Blacklist International. And I think Blacklist has been one of the more pleasant surprises for a lot of the agents, considering that there were a lot of rumors that this, not even rumors, like a lot of assumptions from other people that this roster wouldn't go far, considering that their Season 9 run without Oh My Venus and Weiss didn't really go well. But this time around, they're in the middle of the pack, which is a good sign because people expected them to be 8th or 7th.
And that is evidently because of their character development as well. So I believe for Blacklist International, all they have to do is just to be confident that they can do so. I mean, a lot of people trust them, right? So all they need to do is just to secure those wins and prove everyone that the trust is worth it. It's going to be worth it.
And you know, it is going to be worth it, especially if you've been a raider, you've been an agent for more seasons now, for like 3 or 4. It's really something nice to see their growth. But you know, the players are quite ready to enter the stadium, so I think it's time for the players to go. Let's go.
The new shade of black was outshined by the purple oranges. Are there more versions of surprises they once stole? Agents, make some noise for Blacklist International. They've been robbed of a chance of extending their 2-game winning streak. Are there more tricks on Panda's sleeves? Raiders, rise, slay for RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Panda.
The teams are all set up, and let's welcome Blacklist International. We have the classic horse lineup about to face the Raiders. What can you say about this, Ingan?
The OG lineup since Season 12. But right now, I'd like to highlight Renegade because Renegade, as we've mentioned, has developed his characteristics, or hero picks rather, from being the hit man to the heel man. So it's really a good improvement for Renegade because it complements the Ube strategy that Blacklist International has with this Death Horse lineup.
Oh yeah, and they're up against RSG Philippines here. Still the same 5 men that we've seen since week 1. What can you say about this lineup, Chantel?
Well, for RSG Philippines, biggest threat for Blacklist International would be the vision and even the prowess that Naps has with the usage of Yu Zhong and even the most played here, which is Teresa. But by the way, it's very nice to see the classic Nats and Edward matchup. And all I can say for RSG Philippines, they really have to dictate what type of meta are they gonna use. So looking at the head-to-head statistics, well, for Blacklist International, knowing that they are the roots of the Ube strategy, this is 4.40 as compared for as compared to 2.88 on a KDA. So for Blacklist International, we saw Renegade use those. This was the most picked heroes for Renegade. This was probably the heroes prior the change of meta. So we might see heroes like Rafaela for both Light and Renegade. But personally speaking, I want to see them on those heavy tanks.
And you know, Blacklist versus RSG, we've seen them play different play styles. The best thing about these teams is that they've always been this versatile squad. They know how to play setters, they know how to play healers, but this time around, I think Light is known to play more setters than healers. You think he can actually pull off healer this time around?
I think he can in terms of mechanical skills, technical skills. He can, but is it going to be effective though? Because we've seen Shaknu a while ago do that kind of hero, that support kind of hero. But this time, I think Light can actually pull it off, but we'll see if it's going to be effective.
It's a big question for Light. We know for a fact that he has done so well, especially in Season 9, where they scored a championship, an MPL Philippines championship, which is no easy feat. And Light is, again, that regular season MVP. But now they're still struggling. They are currently 5th in the league with 12 points, and they would want to secure a win against Blacklist International. We're going to head on to the keys to victory in just a bit. But right now, Ingan, what can you say is the biggest thing that, you know what? Save that for later. Because right now, the keys to victory would be discussed by our analyst. Chantel, it's your time to shine.
Can these roamers be the best of both worlds? That is gonna be the questions. And for this game, the keys to victory brought to you by Infinix is very, very crucial for both our players. So again, for Blacklist International, if it broke, don't fix it. Again, if we go back to that game yesterday, when they switched out their players when their starting 5 is actually working out, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. It could also refer to keep doing what they're doing against RSG. So now for RSG, watch out for Black's flex picks. So for RSG, their opponent, Blacklist International, has the tendency to prioritize Edith and Novaria, which can be flexed as the roamers. And at the same time, for both of our teams, pick up the pace. I mean, for the pace for both our players, remember what I said for RSG Philippines, that they really have to dictate as to what play or as to what meta they want to work with, because Light is more in the setup plays. Renegade is currently transitioning into support heroes. So if they are to dictate the tempo, they need to pick up the pace. And at the same time, when this pace is working for them, they just have to capitalize on what kind of potential they could bring in to their team. This is really important for both, and definitely for the roamers of our players and even all the other lanes. That was a very, very beautiful Athena that we saw earlier, and those are my keys to victories. I was mesmerized. I almost lost my thoughts, but yeah. Umi and Ingan, how do you feel about that?
Pacing is really important for this match. Both roamers know how to play around certain play styles, but it's going to be still a match of whoever gets that early game. It's been very important for the earlier series that we did see as well. Snowball is a big thing right now, and looking at Snowball junglers, can you think of a few picks here that we might see in this match?
I think Martis.
What else?
Martis, because Martis has been dominant in the early game, especially in the recent patches. But I think, who would be a great jungle that snowballer? Maybe Aerith? Like Keller?
Who knows? Like
the usual.
The usual, because we're gonna look at the player head-to-head here, where we're gonna look at the junglers this time around. Sensui does play the Martis that you mentioned, and you could say the same for Irad. But in terms of statistics here, Chantel, it feels like Sensui is having a great time this regular season.
Yeah, again, for Sensui, majority of his heroes used were the utility junglers. As per Irad, those are assassin heroes. So there's a lot of difference when we say, or if we compare junglers that actually uses different kinds of heroes every game. So gonna be like for Sensui, the strength of this player is he is able to fit in on the Blacklist International type of play from before. So there's no really much of an adjustment for them, just probably the heroes. So that's the surprise play that Blacklist could do. Now for RSG, since they could do fast plays, they could stick to that assassin Irad kind of thing.
Well, hopefully we see it because it's been a while since we saw an actually an assassin go head to head inside the jungle. I think it was yesterday, but it was a very short match. Sadly, we see a lot of tank jungles now. Speaking of tank jungles, which one has been something that you also see in MDL, like something from MPL and MDL?
This Akai depends if they get banned out, but most of the time it's Fredrin and Basha. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Fredrin and Basha definitely one of I would say the safer picks in the jungle area. And now we're gonna see what kind of picks we're gonna witness in game number 1. Because once again, these coaches are I would call legendary. Because Coach Banda, Hall of Legends inductee, master the basics, a integral force in Blacklist's M3 run. Wow, I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen in game number 1. What can we expect in this draft?
Oh, okay. So, definitely since Blacklist International is on the blue side, the Fredrin hero that Ingan mentioned, it's gonna be a part of the contestant because yesterday for RSG, we mentioned assassin heroes for Iran, but it was consistently on the Fredrin. So, Sir Lancelot.
Yes,
Lancelot is the most banned hero.
I actually have a dilemma for RSG right now. I think their identities will be tested, specifically Light and Irad, because we all know Irad is a very aggressive jungler. We've seen him use the utility, but when it comes to identity, he's really an assassin. And for Light, same goes. He's a tank setter, but with the current patch, will he be able to adjust to those utility type of roamers?
Come on, Fredrin.
Big question here. Can he actually adjust? But yeah, Fredrin. I'm quite sure that it's going to be the Fredrin here for the first pick. It has been the trend for the past week or so. Fredrin blue side, it's always going to be the first pick. And then on the other end, they could secure Valentina here.
And even Edith.
And even Edith, yeah.
And actually, knowing Eman, they can actually pick out... it's going to be Teresa. So they are not showing yet the possible pulse fight for them, possible roamer. So Navarre is a safer route since you want to set up the tempo. Again, it's all about the pacing for both of our teams. So for Blacklist International, they might want to secure a hero already. Also, they are the ones to get the Edith and Valentina, those two heroes that we've mentioned. RSG, they could take Baksha already. If not, Blacklist International will definitely ban out this year. Although there is Martis. Okay, so it's literally rotating on Fredrin, Baksha, Martis, and Akai.
And Akai, yes.
Yeah, who knows? I do feel like it's going to be an Akai or even a Martis because Irad is also known to play a lot of Martis. But I do think that if you want to play the Martis, you would want a lot of early game damage. And as of now, they don't really have a lot. So they're going to go in for the Bruno instead, one of the more earlier spikes in terms of gold lane power.
This is a nice choice for RSG since in terms of early game, they have the Novara. This is a scaling hero. As long as there is vision from this Novara, then there won't be a problem for RSG. But early to mid, we could see for a Blacklist International, that is because again of the Valentine and even the crowd control that Edith has. So RSG, they need to secure an artillery burst type of mage. Or maybe a mage that could consistently poke.
I do agree. I think Farsa or even Lilia would be great for RSG right now, especially since if they want to dominate in the mid to late game. But right now, I like how Blacklist is picking because the Fredrin and even the Edith are flex picks. So still, you're not even sure if they're going to be the roamer, the XP, or even the jungle. So for Blacklist International, they still have the flexibility. And considering that their players are very versatile, they could actually experiment with what they have right now.
Great that you mentioned that because it is indeed true. This Fredrin is still unsure whether it's going to go to the jungle or the XP lane. And as you said, this Edith is also flex. The only sure thing here is the Valentina. And the wildest thing that we haven't seen so far is the Valentina going back to the XP lane. That was a trend, I think, around season 8 or so. But right now, for I think 3 or 4 seasons now, we haven't been seeing it. And for good reason. A lot of the fighters do dominate this XP lane. And we could see that with the Terizlas and the Yuzongs of the world. Last 2 bans of this game, and looks like RSG will take out the Rafaela, one of the rising picks in the room.
Maybe it's not a maybe for RSG. They're just forcing this Edith to be possibly the the XP laner. or maybe the roamer. So they're just limiting the opportunities or possibilities for Blacklist International to go on that sustain again because Matilda has been banned out. Even Angela. So what better choice but Rafaela. So if Blacklist International is to stick with the current meta, which is sustain, Florine could be a viable option for them. Now, for the last one of Blacklist International, they might want to limit on another jungler. So probably a Martis for this one because the next assassin, or it's going to be a Kufra, so it's more on, interesting because they focused on 3 heroes for Irad, then opened up Martis. Now, RSG, we're not even sure if this is a Novaria Post 5 or a Novaria Roamer, but I highly doubt because it is in need of fast items because this is scaling here. So for Aqua or for RSG, this is now the question lies. Is this gonna be a hard tank light or Martis? Then they won't reveal yet the hero of light. That light's hero is gonna be the X factor.
They actually can go with either way. Again, light, we know in terms of technical skills and in terms of versatility, he could actually go for those utility supports, utility roamers. But then again, the question is the identity, and as you can see, he's gonna pick the best of both worlds. Someone that can set up, sustain, at the same time provide a heal with Minotaur's second skill.
Oh, that's such a great observation over there. The Minotaur definitely is the best of both worlds. The reason why he's one of the more popular pickups right now. You could set up with your Flicker, Minnow, and Fury, but you could also heal a lot of people as long as you just stay in the back lines, just make sure that everyone's safe and sound. And the carry lock-in on the side of Blacklist is also a great response for the Minotaur. I think we've seen this trend go on and on, that the carry is always the answer to both the Terizla and the Minotaur.
You really want someone that could actually okay. Okay, wait. So there's going to be post 4 Haji and then post 5. So Rome, Edith, support Valentina, and we have Edward with his signature Benedetta. I know Omi is happy to see Benedetta back.
You know, when I saw Edward play Benedetta in Season 7, I was like, you know what? I want to be like him. Want to be him, you know? Want to be a Hall of Legends inductee 20 years from now. You know?
I remember Umi. Guys, if you haven't seen Umi's Facebook page, I suggest you do so. You'll see why he deserves to be in the Hall of Legends.
Oh man, go forth, UOMI PH at Facebook.com. You will see the reason why I should be part of the Hall of Legends. A lot of reasons, not good ones. So let's look at the draft index here. What can we observe here, Chantel? It feels like there's a big gap in hero DPS and also in wave clear. It looks almost bothering.
Yeah, actually for Blacklist International, that is because of the hero selection, even for the carry. I mean, the range early game for carry is massive. Now, one big factor actually for the draft index is going to be crowd control. It is 5.8 versus 4.6. Even a jungler of RSG, which is Guinevere, has a crowd control. So imagine the synchronization right after Minoan's Fury. You could see a Violet Requiem or even any other skill from the Guinevere. So it's something that the Blacklist International has to look forward for on this game. But yeah, in terms of push, because of the high DPS as well of Bruno, definitely for RSG's rotation, it's gonna be more on the gold lane.
Ooh, look at this.
Wow.
Blacklist International dominating the smart audience predictions, and this is just for the audience though. You guys at home could also do your own predictions. Just make sure to comment them down below, and there are also giveaways in the future, especially with the prediction event, so make sure to lock in those predictions right now. Looking at the team compositions for both Blacklist and RSG, it's a long time that we haven't seen a non-healer centric lineup, and Blacklist is rocking one. A lot of crowd control and AoE damage. Hopefully they could outgun the sustain that comes in from this Minotaur.
Blacklist International really showing a lot of versatility, a lot of preparation coming into week number 4, especially facing a familiar foe that they have faced and they have dominated with a 2-0 in their last meeting.
Look at Edward.
Oh, he's fighting too early, my guy. It might just be too... Okay, he has regen.
Okay, this players are ready for blood. Now look at the emblem. So we know that Nat's purpose for this game is going to be more on the sustain with the firmness, offensive of blood, and even a brave smite. Now for Edward, the play or the strategy this time around is the usual Benedetta Edward play, wherein he is all over the place, just clear the minion wave as fast as possible and zone out players from the back.
And
so it's a very huge difference in terms of a function.
I'm excited to see whether this would impact the way RSG plays, considering how fast Edward plays this Benedetta. But looks like a 2v2 down bot lane. Not really gonna pull over here, but first blood ratios actually is very close. Looking at the numbers below, just a 2% difference for both squads here.
That was an ultra fast flying tackle coming in from Eman. Evaded a potential death there from an aggressive Sensui as well as Renegade. But right now in 10 seconds, we're sure that something is about to happen as the first turtle will now respawn.
I'm excited to see whether or not there's going to be a big fight for that. But we are going to head on to troubleshoot a slight issue. Hopefully the players are all right. Looking at our gold lane matchup, it's Eman versus Oheb. It's a carry versus Bruno. We all know that carry does clock in more late game damage. So how can Oheb survive this one, considering that they don't even have sustain?
Okay, for Blacklist International, all they need to do is to somehow, I mean, the cliche answer, make sure that Oheb is safe, but it could be done with having someone, probably Renegade, do some
brotherly love.
What's this? I mean, never mind. I was
brotherly love.
Brotherly love.
Yeah.
Let's go here. I'll fetch you. Let's go out of middle lane. But all I want to say is double laning.
Yeah, double laning is one of the answers that we could see. Brotherly love too, honestly. Just go to your brothers in need. Give him a few pokes here and there. Zone out the enemy for him. And as we see right now, we're waiting for the troubleshooting to finish. A lot of fans in the MPL arena. Once again, if ever you do find yourself wanting to do something exciting this weekend, bring your friends, bring your family, go watch MPL. Tickets are still available with our ticketing partners / just make sure to Google /events. You're gonna see MPL over there, and you can just join in the party over here. There's a lot of things to do in the venue. And so far, what has been your favorite activity in the venue right now?
Me?
Yeah, whoever.
I love the pre-show emblem of the day challenge.
Same,
because it
my
shows
guy.
how vocal, how interactive MPL is towards the fans, not just the players, but towards the fans. It shows that we are really one big community.
And speaking of community, we also have shops. Right now, it's Echo and RSG. Have you taken a sneak peek or a look inside their shop?
You know what, Umi and Ingan, I came to this point that as much as possible, as much as I want to buy, I would rather take a different entrance route for me not to see the merch. It's just I'm close to being broke. Anyway, it's just a joke for this one. But yeah, we could already see the enthusiasm of the crowd. So looking at the happening right now, so Iran is now at level 4. Same goes.
Almost a kill over there. Sorry, but looks like a turtle will be taken here by Blacklist. No way RSG could actually enter the vicinity. That's the first turtle going to the hands of Blacklist.
Now Haji went for the first blood. That's going to be Era down. A heads up play coming in from the KDA machine.
And because of that, that is an additional something percentage on the first blood ratio rate of Blacklist. Oh, wait.
Now RG Raiders, they want to answer right back. And it's going to be onto the KDA machine.
No way.
Penalty zone is there, but it's still going to catch up onto Haji. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for this very ecstatic game.
And such a quick fight here in the mid lane. And quite early on, a lot of flickers, a lot of stuff already burned over there. But Edward was left to his own devices, which means he was able to get a bit of gold with the planings over there. Irad goes in.
Violet Requiem onto 2 members of Blacklist, but it's going to be Renjay and Sensui. 2 bulky heroes. Now the Primal Wrath will be casted. And then now Blacklist sustained that ambush from RSG.
And that was the seal, by the way, for Aqua under the Lid of Wanderer. Anyway, for Blacklist International, what's really nice for the team is the possibility for them to do fast backups whenever there is an initiation for RSG. But for RSG, all they have to do is, again, the layering of the skills. So we saw the potential on that Minotaur, Guinevere type of combo. So this is going to be a slow-paced game. Probably around slow-paced 5 minutes. Well, yeah, 6 minutes on probably the most heavy team fight that we might see.
Yeah, but right now, Sensui trying to look for a fight here, 4v3.
Violet Requiem once again, the layering of skills for RSG. There's too much to handle for Black. Now Haji forced to use that Minoan Fury. Now OM
No way!
able to get a kill and salvage that moment. But look at Irad.
He's still going in, and Haji wants revenge. Gonna go in for the double dash, and now Edward is there. Gonna look for the petrify play. Fights Irad.
Electo final blow, and the final words of Irad has now been spoken. Blacklist answering right back.
Now this is where we are saying we're in Edward's gonna be really fast as expected of a Benedetta and even the emblem set that he has. Now RSG is at 1.1k gold lead. All they need to do is whenever there's an objective that they secured, they need to back away as much as possible because there is a possible threat from Blacklist International. So far this is an evil ball game, but the things are to change with this turtle objective. Take note that the bottom lane turret has been destroyed by RSG.
Wow. That's a really fast siege coming in from RSG, and now they're going to pull the turtle on their side. 5 minutes in, we are seeing RSG control this objective quite early. Jungler's nowhere to be seen, but now they're going to show each other where they are. Looks like turtle will be the next big objective, but they're not really going all in.
Astral Echo is casted. Found out where Renegade and Haji is hiding. And now Turtle will be reset. And I actually agree with Chantel when she said that this was supposed to be a slow game. We've seen the lineups, they're supposed to be scaling, but Blacklist and RSG Raiders, they're in for the fight.
No, when you say scaling, it's silent S.
Yes.
They just want Kalen. I hate myself. Now RSG, they're gonna go for it.
Oh, but Irad shows love to Sensui with a violent right now, and now knockouts are coming in from both sides. Appraiser's Wrath is there. RSG gets the first kill, and now Black. Oh no, it was Black. Blacklist actually.
Oh, petrified Nats!
Edward petrified play once again onto Nats.
Oh my goodness.
But that means Blacklist secures this second turtle once again.
The heal from Light comes in clutch, just saving Nats over there in the last possible second. Blacklist still secures the second turtle of the game, but RSG holds a very minimal lead here. In fact, it's an even ball game.
Yep.
Blacklist International, what can they actually do? Why are they losing out in gold even if they already got the first two turtles?
Actually, during that time, on that team fight, it was actually Eman at the top lane trying to destroy Dirt against the Blacklist International. Somehow, it makes the level, or I mean, the gold gap minimum. As much as possible. So for RSG, as long as they are able to have trades on other lanes, then it's good for them. Now, speaking of trades, actually, speaking of Eman, 4.7k as compared to 4.2k of OHEB. So it's something that RSG has on the upper hand because later on it's going to be their arsenal against a slow-paced carry. So again, we've said for Blacklist International, they need to do that double laning already for OHEB because the damage per second at early game, it is definitely Eman's ball game, literally.
Yeah, and you could see RSG just biding their time here, making sure that Eman doesn't really get ganked by like 3 people on the side of Blacklist International. And it looks like they're going to be guarding Bruno as well. Renegade does find Light, but they don't go all in just yet.
The Astral Echo right on time. RSG knows where Blacklist is hiding. That's why Blacklist, they tried to stop their initiation, but look at Irad going right after Sensui. And now Edward onto Nats.
Could I just say that this is just a very intense 7-minute game because as if no one wants to do laning. They're ready for a 5v5 team fight. Earlier the formation was like, okay, it's brawl time. Anyway, 4-4 for the score. And yes, it is an evil ball game. And it's all about crowd control. The story is which team has better skills to give on longer team fights?
You know, if it's longer team fights, I think the sustain coming in from Light would be really crucial for the side of the Raiders. And 8 minutes in, if you would describe this game, the best way to describe this is if you took the Brawl game and put it on this map, you put it on a 5v5 3-lane map, it look like this. It's gonna look like 4 or 5 people chasing each other around, and another fight breaks out here in top lane.
Okay.
RSG with Astral Echo. Now Irad onto Renegade. Is it gonna be enough though? Renegade was able to back away, and now Haji caught up by 4 members of RSG. OHEB going right after Eman. No initiation still for both teams. But RSG still staying at the top lane. They really want this top lane turret.
You know, securing those turrets really is crucial for the side of RSG. But now Edward tanking a bit of damage here coming in from Irad. But that's the turret destroyed, and that's the objective that they wanted to take. So now they're leaving.
next objective that both of our teams need is going to be the Lord. So 600 lead, not much of a factor here. So we will see later on the difference in terms of the marksman because MN is now at 102. So with the quantum charge, actually they're using both quantum charge. It's just that for MN he uses a purify. So whenever there is a nice setup play from the side of Blacklist International, once this is proc, it's going to be difficult for MN.
Using the Electo final blow there to just clear the minions out as fast as possible because Lord is already being called here by Blacklist. And this is the first Lord of the game, RSG. They do have quite the items already to make sure that they could contest this. In fact, they also have vision and setup. So they have all the tools that they can use rather, they want to invade this one.
And with the prioritization of the items, actually for RSG, they went in for the Blade Armor instead of the Dominance Eye. So we have two players from Wait.
And now Irad steals the Lord away from Blacklist, and they still want to go right after the agents. And now Nats with a beautiful penalty zone. Filipino sniper! Agent is now! Look at Edward with a Petrify Electo final play. And now Renegade, the recipient of the damages coming in from Irad. 3 members down from Blacklist, and RSG still stopping. But look at the agent Zero. Will he make a play here? Haji, can he machine? As well as Edward. MV3, they're losing Oheb. And then now Haji is gone in the picture.
Okay.
Will this be a wipeout? Aqua still wants Edward. This won't be a wipeout anymore because Sensu is up already, but Edward, he might just not survive this one. Brought an eye for an IL play, but still the kill. And a shutdown for Oheb. It's a 1-for-1 as the Lord marches topside.
Now Nats continuing to play with a penalty zone, but Sensui is there to taunt him down. Now Oheb, look at the damages coming in from the Shuriken. Will he be able to bring him down? Yes.
Oheb!
Oh, still alive!
Oheb is still alive.
Oheb is still alive because of the
Aqua. Look at Aqua.
Nice block coming in from Renegade, and now 3 lanes about to push in for the side of Blacklist. An extended team fight on the side of RSG. They find the Lord, they find the kills, and now they're up ahead by 2K.
You know what, for RSG Philippines, they need to maintain a composure, so it will start at around this time. So we could see that nice penalty zone from Nax. So Oheb was instantly gone on the map because of the Blade Armor, which I mentioned prior to this team fight. And look at Light, almost low on life, does the healing for 4 players, but Edward and even Haji was forced to back away. So I gotta be looking for RSG. Again, it's all about composure for them if they really want to end this game because there is damage already for Oheb and the rest of players of Blacklist. This is the overtime, overextension. They got the Lord.
Yeah.
They could have went in for other objectives.
They could have done that, but I guess both teams just want blood. This has been the trend for the entire game. Everybody sees a fight, they go for it. We rarely see a fight that doesn't break out. They usually just burn a lot of stuff and then they go all in. And I'm loving it. You know, I love a slugfest when I see one.
That
Blacklist,
clash.
RSG, just fight again and again. I love MPL Philippines. I love it so much.
That clash was really long. It's an understatement to say that was long because if you look at the instant replay, you would actually think that was the in-game highlights of the post-game match.
Yeah.
It was
just really long.
It was just one team fight.
That replay was definitely as long as it was an entire minute long. You know, that fight was incredibly action-packed for a wipeout. I mean, at this point, RSG is doing great in terms of calling the shots for fights, but they can't do this again and again if ever Blacklist does find a good engage. So Eman right now in a good spot, has a lot of damage. He's the guy to find if you're Blacklist.
You know what, for Blacklist International, for RSG, they need to do something against Edward because every time Edward's there's a possibility for Blacklist International to actually disrupt the formation that they have. Now for RSG, Light has been consistent on those motivation roars, even the positioning of Nats. It's okay as long as I don't get a kill. If I'm able to do a penalty zone against Oheb, then I'm perfectly fine. Look at the zone.
Oh, you're right on to Sensui, but Ashley went for Haji instead. Now Oheb, they want to try and secure Haji, but look at Edward going right after Eman. Will he be able to take it down?
He's gonna die!
I think he's gonna die. And now Haji with a beautiful counterattack to bring down the jungler of RSG Raiders. And now RSG Light trying to tank up everything. That's gonna be 1-for-1, but RSG, they lost their retribution holder.
Oh no, no jump jungler for RSG means they cannot take this Lord. It might just be reset, but Blacklist, they're not going to allow that advantage to just vanish. They're going to pull the Lord for themselves, and they're going to start this. Nats, it's up to him. It's up to Nats to find a good penalty zone or perhaps turn this around. But the question remains, can he?
Oh, Sensui secured that Lord. And now RSG, they want to go for the counterattack, but Renegade and Nats will fall down, and XP for a roamer, but Blacklist got the Lord.
Okay, that was a nice counterplay for Blacklist International, and the call to actually take that Lord. So even if Renegade is down, it's just the 19 seconds. So if ever the Lord responds, definitely Renegade is already up. Now for RSG, the struggle during that moment is again because of the nice zone from Renegade, and at the same time, Edward finding where MN is. So since the composition of RSG, they need Light to be in front. Somehow there's a struggle because am I to defend or help Eman?
Yeah.
Or am I to set up a play for my teammates? So a battle of which and which.
There's a lot of questions, internal dialogue for RSG here. The priorities has to be set up quite well. Do we protect MN or do we go for OHEB? Both question. OHEB does have the flicker, and not having the purify means he has to stay sharp. He has to make sure that he doesn't get crowd controlled the first time in the match. But RSG, they were going to be able to defend this, melt the Lord quite quickly, even if it is a Luminous Lord.
RSG right now, I do agree that they have the dilemma. But apart from that, I think they really need to control Irad when it comes to the overextensions, because there are a lot of overextension plays coming in from RSG. Although they were able to take down trades, but it's going to be a problem if you're going to lack another member in the Lord take.
Yeah, now Blacklist just dancing around with RSG here. No big objective to take, and that means they shouldn't take fights, you know? If ever they do, I cannot see a reason for it, apart from trying to take the turrets. A lot of low HP turrets here for the side of RSG, and just we were talking about it, one turret goes down. Let's look at the item build brought to you by FWD Life Insurance. What can we see here, Chantel? Is there anything that pops to your mind or just blows your mind away?
It's just a lot of respect for both gold winners, for both teams, because the two players are actually wearing blade armor. So anyone, either Sensui or even Edward, could actually soak in the damage of the junglers. I mean, for the gold winners of RSG. Same goes with RSG. So one thing for RSG is that, again, Eman uses the Purify. So once Edward uses the Petrify, then anyone can literally jump. So it's gonna be a connection between Renegade and OHEB. I mean, Renegade and Edward rather. Now for RSG, they just need Ako to slow down the players and have Blight do that Minowan's Fury.
Yeah, RSG right now, they are trailing by 1,000, but it doesn't really matter that much considering how close this game is. One good play could change this, and they've been constantly applying a lot of vision through the Astral Echo, and Edward just applying pressure, using the mobility of a Benedetta, just making sure to be able to chip down those turrets as fast as possible.
Wow.
And he would succeed in doing so.
That's the beauty of the Benedetta. He could do objectives, take down objectives, and at the same time be at the right place at the right time when it comes to taking down neutral objectives like this Lord.
Oh no, the Bruno might just be a spot here by
Edward, yeah.
Edward, but they don't really go all in just yet. This might just be another long Lord dance here, unless, of course, somebody makes a crucial error, but still, nobody batting an eye on Edward down bottom lane.
Edward continuing to do his job, applying pressure on the bottom lane, but now Irad spots Sensui with a violent Requiem. No! Continuing to deal damage, and now Renegade is now low. Look at Aqua, look at OHEB. Everyone's just free hitting. No! But it's gonna be OHEB. Filipino Sniper is now down, but the Lord is still up, and Blacklist gets that Lord!
Oh wow, what a play coming in from Agent Zero, going in for Mission Impossible. Blacklist International, that's how you know that they're staying calm under pressure, but the 5-man squad of RSG immediately just melts down on that 16-minute Lord.
Okay, this is 20-second cooldown for OHEB before he's...
Oh! They want to go for it! Light with a Manoa Fury, plus the penalty zone, plus the violent Requiem, and now the tower is down! RSG continuing to give everything that they got. And now Sensui is down. OHEB is down. RSG brings down the middle lane turret.
Man, if that Braces Wrath landed, that could have been a way different story. But Edward, he's still going in.
He has
Eye for an eye. Renegade is there.
And now Renji with the Primal Wrath, but Haji wants to go for after Eman and brings him down. It's actually the hitman. And now Haji sacrifices his life for the better good of the agents. OHEB is also down. OHEB is still alive, flexing his muscles.
Might be triple.
On the retreat. It might be a triple kill. He has the immortality though, but he's not going to be able to sustain the Filipino sniper.
Killing spree for OHEB, and there's a big minion wave up top. It might just be a big push. Might just be an inhib for the side of Blacklist.
Okay, in terms of clearing of minion wave, not enough damage actually from RSG. They can actually go for an end.
It's just Nats. Nats is alone against 3 agents, and now as they bring down Nats, RSG will go down as well.
This winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Blacklist International, after stealing that Lord, secures the win.
You know what? I don't know how to analyze this, but it's just that both of our teams doesn't really want to back away whenever there is a team fight. Even at that last moment, the difference for Bruno and again against the carry is that the movement speed. So every time the carry does the skill, as compared to the second skill of the Bruno, there is a light wheel. So OHEB can deal damage against the other players every time we do the side dashes. The dashes from left to right.
The light wheel. The light wheel find
He's the
found
running
light.
man.
No, there's a lot of attacks coming out of OHEB, you know. It's every time that we see OHEB, we know for a fact that he's going to deal a lot of damage, mainly with the way that he built his well. We're going to discuss everything later. But, you know, for now, you could get ready to party for MLBB's anniversary celebration on October 7th. The 5th anniversary Encore selection chest and the 7th anniversary achievement from unlocking the annual fun data are up for grabs.
Just chat happy 7th anniversary on MLBB to claim even more rewards. And guess what? All heroes will be free for a limited time. So round up your friends and have a blast together.
Guys full of energy like
You
that.
deserve that. Wow.
Wow, you know? All the heroes are free. Make sure to log in and play with your friends. But real talk, it's the best time to invite your friends to play MLBB. Is when the heroes are free, they can try whoever.
Yeah.
Especially in Classic. Do not try whoever in Ranked.
Yes, please.
Lessen the people who...
Just please.
You know,
Just please, please,
don't do it in ranked,
Just
you know.
don't
But
do it.
in Classic, you can do whatever you want.
Yes.
Play Bane tank, go for it. Do you want to play a Bruno with magic damage? Try it out. And don't at me if ever you do though. Like
Please don't.
It did not
I don't
come
want
from
you
me.
to be part of my friend list.
Oh wow. Oh wow, I'm hurt, Chantel.
I'm just kidding.
I'm sure. I'm sure like you will be able to talk about the game number 1.
I'm
It
not
was
sure.
action packed. Actually, I'm not sure because there's a lot of stuff that happened there. What was your favorite stuff that happened there?
My favorite stuff was unleashing Season 8 OHEB.
Let's not do that. Season 8, OHEB did a few questionable things, so I don't want to see all of it.
Yeah.
Let's go to our analyst to analyze game number 1. Chantel, your time to shine.
Setup tank or sustain? You know what? Never mind. Let's focus on the team fights for this game. Again, Blacklist International, they never backed down for every initiation that RSG did, and they're just ready. And all I gotta say, it is really an OHEB Season 8 that we see, and even Haji and everyone from Blacklist International is just ready to assess the situation and knew what RSG is somehow lacking on every team fight that they do. So again, for Blacklist International, there was this guy that did massive damage versus RSG, which is our smart MVP, by the way. So Haji on that Valentina play, I mean, he has the damage, he has the mobility as well. So all he needs to do is just poke and poke against RSG with 246 KDA, 581 gold per minute, and even team fight participation of 57%. I mean, for Haji, again, a KDA machine is really evident for this game. And we can see on our overall MVP highlights, which includes our fist bumps, prior the dangerous or kind of chaotic type of play from both of our teams. It all started with RSG very, very aggressive on those team fights. I mean, the sustain from Light was there, the motivation roar, and even a tons on that energy eruption. It was a battle of which team has more skills that could cast for every team fight. So Haji did a great job on that IMU Minoan series. We just saw that at around 9 minutes and 30 seconds. And this time, again, Haji with those side steps and the taunts. And it's as if RSG is somehow baited to set up a play against them. Came 10-minute game time, was 1.5k goal lead for RSG, but it is where when Irad was a bit too deep in the formation of Blacklist, hence the shutdown for the carry. So with that kill from Oheb, it means that he has a lot of gold because of that kill. So came 13-minute game time, it was the Lord objective wherein Irad was actually killed by Blacklist International. This is where it started. Ivanats had his own exchange of kill, but yep, again, Blacklist International just doing the things that he needed to do. For Renegade, he just needs to zone out Eman, and it's okay as long as Oheb and other players or other teammates are actually alive for the team fight. And look at Nats actually zoning out Oheb, and this is the speedy light wheel that we have been talking. Actually, there was a ball from Eman that actually secured a kill against Oheb. But to make it short, I mean, the story of Blacklist International for this game is just they are prepared to go for the counter initiation, and they also have their own taste of a prolonged, if we might say, prolonged Minoan series because of the Edith Earth Shatter as well. So 80-minute game time, again with the movement speed of Oheb, with the help of Freddy and with the help of 2 minions. It was easy for Blacklist International to win that game. And if we look at the jungling pattern actually of Sensui, which is one of the biggest factors for Blacklist International's win, is because of the because of him securing majority of the objectives. So Sensui from the start of our game up until the 5-minute game time, he was just rotating on the goal lane because again, it was a battle of the goal lane. Actually, it was a battle of everyone. Everyone has to step up on the specific role that they are doing, and even on the emblem builds, it was just evident. So again, we've mentioned for Nats, it's really more on the sustain and even the damage that he could bring. Now, Edward. I mean, kudos to Edward. Hats off to Edward's performance because this is how a Benedetta should be played. I mean, fast clearing of minion wave. After clearing the minion wave, he's already there. So prior to the team fight initiation from either Sensui or either Renegade, Edward is already at possession. So there's someone at the back on standby that could actually find where Eman or actually could give vision as well against RSG Philippines. So in terms of tower, totally ties, 7-7. Lord objective, Sensui. And the third objective, it was Sensui. So it is somewhere the factor wherein RSG's found it difficult to secure the objectives, right? So again, for RSG and even Blacklist International, we're just prepared for another jump-packed action. And looking at the overall team statistics, damage to dirt, of course, it's going to be Blacklist International because they were able to secure and actually win the game. Monster gold stolen, again, for RSG Philippines, they were on the lead. It was just Blacklist International that had the better opportunity to go for a one-way push. So 14-14 is the score. We have Eminence the Reach guy. Ace is Eminence as well. Majority actually is from RSG, but again, it is all about how you will, it's not really about how you will start a game. It's really about how you will end a game and how you will win a game. So for Blacklist International, they don't have the sustain, yes, but they have the counter, or they have the set to counter initiate. And that has been the story of our game number 1. I'm looking forward for game number 2. Same goes with Ingan and Umi.
Yo, love the crowd control, of course, coming in from Blacklist International. We asked the question earlier if they could fight the sustain coming in from the Minotaur, and the answer was yes. The Minotaur was able to sustain quite a bit, but again, it was the best of both worlds, and with that, you don't really go for the mastery of one. They had crowd control, but they didn't have good sustain, and the good sustain that they had wasn't enough to secure a win against Blacklist International. So with that, you'd have to show your support if you're an RSG fan, and you could show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. And of course, apart from that, there are other things that you could get in-game as well.
You can actually purchase the weekly diamond pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%.
Wow!
That you can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
You gotta beat that. You gotta beat that.
And you guys,
oh, it's short turn.
Go,
that was fast. And you guys, are you guys worrying about Missing the rewards?
Yes. Just log in.
Just log in the game every day and Layla's saving box will automatically save them from you. Besides, item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you too.
Whew, this offer
the adrenaline
is
rush
just
is from
too
my
good
foot
to
my
miss.
head.
It's just too good to miss, guys. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now. Go get your diamonds, go get your skins. There are a lot of beautiful skins so far, and the one from Brazil is really amazing. The Beatrix skin, the Festival Plaza, whatever. I forgot the name, but I'm sorry, Moonton. It's hard to remember the skin names, you know? Unless it's Neo Beast, it's quite catchy. I'm also quite excited for the Ducati skins. I'm a Benedetta enjoyer myself, you know, the Irithel as well. It's already announced. I'm sure I could say that and not get penalized. Yeah? Yeah, it's
There's
already,
a video already.
There's a video already. Thank
If
you.
you get penalized, it is Naisus.
Yes, my name is Naisu if I do get penalized.
Kasi confirmed yesterday.
Let's go to our insider to check out on the teams. Brigida, it's your time to shine.
Thank you so much, casters. At talaga ngayon, medyo maiiba muna tayo ng bahagya dahil meron tayong mga kasama na nagmula na naman sa kabilang liga. So, kasama natin ngayon, RRQ Kaitos, Mark TZ, and ONIC Arsenal's James Punks. Okay, eto Ito, tinatagurian natin sila ngayong Tony Labrusca at Joshua Garcia ng MDL Philippines. Oh, ano ba? Grabe yung mga cheers na natatanggap. Parang agree yung mga tao dun sa mga natin, natawag natin sa kanila. Di ba? Nakaka-flatter naman. Sige, simulan na natin to. Dahil pakiramdam ko, medyo mainit-init to. Kasi kakatapos lang nilang magtapat the previous week. Unahin na natin si James Pang. Tumatawa ka na, wala pa man Etong tanong ko sa'yo. James Punks.
Ano po?
James Punks.
Hello.
Sino sa inyo ni Tony Labrusca yung mas magaling mag-Lancelot?
Siya po.
Ay! Okay. Pag Joshua Garcia, humble daw. Ganon. So, siya. Sure ka?
Sure.
Final answer?
Final.
Oh, final. Hello.
Hello.
Ayan. Tony Labrusca. Malakas yung cheers mo dun sa likod kasi parang andun lang yung team mo Oh, di ba? So, ito yung tanong ko para sa'yo. Pagkatapos palagi ng mga laban nila sa MDL, kinilala namin siya na madalas gumaganito May nilalabas na hindi ko malabas kasi wala ako nun. Anong workout mo?
Chest, legs.
Chest as in, chest. Ano ba yun? Bakit chest? Diba? Paano ka mag-workout gamit yung chest? Chest. Yung workout niya, chest, legs, hindi niya in-include yung kanina pa niya pinapakita. Matagal na niya pinapakita sa MPL. Nasaan ba yung Para sa mga viewers, turo mo nga, saan yung exit? Yung exit.
Nandun.
Teka, hindi nakita. Saan ulit yung exit? Saan ulit yung exit?
Nandun.
Andun. Pero dalawa yung exit So, para lang sa inyong kaalaman, dalawa. Okay. Medyo, grabe yung mga sigawan, nakakabigla. Eto, medyo tayo. Sige, balik tayo ng onte sa MDL at sa kung ano nga bang mga kaganapan natin. Actually, ngayon daw, pantay na pantay lang yung points netong dalawang teams na to. RRQ Kaito and even ONIC Arsenals. Pero safe to say, nasa upper half sila ng standings natin. So medyo kahit pa paano, hawak-hawak na nila, abot kamay yung playoffs. So tanungin muna natin si James Punks, Joshua Garcia. So anong mga plano nyo in the coming weeks para panghawakan yung spot nyo? At talagang ano yung mga plano nyo coming into playoffs?
Sa ano po namin magparami pa ng hero pool tapos mag-practice pa ng mag-practice. Yun lang. Sa mga paparating na laban mag-ready kayo kasi nag-ready kami doon.
Oy, andito lang, may nakarinig agad nung mensahe mo Mag-ready kayo kasi nagre-ready rin kami. At saka alam mo, tinanong kasi kita, sino mas magaling mag-Lancelot? Pero hindi ko tinanong, sino mas magaling mag-Fanny? Hindi ko tinanong, di ba? Siguro mag-iiba yung sagot, pero atin-atin na lang yun para naman yung pagiging Joshua Garcia andun pa rin. Ikaw naman, ano bang plano nyo sa RRQ Kaito?
Stick to plan lang kami. Grind lang. Everyday, ganun.
Stick to plan lang. Stick to workout. Ganon. Yung paulit-ulit lang. Sige, fist bump tayo. Kasi katatapos na. O, di ba? Kita-kits kapag ka nagtapat kayo sa playoffs. Good luck sa inyong dalawa. Alam kong aabangan yan ng napakaraming mga viewers din natin sa MDL Philippines. At oras na rin yata para ipagpatuloy natin yung aksyon na kanina pa inaabangan ng mga on-site viewers natin dito. Kaya naman, ibabalik na natin siya sa ating mga casters. Casters, sa inyo na muna.
Thank you, Brigida, for that wonderful insider segment. We did see two of our MDL players just talk it out. Both of them extremely humble, which I hate. I love it when players are, I wouldn't say arrogant, but
Proud.
confident about their
Confident and
stuff. You know? But I guess it's the meta out there. Be humble, because usually the louder players do get a lot of heat from fans.
Yeah.
That's what I see. That's what I see. I don't know what you guys see.
You know what I saw?
What did you see?
Go back to MDL, the one where RRQ won. You would see Mark Teasy flex his triceps.
Triceps.
During the winning moment, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite the bodybuilder. I don't know what the triceps is.
I'm a bodybuilder, but more on the body fats.
Body fat, a body fat builder. That's something. What's the tricep? Show me show the tricep. There you go. I actually know what the tricep is. I just wanted to see Ingan do it. So
He's letting me shine, yes.
you know, we're having fun here. Hopefully you guys are having fun as well at home or on site. Once again, we invite you to come over here in Shooting Gallery Studios or MPL Arena. The draft is about to start. We're talking about a game number 2 where RSG is still trailing a game. What adjustments can we expect to see?
Definitely in terms of draft, because right, for the last pick, it was the hero for Irad. So we saw the strategy of Blacklist International wherein they banned out Fanny, Lancelot, Baksha, and even other heroes. So there were no other heroes left to be in par. Although Akai was open earlier, so maybe go back to that sustain and be not too fancy in terms of the jungler role or jungler hero.
And for Blacklist, they were able to secure a win. Ingan, do you think they should stick with that strategy or show something new?
Yeah, actually, like what Chantel said in the K2V, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So for me, Blacklist, they really performed well. Although they were having a hard time during the early games. I think it was meant, what happened, they were meant to do that. Whatever happened during game number 1, Blacklist intended to do that.
Yeah, and looking at the healers, they could go for the bans here. RSG, they're taking out the Angela and the Mathilda, two of the most potent healers in the current meta, where if you give a team a Mathilda, you're giving them an almost unfair advantage. But in terms of healers, Chantel, do you think the Rafaela could show herself in this match?
Yes, definitely. But for RSG, it's up to them if they will open it. But yeah, for RSG, I don't think that they will give Renegade the opportunity because it was banned actually for a Blacklist International. So now that okay, so RSG, I'm starting to question: are they to ban Fredrin? Could be an option for them, but Baksha is still open, which Sensui plays, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of tank junglers actually for Sensui, and excited to see the Baksha once again. It's quite a while. It's been quite a while since we last saw a Baksha, and by quite a while I mean yesterday. Because we do see a lot of Bakshas in MPL, and now we're gonna see the first pick. Don't be shy, lock in the Fredrin. That's what we want to see.
Sure, 100% sure.
Yeah, go for it.
But I think this time RSG, they waived Basha. That's why Blacklist was able to ban it in the second banning phase. I think just stick to what works. Go for the Basha in the first picking phase.
King of the Jungle, 44% pick rate, while the Lancelot has a higher ban rate. Question remains, is the King actually the one that's most picked, or the one that you can't even pick? Because it's always banned.
I will go to the route that Fredrin is literally the king of the jungle because...
Wait, Chantel, I'm sorry, that was a rhetorical question. Let's go to the draft. Don't throw tissue paper at me.
Anyway,
Translate it on the other side.
I was preparing myself for...
I'm sorry.
To answer you.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the effort. I really do.
Anyway, okay.
We love you here. All right, translate Edith. What can we say about this?
There's a better option for RSG because earlier they gave out Edith and Valentina. So with Edith and Valentina both on Blacklist International, there was a huge counterplay for Blacklist. Now Blacklist can actually do the same. So I'm not sure if Renegade will use the Minotaur, but imagine just if you have the Penalty Zone and then the Minoan Fury, that's kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
But carry. Oh,
Oh.
early carry.
Still Valentina. So 3 picks from game number 1 is locked in for Blacklist. But Edith, on the other hand, is with RSG. So it's curious. I'm actually curious what the hitman or will he be the hitman or the heel man for the game number 2?
Oh, I'm excited to see too. And what I don't like about RSG's draft right now, it's quite obvious where the Edith is going. With the Terizla already locked in as well, you already know that this Edith will not go to the XP lane.
Oh, yeah.
It's most likely going to the hands of Light, who loves playing around this Edith. But we don't know, we haven't seen a gold lane Edith, but it is quite possible. But against a carry, I'm not quite sure. You're just gonna get bullied the entire laning phase. And last pick, I summoned D Naisu.
Big damn!
Who was the top one Philippines scored for now also a caster. We love you. I'm quite sure you're watching right now.
Yeah.
Not sure where, but look at the draft index. I do think that the hero DPS once again goes to the hands of Blacklist. What else could you see here for the draft index, Chantel?
Actually, in terms of DPS, technically a Blacklist is on the higher side because of the early carry pick for the team. So that's what's lacking for RSG. They're golden here, right? So for the side of RSG, what's really nice, I mean, for Blacklist International, what's really nice is that they have higher chance on taking objectives. But with the Gord, in terms of late game, they have the burst as long as someone could actually take down or one good earth shatter against the carry. So probably Oheb will have a purify spell.
Oh, you know what I love about this Gord is it's a big counter pick to the Fredrin. You literally just melt him right in the front lines, and now they're gonna take out the Agent Zero special. They don't want none of the Benedetta.
The Edward play or the Benedetta play of Edward earlier was just really difficult. Fast on clear the minion wave, so this is a good ban for RSG. So with this type of lineup for RSG, we are still looking forward as to what hero is actually for Eman. So Marksman Iksha could be picked actually, since they are these two teams actually plays Iksha. But is it big? Okay, so they banned out Guinevere this time around. So yep, probably gold lane already for RSG. Or I mean, the strategy so far for Coach Panda has been not to reveal Irad's hero. But yeah, Martis is open. Could be an option for them. Baxter is still open, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he was banned out.
Okay,
Second banning
so
phase.
Martis is still open for them. Crowd control, pretty on par for both.
Yeah, actually, I'm really intrigued of what Irad would pick. A while ago, he picked Guinevere. I could safely say it was kind of a cheese pick, but right now, the Lancelot is open. But Martis, they went for the clear or more sure route. Martis for Irad.
I like this Martis pickup. There's always a debate whether Fredrin or Martis is better. And I would always say that Fredrin is still the safer pick in terms of drafting phase. But if you could play around the Martis, especially if you have the early game CC and damage, you could definitely go in for the early game snowball. And all of the qualifications we're having that is already in the hands of RSG. You have the early game damage coming in from the Gord, and you also have the crowd control coming in from the Edith. So by all means, this Martis is looking great for the side of RSG. And now we're going to wait for the last two picks of Blacklist. I guess we have Akito, but we are going to see an Arlet. We haven't seen a lot of these for a long time, and it's gonna go to the hands of Agent Zero, and they finish it off with a Kaja, one of the most banned heroes as well.
You know what? For Blacklist International, this is a nice option for them for the Arlot, because basically it's almost the same concept with the Benedetta. Difference is the crowd control with the final slash. So I was thinking of what's the hero I mentioned again? I just said it, but I forgot. But anyway, this is a good option, Arlot. So now for RSG. Guinevere is not an option because it was banned. I mean, Marcus is already here. So looking for that marksman hero could be No, Clint is not good for this one. Brunus could be still.
It's the Iksha.
It's the Iksha.
You already know, RSG was the first team to bring it out. RSG's gonna bring it out as much as possible. The Iksha locked in for the side of RSG. Our gold lane matchup, we already know that the Iksha does have the range advantage, but let's look at the draft index one last time here. What did you guys see? Which is the major difference down bottom lane here? Hero DPS quite the same now, but crowd control's an objective. Blacklist is looking to have the lead over there.
Because of the high crowd control prowess that Blacklist International has, hence the higher potential for them or higher possibility for them to secure an objective. So now for RSG, all they need to do is to capitalize on that burst from the Gord as much as possible, but it might be a little difficult for Ako because of the Arlot play. It could dive in. And we've mentioned about the difference in terms of the marksman or the gold lane heroes that were chosen for both Oheb and Eman. It's up to their teammates on how they will give him the proper support.
Now Blacklist RSG, game number 2. Can Blacklist actually secure a sweep against the Raiders once more? The last time these teams met up in week 1, Blacklist was able to make quick work of RSG. And now RSG has the chance, has the tools to secure a game number 3 against them. They've been struggling for the past few weeks, but now it's their chance to change that script to a better tone. Let's enter the land of dawn. Blacklist International up by 1. What can we expect in the early gaming end?
Looking at RG's lineup, I think they're heavily reliant on those layering of skills. I mean, if they want to utilize Iksha's full barrage, the crowd controls, the ultimates from each and every single member needs to connect. They need to maximize that. Apart from Blacklist, where Hitman is back at his normal form, he has the Kaja. The pick-off potential for the agents is impeccable.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting for that flicker Divine Judgment coming in from Renegade here, but a lot of pokes coming out here in the top lane. Mid lane is a different story though. The range advantage really shows when you're looking at Renegade versus the Edith.
Okay, so looking at the difference in terms of the emblems, or the emblems for both marksmen. So what's really nice for this guy is more on the attack speed. So it's really on the positioning for Eman to be detrimental in this game. But the difference in terms of the itemization as well. So for Oheb, it's already 880 and 790 for Eman. Wait.
Renegade, light spotted out the Hitman. It has a hit list on Renegade. One more hit. Aqua finishes the job.
Flicker burnt as well for the side of Renegade. Quite unfortunate for the Hitman.
Okay, so for RSG right now, what's effective for them is the continuous rotation.
Oh no!
Edward will go down as well. RSG starting out strong with 2-0.
Well, at that moment, Edward had no choice. He needed to clear that minion wave because of the turtle respawning in just a few seconds. So he wanted to clear as much as possible, but RSG didn't give him the opportunity, as to why they are now on the lead, 1.1k in terms of gold.
And this is really good. If you're a Raider, having this early game setup snowball for Irad is something that you want to see, but that's already 1 kill going to the hands of their jungler and first turtle, as well as it will go uncontested. First turtle going to the hands of RSG this time around, and down bottom lane, no counterplay coming in from Blacklist.
Ultra fast turtle take for RSG PH, and they actually want to go and extend this by going for that purple buff, but Blacklist, they want to contest. Another beautiful penalty zone from Nats. And now who got the purple buff?
Nats did.
Nats did.
Nats was able to secure it, but they do miss that onward. Edward still in trouble, gets burnt down with a stare coming in from Aqua. Now Light gonna deal a bit more damage. RSG steamrolled into the early game.
And this is the usual RSG type of raid play. So continuously just rotating on the area or the territory of Blacklist International. And this is an ultra fast rotation for them. Even at the bottom lane though.
Eman, flicker out, but he can't sustain the answer of the agents with 3 members onto him.
And that was such a quick rotation coming in from Blacklist. It was quite the tempo-breaking play for RSG, but a 1v1.
1v1 between Nats and Sensui. Will he be able to cast that? No! The Appraiser's Wrath wasn't casted. Nats brings him down.
What is happening with Blacklist right now? It feels like they're scrambled all around. It's already almost a 2-level lead here. But Nats, he commits a crucial error, but a lot of healing comes in from his abilities as well. So not so crucial after all.
And take note, guys, that Nats is already at level 6. So a huge gap as compared to Edward's Orlot. So Edward is at 0-2-0. So we might not see an aggressive Edward as compared to game number 1. So okay, again, it's just continuous rotation for both teams. But definitely the effectivity is on RSG side. Now at 2.2k gold lead with the Marcus play.
RSG smells blood, and they're after. But look at Erad. What a beautiful play coming in from Renji, but it's not going to be enough. OHEB is going to go down. And now I think the next target for RSG is going to be that bottom lane turret.
Yeah, bottom lane turret plus the turtle as well. RSG with a great rotation in the bottom lane. Takes down 2 objectives and a kill. RSG definitely playing well to their early game objective, win condition rather, and giving Erad as much as of a lead as possible.
So what happened earlier at game number 1, it was also RSG at the lead, but the difference this time around, Blacklist doesn't really have the trades that they have been doing on game number 1, so it might be difficult for them since this is scaling type of marksman, and even Edward is being zoned out already or intimidated by the damage that Nats has. So this time around, RSG is just continuously moving across the territory of Blacklist.
It's hard to be Blacklist right now. Almost all of your lanes are losing in terms of early game damage. So I think it's almost Ube time for them. 4 people already grouping up. If you can't beat them alone, beat them together. And I think that's the shot call right now for Blacklist International as they guide OHEB through his lane, guide Sensui through his jungle, and now Edward is left alone.
Ooh, not anymore. They want to go for Agent Zero this time, and now Blacklist want to answer right back in the bottom lane. Sensui zoning out Erad as well as Nats. They got the objective, and they were able to escape.
Okay, this is a very nice rotation for Blacklist International. Although for RSG, they're forcing as well to do a contest.
Light.
Okay.
Not for the penalty zone, but they were able to evade it. And now RSG, will they go for this orange buff? Will they go for the contest? Will they go for the initiate? I think knows the answer.
They just went for the turret instead. They were able to get a few objectives here and there, and was still able to steal away that orange buff, sadly. RSG ahead by almost 5,000. Looking at the items here, Chantel, what can you see?
This is actually huge of a lead for RSG. And at the same time, we have 2 equipments already. Final equipments for the tankiers of RSG, which is detrimental for Blacklist International because I mean, they have sustain, yes, but if it is countered as early as now and they don't have the items, RSG will definitely deal massive damage against them.
Ooh, RSG, Light, what a beautiful knockoff, but look at Aqua, double kill. No, that's actually MN. The layering of skills from RSG is on point.
Whoa.
And now that penalty zone onto Haji. Haji has his very own penalty zone, so they can counter initiate, but RSG wants to go for this turtle.
Love the flicker play coming in from Light. A melee onward, no way to counter that unless you have Ultra Instincts turned on out there. Blacklist International, they're slowly losing out on this early game. We're already lost out on majority of the early game, mainly with this 6k gold lead coming in from RSG. They're coming in hot.
Yup, and this is what we're mentioning that for Martes, it is a snowball potential. With early 2 kills, look at the damage from Aqua as well because of the Mystic Projectile. If I'm up against a Gord, sometimes I don't know where the Mystic Projectile will land.
You know, actually, it's supposed to be easy to dodge that Mystic Projectile. It takes 3 bounds to pop it, but for some reason, it keeps connecting. Aqua is doing an amazing job in zoning out the front line and the back line of Blacklist.
Yeah, and with that zoning potential, we are seeing a lot of siege coming in from RSG. All 3 lanes pushing against the favor of Blacklist International. Now Light, the conceal play is will not be able to get anybody on the side of Blacklist, and now the siege continues. Another turret goes to the hands of RSG.
This is a very, very fast rotation from RSG, 7.6k gold lead at around 7-minute game time. So for Blacklist International, clearing of minion wave is kind of difficult for them. And knowing that Haj is at level 8, so the passive of this Valentina is somehow not going to work against an Aqua, which is at 302.
This is a very clean game for the Raiders. Coming off a devastating loss against Blacklist, but right now outperforming them in the early to the mid game, and actually dominating game number 2. And as we look at the instant replay, look at the layering of skills from RSG, Eman and Aqua. Beautiful plays.
Ultra fast instincts coming in from the side of Light, knowing that he has the flicker onward combo on the right guy. Blacklist International, they got to step up their game this time around if they want the sweep. It's RSG. This is looking to be their game to lose with a 7k gold lead. and it's really hard to throw away this type of lead, especially at this early part of the game.
Yep, one wrong move from RSG could be a cause of a win for Blacklist International, so they need to be mindful of the possibility as well from a Red J and even Oheb, a specialty play on the Divine Judgment. So one Divine Judgment, actually the perfect target as of the moment is Irad. If they are able to stop Irad, then they have the opportunity to actually take the Lord.
And that they just did.
Speaking of Irad, he's now going to go down at the most crucial moment. The Lord is now up.
No.
He knows this. They want to go engage in half the beautiful penalty zone. And now Hachi's the recipient of every single thing RSG is giving them. 2 members are now down for Blacklist.
Going for the flicker full barrage. Ehman, a lot of damage coming out of this Iksha. Now Oheb will be trying to strike back. Still, no conversions coming in from Blacklist International apart from that kill. RSG was able to take down another turret as everything was happening. Damage received, Sensui leads the ranks, and that's a sad stat to have when you're 7k behind.
Yep, and also if you are the jungler of the other team, because it's as if RSG is just willing to burst down Sensui whenever he is in front of the team fight. Now for Blacklist International, it was a good call for them, but for RSG, they are well prepared in terms of equipment and at the same time good usage on that conceal. And you know what? Light and Nuts layering of that penalty zone and even Earth Shatter, it's just really difficult for Blacklist to contest.
Now 10 minutes in, RSG with the Lord, an 8k gold lead as well. Aqua having the game of his life here, 3-0-3 on the score, but you could say the same for Light. Still a perfect game for this Rome Edith, one of his newer, I would say newer comfort picks. We have seen him play this quite a lot.
You know, I thought you were going to say Aqua was having the time of his life. I thought you were going to say Naisu as well.
You know, Naisu as well. So honestly, him watching this board is already making him smile.
My gourd is back.
Gourd Koyan, or in
Koyan.
English, that's my gourd.
Yeah.
Yup. And speaking of another arsenal for RSG side, aside from Aqua is the Lord, which is marching at the bottom lane. So Nuts and Light doesn't have the flicker, so we won't see those flashy setup plays. But for Blacklist International, basically the same with 3 heroes with no flickers. Even Sensui can really be up front. They need to defend this one.
Oh, RSG Light goes in as bottom lane turret will now be destroyed. And now Sensui is the first man down. Turrets are falling down for Blacklist. They have to move away, but Light catches them off guard as the Lord is still up. And now RSG might be able to extend this series with a clean game number 2.
What a dominant team fighting capacity, or capability rather, coming in from RSG. That winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. RSG just proved everyone that game 1, despite being let's just say definitely a Blacklist favorite, they could do the same and even worse. That was such a great game coming in from Light and Aqua, and that will effectively increase the games in this series to 3, and they have a chance to secure a reverse sweep.
And yeah, for RSG, what's nice is that the keys to victory was to be the one that will set up the pace. So this is the full potential of RSG if they are the ones that deals continuous pressure for their opposing team. It's as if Blacklist International didn't have any breather during that game. A kill after a kill, someone comes in for that massive flashy setup play, and then someone comes in for the decimate. I don't know where to look at because a lot has been happening, even the ultimate from the Gord. Yeah.
I actually agree, because if you've noticed in game number 1, RSG was doing the same thing. They were aggressive. They were the very first aggressors. But this time, as you mentioned, they were able to control the pace. They didn't let Blacklist get any trades or any objectives away from RSG.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, they did struggle a lot, especially in the early parts of the game. I do think that the Terizla played exceptionally well in the XP lane. They were able to find fights that were I would say that would take out the limbs of Edward in the earlier parts to the mid game as well. It was such a hard game to play Arlet, then my God, that was a big struggle coming in from Edward. By the way, epic prizes are waiting for you. Get the chance to win a gaming monitor, gaming chair, or headset. Just scan the QR code below your screens and answer the survey, brought to you by FWD, our expert wingman. Visit fwd.com.ph for more details. Yeah, you said it was an epic game for RSG. They were able to do a lot of things that they weren't able to do in game 1.
specifically dominate. Let Irad dominate. When he got that Martis, he never let go. He was a beast, a different animal.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yes.
ready to move on. I thought you.
I thought you were. I thought you were still about to say something. I was pausing. I was waiting for the next moment, and it never came. And Ingan,
That's a bait play.
nice bait play. You know, I'm sure a lot of our stuff would still be explained by our analysts. So Chantel, it's your time to shine. Please analyze game number 2.
Thank you so much, Shemai. Beloved co-casters. Again, for that game, it's all about the pacing for RSG Philippines, and almost close to 0 errors during that game. Again, RSG, as long as they're able to pull off from step 1 until step 3, or the main execution of the strategy, then it is effective for them. Now, for Blacklist International, it is the usual play. But yeah, speaking of usual play, we saw the statistics prior this game. Nats is our smart MVP of the game without her display. 307 KDA and gold per minute of 715. It's as if both Nats and Light has been juggling. Okay, who's gonna set first? Am I to do the Earth Shatter or am I to do the penalty zone? So again, this is the same. Emblem set that they actually used from the prior games of the Terizla. And we will see on the overall highlights. It all started with RSG at around 1 minute and 26 seconds. It was the first blood. Actually, we were actually questioning the high potential of this Gord to be assassinated by an Arlot, but it's just RSG that was fully aware of that threat from Blacklist International as to whether they just continued and give space to Aqua as to where he will cast that ultimate, that Mystic Gush. So it came a 3-minute game time. 3-minute game time. This was a solo kill for Nats. Take note that Nats during that moment was around level 6. So there was a huge gap in terms of level, and that we really have to commend that because of the first blood. The kill against Edward earlier, because the game number 1, it was Edward dealing and giving vision for Blacklist International, and it was the other way around for RSG, and this is where we saw that penalty zone and the Earth Shadow. And if you're Blacklist International, where will I go? And RSG, they knew that they shouldn't give Blacklist International the opportunity to go for a comeback, and even Emma in terms of positioning was really on point. Even this last moment, Light was using his flicker to set up a play against Blacklist International, and yeah, there was no breather for Blacklist during that game. And even at the last moment, when RSG actually won, Eman even built a Malefic Roar just to be sure. It was just one last hit for the base. So a killing spree for both Eman and even Irad. So they really wanted for the fast play. I was about to say for Blacklist International, they also wanted to do that. But again, it's very crucial if XP laner is somehow negated in terms of laning, because supposedly it is your extra arsenal in terms of team fights. But yeah, Nats did a great job on the laning. Itemization has the blade armor. Same with game number 1, and even the Athena shield and dominance ice. So gold 40k for RSG. Even the levels, so look at that. MN is at level 14, OHEB is at 11. Majority of the players, actually, majority of the heroes has a huge level gap. So when we say huge level gap, even the cooldown of the skills is very far from each other as compared to Blacklist International and RSG. So it was just RSG with those continuous pokes. Light, by the way, is at 1011. So if we could have had 2 MVPs for this game, it could have been Light and Nats because of the connection that they have. If I were to name them, not Light, never mind. Never mind me naming them. Anyway, for Nats, it was 307. Again, the itemization is on point. Even the purple buff, RSG was just all over the place of the jungle area of Blacklist International. So Blacklist International, since Light has been using Edith, maybe it's a better option for them to have Renegade do the sustain type of tanks, probably those Kufras or any hero that has crowd control. So again, RSG, 11-minute game time, one of the fastest, but still the fastest was the 9 minute and 27 seconds, which by the way, RSG was the same team that was actually able to pull that off. So Irad the 311, Twilight Armor. So after the Sky Guardian helmet, no. First core item rather for Irad was the Twilight Armor. And then there was the Leather Jerkin. So here, overall game statistics, hero damage, it's just 52,000 versus 114,000. Tells a lot about the game. And even a damage to turret. Again, a no-breather for Blacklist International. Rich guy for the game was Eman, 862. Ace of that game is Nats and Wingman. I remember when Umi said that it is a sad statistics to see a jungler who has a lot of damage taken in a single game, because it means that the zoning and the damage of his teammates isn't really sufficient enough to go for a counterplay. So RSG, this is somehow a better pacing for them. Again, if you go back to our keys to victory, it's the pace of the game. And somehow you need to win that pacing against Blacklist International. And probably a new hero for Edward, right? And that has been my analysis for game number 2. And this is our first series for today that will lead to game number 3. I'm really excited of who's gonna win.
You know, it's already, the first game was a clear Blacklist win, and this one is an even clearer RSG win. An 11-minute game, just showing everybody that if they could draft to their strengths, they could definitely just steamroll all over. And the Ixia definitely rising in popularity, even if you're not against Bruno. I'm quite surprised, honestly, because the first time that we saw the Ixia, it was discussed that it was just a counterpick to the Bruno, but now it's looking to be one of the greater pickups in the gold lane, right?
I actually agree with you. And at the same time, I do believe that if RSG wasn't able to pull off those amazing crowd controls, they would have lost that game.
No.
Because it was really hard to pull something like that if your crowd controls aren't connecting. So for me, they really performed well. They were able to do their initial plan, and they were able to execute at the highest level. Because then again, that's 11 minutes and 22 seconds. That was such a dominating and clean game.
And I love the killer instinct coming in from Light as well. He was able to go in for that big play in the later stages of the game. And by later, I mean 10 minutes, because it was just around 11 minutes. He went in for the flicker onward, one of the more devastating combos if you're going in for the Edith, if you want a single target pickoff. Yes, we always see the Earth Shatter paired up with a flicker, but if you pair the flicker with the onward, again, that's flicker first before onward, you get to have this chain of crowd control on a single target that Oheb wasn't able to escape, because as far as I know, he was running the flicker. He wasn't running the Purify, so he had no means of escape. And having that killer instinct on Light definitely helped RSG secure this game number 2. So that means if we go back to the first time that RSG and Blacklist met, this will not be a sweep, and RSG has the chance to make it 1-1 in terms of the matches secured.
Yeah, actually for Blacklist International and for both RSG, maybe they want to change things up. Maybe not a Fredrin first pick, because it's somehow predictable. Or maybe RSG should be at the blue side, so it's something that they could change prior to this draft, or something they could discuss with the team. So with the surprise play from RSG with the Martis, so okay, I'm thinking about the possible strategy for Blacklist.
Yeah.
Since Martis was open earlier, there was an option for Irad to have, since it was usually rotating on Martis, Fredrin, Baksha, and even Akai. So what if they do the hack Anirad type of strategy? Could be one for Blacklist.
Yeah.
Now for RSG, they just have to continue the raid playstyle.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because Blacklist did do that hack and Irad in game number 1 of I think week 1. So that was actually an insane strategy. We rarely get to see that, and we rarely get to see that much of respect for a jungler. And mind you, even if RSG is struggling, everybody knows in the league that Irad is definitely one of those junglers that if you give those comfort picks, games like this could just happen.
But I think Haka Irad's strategy won't work this time, because again, we're at week number 4. And if your coach is Coach Panda, I mean, you would perform, you would train, you would excel, and make sure that even if 5 bans were used for the jungler role, you'll still have something to give. You'll still have something to pick and something to use to dominate.
I agree. Like honestly, if you're a coach like Coach Panda, you wouldn't smile that much. Not because he's a bad coach, but he's just so strict. Like I feel like if I were a pro player, Coach Panda would whip me to shape in like 2 months, and 2 months is being generous. Like I feel like a week with Coach Panda, I'll be a different guy. I'll come back here and I'll have the fundamentals all over my face, and that's just insane.
I mean, tough love has been effective for RSG.
Yeah, we've seen it for quite a while, and Coach Panda, again, all jokes aside, is one of the best coaches in the Philippines right now. If you talk about esports, Hall of Legends inductee as well, and has been a major contributor for what modern coaching looks like. And I really love mentioning this because he was one of those first coaches that took the job seriously. If we go back like 5 years ago, or even 7, 8 years ago, coaching was more of a role filled by the last guy who couldn't make it to the team.
Yeah, that's actually true.
It's usually just the guy who sets up the scrims, no coaching, no analyst, just the guy who does the other stuff. More of a manager. Yeah. But Coach Panda was different. He entered the scene, he was able to change a lot of things, and now modern coaching and then coaches all over the league is following the same pattern that was implemented several years ago. And now we're going to see all of these brilliant coaches in the third draft, and I'm just excited to see whether it's going to be a big win for the side of RSG or a comeback for the side of Blacklist International. But I do have to acknowledge as well our analysts in this drafting phase. Coach Theo on the side of RSG, we say we share the same name. Nice.
And looking at our coaches and my co-casters, aside from us being the home of the strongest MLBB players, we are also the home of good-looking casters, talents, and players.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And coaches.
And also coaches, also players. Thank you for carrying the weight of... sometimes I wake up and I think about it. The competition is too hard here in the Philippines. Why does Coach Theo have a better physique? Do I even go to the gym? I'm not sure.
It's hard enough that you share the same name.
Yeah, what if we share the same burden to know stuff about MLBB? Me on the broadcast, him on the team, we share the same burden. You know, there's a popular quote from Thanos.
What is it?
You're not the only one burdened with knowledge, Tony. He actually did say that. He actually did say that. It was something in the minds. You know, we're getting quite distracted. We're all cursed with knowledge.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
Everybody's cursed with knowledge. It's
But
just a matter of
with
good or bad knowledge.
I wish I was somehow in my life same with Dobby. I just wanted Dobby is free.
Dobby is free. Dobby has given Master a sock. Oh wait, that's the other way around. Dobby receives the sock, and we receive the draft for game number 3 because it's finally starting. Game number 3. Who will be playing on the blue side once again? No, it's not once again because it's back to Blacklist for the blue side.
Okay, so Blacklist International still focusing. If it was effective, still sticking to the keys to victory. If it was effective for them to actually ban out an Iran hero with them, why not? So it's gonna be Joy this time around. RSG, they might want to focus on banning sustained heroes, but yeah, it's still sustained heroes, sustained support heroes with Angela and Matilda. This is where the banning has actually revolved during this game. So next possible ban for Blacklist is the Edith. So they're prioritizing probably another Fredrin for this game.
Look at Blacklist sticking to the Lancelot ban. This begs me to question once again of Umi to you. Who's the king of the jungle? Is it
Drin, when using Lancelot, anyone can be the king of their own jungles.
You know, you can be the king of your own jungle. I have a jungle at home. I'm the king of it. You know, the small aquarium with fishes in it. Wait, if it's an aquarium, is it a jungle?
No.
You know what?
No.
Let's just wait for the first pick. Fredrin is open for Blacklist International if ever they do want to take it.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Lock
be
that
shy.
in.
Take it out.
Fredrin.
Or maybe Baksha.
Yo, Baksha is a viable choice too. Even the Valentina, except it's banned.
Oh.
So they're gonna go for the Novaria instead, and we're not sure if this is going to the hands of Haji or Renegade.
Still
So-
flex pick.
Yeah, still a flex pick. But I think it's better with Renegade. So Haji could still pick if ever another hero that could do burst damage. So RSG, it is not open. Although the junglers, the most debatable junglers that are probably the best, and even it has been banned.
Oh.
Valentina's has been banned as well. So RSG, either they pick already a hero for Emma, which is Bruno, or okay, why not? It's Nats. It's and Fredrin. Okay,
Good old
this makes sense.
reliable. Let's go for the Turisla and Fredrin. It's one of the key pickups that we did see from last game, the Turisla. And as we can see here, is one of the XP lane popular kids right now. And Paquito will be going to the hands of Edward. And as you said earlier, Chantel, we are seeing a Baksha. And he's gonna roll out against the Fredrin, one of those tank jungle matchups that you don't really want to see.
And you know what? For this one, for Blacklist International, since Paquito is here, Baksha is here, I think it's safe. It's a safer route for RSG to take as early as possible or Rafaela, because if not, or if they don't pick out Rafaela, maybe they ban out Rafaela if you are RSG, because it is the perfect Roma hero for the strategy of Blacklist International with the movement speed, the healing. But RSG, Bruno is a good option for them. But MN still has the Iksha.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Iksha, this could actually. Oh, speaking of Iksha, Iksha was picked right again. So RSG is actually, they're doing your keys to victory, but in a different way. For them, RSG, what you said a while ago, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But for RSG, if it worked, don't break it. And I think they're sticking their game number 2 lineup, which led to a victory.
Turisla and the Iksha, definitely one of those combos that you don't expect to work, but they actually work out together quite well. Because with a setup coming in with a penalty zone and you just give the full barrage, that's a lot of a shockingly amount of damage if you think about it. But it's not as shocking as I would say Eudora just landing a full combo on you, but it's still AoE damage that you have to respect. And with that, I feel like Vision and Info is mainly carried here by the Novaria going up to 6. But what else did you see? Or do you want to just go for the heroes out here, Chantel?
Probably the heroes first, because for RSG, I mean, the picks of our players isn't really from role to role, so we can't really differentiate with the current picks of our heroes. So yeah, it's gonna be a gourd ban here for Blacklist International. And RSG, it's either Rafaela or a Minotaur actually for the team, or maybe even Florine, more of the support heroes. But it's gonna be Minotaur, right? The more of the sustain with crowd control. And this has been the pattern, mostly if we reach game 3. Majority of the teams actually secures Minotaur because of the sustain and crowd control. Now, Blacklist International, we don't see RSG's burst yet, so why not focus on it first? So, Valentina is out. Lilia could be actually for Aqua. If Novaria, it's nice to see Novaria and Savior match up just for the range and burst.
For me, RSG needs to go for a mid lane that can easily burst anyone, especially since Blacklist has a very mobile lineup. As we mentioned, that's Baksha, that's Paquito. They can easily slip away despite the crowd control potential of RSG. So if you're Aqua, a Savior, Lilia would be a better pick to make sure that you can able to control the clashes and burst down anyone.
We haven't seen Lilia for quite a while after its big boost in popularity last week. Now, I think it has died down for quite a bit. But Lilia could be a great pickup here for either sides, honestly, considering that this Novaria is still unsure to be either a roamer or a mid laner. But right now, for the side of RSG, they're still looking for a roamer. What are the choices here?
Actually, Kadida is a good one, but yeah, it's gonna be a Lilia here for RSG.
Hey.
Is that you?
Is that you?
That's me.
Is that Odin?
Is that your very own Odin?
Is that Auntie Anara? Oh wait, no. My bad.
That's Mimasor
Mimasor?
of Echo.
That's all right. You know what? Mimasor is an awesome fan. She's always, I feel like I've always seen her around the community shows of MPL, especially when it's Echo around. So, you know, now that I gotta say it, like a lot of Echo fans are quite passionate. But now, 1-1 and Kufra for the last 2 picks of Blacklist International.
Renajay still wants to be called the hitman. Sticking with the Kufra, this is a very glass cannon lineup for Blacklist. A lot relies heavily on OEB's power spike. And with the current flow of the game number 2, RSG's playstyle is just too much for them to handle. So Blacklist, they really need to focus on their win condition, which is OEB. They need to protect him and make sure this 1-1 reaches its power spike.
You know what? Knowing that there is a 1-1 for Blacklist International, for RSG, the perfect tank as well for Light is, I was thinking of a Cho, but it is easily countered out. But it is going to be Kaja. So more than a single targeting plus the damage for the Kaja.
This is not looking good for Blacklist International. 1-1 right now is, I would call in the middle of good and bad. And the Kaja directly counters this Kufra. We saw it yesterday. I'm not quite sure what series, but whenever the Kufra would jump, the Kaja would just go for the Divine Judgment and burst down to Kufra. It doesn't really make sense, but love the draft adjustments coming in from RSG.
So now looking at our draft index, the upper hand or the biggest factor that the Blacklist will have against RSG is of course the vision because of the Novaria pick. But definitely for RSG, it's going to be the setup plays from Light. And we know Light is a great user of this Kaja. And even the Lilia with a burst. So we'll see with this game. Really looking forward on the itemization of this Lilia because I myself as a Lilia user.
Wow.
The flex.
Just sharing.
Yeah, Lilia's quite fun, honestly. My girlfriend loves Lilia too.
Oh,
Shout out
just
to her.
flexing as well.
Yeah,
a lot of flex here.
Just another flex. You know, we're doing verbal flexes, but these teams, they gotta flex their fingers right now because whoever wins Game 3 will win the series. Blacklist International will be running the 1-1. We haven't seen a lot of 1-1s lately. For the side of RSG, the rising marksman in the current meta, this Ixia will be their gold laner. It's game number 3 between these two squads. Which team will have the edge in the early game? What are your guesses?
Blacklist International, they already know the picks of RSG. They know that Light has the Kaja. So if you're Haji or if you're Blacklist, specifically Haji, a lot of pressure is onto you to provide that vision to make sure that they can't make any surprise plays. And now Renajay, easy expand on that flicker. But look at RSG's aggression. Aqua and Light brings it down to Renajay, but Edward, Agent Zero on the attack. He's gonna bring down Aqua.
1-for-1 trade up. It's XP Lane getting a kill for the side of Blacklist. No, actually it goes to the Haji, which is still good. Having an early setup for this Novaria will quicken what she could do in the late game. But looking at the emblem build up here, a lot of movement speed on the side of RSG.
And at the same time, even 08.
Early engage for Blacklist here onto Eman. Eman still has the upper hand though because reinforcements from RSG are here. And now Renajay caught in the middle of the fight, but Eren still wants to go right after OEB. Renajay will fall down. OEB survives.
Okay, that is control aggression.
Light is literally the light of RSG's life right now.
How do you even dodge that? You know, you can't. At this point, he was recalling. The lightning was already there. RSG ahead by 1,000 now. The early game pressure is really something that you gotta respect if you're Blacklist.
And they're not done yet.
Renajay.
I mean, a lot of pressure from RSG side. If I'm Blacklist International, what I don't want to do is be reactive. But if it is this fast, how will I not react, right?
Deja vu, game number 1 vibes.
So for Blacklist International, all they need to do is to somehow help OEB at the top lane. But the Sensui.
RSG not afraid to expend every single ult that they have on this jungler because there's a neutral objective up for taking. But Edward wants to answer right back. Not still alive. Edward's still alive, but RSG wants to focus on this turtle. But now Light in trouble? Nope. Everyone's still safe.
And this is how you want to play Lilia. Just go in for the early fights. You're one of the mages that could actually deal a lot of respectable damage early on this part of the game. And RSG knows that. RSG knows that they have the damage. And now Sensui might just go down. Aqua, he's going to go for it. And Black Shoes out.
Let's bless the clutch. Black Shoes now.
Look at
Edward desperately trying to look for an answer from RSG's aggression.
A good thing for Blacklist International, Edward is really consistent, but all I gotta say, that is one micro move from Aqua just to secure a kill against Blacklist International. Went in for the kill and Black Shoes.
Era still able to sustain everything, and that took a lot of time for Blacklist to bring down one member of RSG.
Well, at least one kill goes to the hands of Blacklist. That's their second kill of the game. Still almost a 2,000 gold lead for RSG. And we're just 3 minutes in, Chantel. What can they do? What can Blacklist do to slow this game down?
Definitely focus on switching the team fight area on OHIB side, because right now the edge of Blacklist International is the movement speed from Edward. As to why majority of the skills, it was because of Edward's initiation as well, and those backups and even vision. So yep, just lean towards the other side of Edward, and then focus on bringing OHIB the support needed against this Eman and Light combo.
RSG, they're slowing it down themselves. They're waiting for the next big objective here, or maybe just for the next big play. Top lane looks to be the objective. Retribution already used, and now Sensui might be in trouble.
Light has the flicker and Divine Judgment play, but RSG still not committing. They don't know that the members of Blacklist are still here. Haji with Astral Echo, and now onto Erad. And now look at that, crossbow attack will be casted, but Erad will able to sustain it. And now Aqua and the rest of members of RSG continuing to deal damage, and it looks like OHEB is going down.
Haji?
1-1 is out of the picture. Aqua wants to go right after the KDA machine, and Aqua cleans up the mess that Blacklist made.
3-1-2. This Lilia is looking to be a great pick for RSG.
You know what though? We said earlier that wait.
And one more!
Run away! Is he gonna survive? But no, Light once again does the same thing at the top lane. Sensui wants to answer as well as Renegade, but RSG clean display of aggression.
Sensui, you might just be in trouble. The orbs are there, the shadow energy, the Black Shoes out. Renegade is trying to keep him in check. RSG is able to secure quite the kills up top, and they're gonna get the turret as well.
This performance of Aqua brings me back to the Aqua Season 9. He's one of those players that actually plays Lilia, even if Lilia isn't part of the priority hero pool on the mages. So RSG is at the 3.2k gold lead, 313. For Aqua, all they need to do is just to clear the minion wave, and if ever they want to go and rotate on a specific lane from a Blacklist International, then they could do so. Now for Blacklist International, again, we've been mentioning time and time again, and as long as Edward is able to do those split pushes and those backups against RSG's team fight, then they have the potential to go for a counter push.
Yeah, now...
But they need to speed up the gold for 1-1 for OHEB.
Yeah, I agree. They really have to put gold in the gold laner's hands. OHEB here is the main carry for Blacklist, and the trend for a lot of the 1-1 compositions that we've seen in Season 12 of MPL Philippines is they always seem to lose early game, and then they try to extend the game to the part where it's a very close game, but that takes a lot of time. That takes a lot of patience. Can Blacklist actually survive the onslaught RSG is showing them in the earlier parts of the game?
It's going to be hard for Blacklist right now to extend the game, especially since RSG is just getting every single objective after objective. Orange buff taken down, bottom lane turret taken down, and I think they want to bring down Sensui here, as well as Edward. One more hit, but Renegade answers right back, but here comes Light with a Divine Judgment onto Renegade. Oh, man! Penalty zone for RSG, and now Blacklist. Oh, but there's OHEB with the crossbow attack. It's not going to be enough. No more damage so far for Blacklist. Now RSG successfully taking down the turret in the middle lane, and Renegade is gone.
Can I just say that both Nats and Renegade casted a skill both on the same time? Wait.
Yeah, both of them at the same time, same great play, but results vary because RSG got the upper hand in that fight, and now the turtle will be spawning topside. RSG has the better position around it and might just be uncontested. That's the third and final turtle of the game, and it's going to the hands of the Raiders.
It's
while
just
ago.
7 minutes. Too fast for RSG.
I like that you mentioned 7 minutes because game number 2 was 11 minutes and 22 seconds. So maybe in around 5 minutes, RSG can actually finish the game, especially since they know that Blacklist timer is in the late game.
Yeah, late game is definitely something that Blacklist wants to see. But the question remains, can they actually see it? Because RSG is not stopping.
And speaking of non-stop, we might see non-stop divine judgments from Light because of the fleeting time as well on the item. So 10-2 is our score. 6.4k lead and Brazil.
Oh, Divine Judgment once again onto Edward. Edward, he won't be able to escape this. Now Iksha, you can already feel the damage. And now Renjay wants to answer right back. Bringing down Aqua. That's 1 for 1.
It's actually good.
Yep.
A 1-for-1 when you're behind by 6k is really good for Blacklist International. If they could get more free kills, that would be the goal for Blacklist. But for RSG, you kind of want to limit your errors. Play a bit safe, but you know, safe's not in their dictionary right now. They're still going to stay in mid lane. They're going to get that turret, and they're going to leave.
RSG bringing down that middle lane turret. 8 minutes 30 seconds in. RSG's turrets are still complete. And now Sensui wants to bring down a member from RSG. That's going to be Light. Light was able to escape. And now Blacklist desperately finding a way inside RSG.
Well, knowing that this is a scaling hero, I mean Hodge's hero, there's a lot of potential for Blacklist International to do a comeback. But with the body movement of RSG, I believe that they won't allow, since time after time they go to the jungle as much as possible, limit the resources of Blacklist International. Yeah, it is 4.9k. Wow, for OHEB, but look at that for Eman. It's 7.5k. So you have the Corrosion side, you have a Demon Hunter sword, and even the Sea Halberd. So
Yeah.
you're just prepared just in case someone from Blacklist International that is or of a sustained hero to just shred that HP bars.
Underrated item, I would say. See, Halberd is quite cheap for what it offers.
Yep.
Both attack speed, damage, and that life drain passive is definitely something that an extra would want to use, considering that almost all of her stuff are AoE the moment that you go full barrage. So now that the Lord is up, XP lane for the side of Blacklist about to recall. Astral Echo used already, but sees no one. RSG will be starting this Lord with Light and Aqua zoning around the jungle. Might just be free for the side of the Raiders.
Uncontested Lord take for RSG, but Renjay, they want to answer right back. Aqua, Black Shoes casted right away, and now RSG on the attack with a concealed play. Light has the Divine Judgment. Who is he going to find? He's not going to find yet anyone, and I think
He finds OHEB!
He finds OHEB, and now OHEB is down, as well as Renjay in exchange for Light's life.
That is quite unfortunate for the side of Blacklist. It was quite early for OHEB to go in the front lines. Yes, it was generally safe. You have like 2 people in front of you, but man, the patience from Light.
Yep, again, if you go back to the statistics, kill participation of Light is very low as compared to Renegades. That is because as long as they're able to set up a play on the most crucial player, it's okay. As long as it is eliminated. Now the Lord is at the middle lane.
Lord marching in the middle lane. But look at Renegade right away.
They get Eman.
Rage. That's going to be Eman down for RSG. No bonus turrets taken down for the Raiders. And now I think Blacklist, they are finally finding their groove.
I am honestly not quite sure why Eman was there. And Blacklist International, they were quick to snuff it out. And they do get a crucial kill, which rewards them with all 3 inhibitors still up there.
And this time around, Blacklist International, they have the opportunity to actually destroy a turret at the bottom lane. Now, look at the item for RSG. There is a blade armor already for Nats. And yeah, literally burst damage for Aqua with the Divine Glaive. So we might see our armor penetration, magic damage penetration rather, for the next item on Aqua. But yeah, it's 5-13, 11-minute game time. And
Edward, sneaky play.
Yep.
Was able to avoid the rotation of RSG.
I think they're prepared though.
Yeah, they know. Edward knows that there's like 4 people out there. So down bottom lane, Nats might be tanking the brunt of the damage coming in from Blacklist International as they take down that turret down bot. They won't be able to take it down, but they were able to put in some chip damage. RSG still ahead by 5k, and a minute from now, Luminous Lord will be spawning. Blacklist International, they're slowly buying themselves time.
RSG going back to what worked for them a while ago, which is to steal objectives away from Blacklist, specifically away from Sensui. Purple buff has now been taken down, and I do believe the 2 junglers will meet here in this brush. But since they're utility junglers, nothing's gonna happen so far. But RSG wants to bring down the turrets of Black.
And as we wait for this Luminous Lord, Chantel, is it time for Blacklist to go for the, I would say, steal or a fight? Can they actually pull off a team fight against RSG?
For a team fight, they can. But for a team fight for the Lord still, it's not advisable because Sensu is still at level 13. If you look at Iran, it's level 15. It might be a risk for them. But yeah, depending on the setup play from Renegade. Okay.
Haji has a play there. Was able to hit light. Now RSG on the retreat, but a concealed play coming in from Blacklist. Dashful Echo is now casted, and the target is Irad. Irad trying to soak up every single damage. He's gonna go down.
Oh, wow.
But Emma with a free hit. Blacklist might be able to escape.
Yes!
Look at that! With a 5-man penalty zone, RSG got what they wanted.
And that is top 5 play material right there.
Yeah, it's as if Eman is a varsity for a long jump, and that was a very, very nice setup play on the penalty zone. And in an instant, the light was just there again. He saw the potential. This might be the final push for RSG.
2 members defending for Blacklist, and now Light catches Edward off guard with a Divine Judgment. He's now gonna go down. Haji is the 1 member left. Penalty zone to bring him down. And look at Ammon. Look at the Raiders bouncing back.
It's not
yet.
It's not yet done. Everybody's losing their minds. The studio. No, everybody's messing with the cameras too.
It's not yet done. Blacklist. There's no minions for RSG that moment. The circumstances were in the favor of the agents.
And the crowd is getting crazy. The crowd is getting crazy. There's time around for this one. Okay, it's a battle of the Lord. Everyone is here. Take note that Oheb has...
He's gonna take down Zitsui.
Oh, Clutch Black Shoes was able to avoid Renegade, but RSG will secure his 4th Lord.
And now that the 4th Lord of the game, rather the 2nd Lord of the game, goes to the hands of RSG. Chantel, can they actually end it this time? Can we actually give the cameraman the job that they need to do?
With clearing of Bing and Wave, I think it's going to be difficult for Blacklist International. As long as they zone out Aqua, then they're fine because that is the zoning potential or the source of damage from the side of RSG Philippines. But they have the kit, right? Haji's here. I mean, the Varia is here. They can, but it's difficult.
It is very difficult, but RSG, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the final push. Can they find the targets?
Sword bursted down right away for Blacklist side. RSG still looking for that initiation. That's going to be on Irad. And now look at Renegade. Haven't committed Titan's Race because Light with a Divine Judgment. Renegade. And now Nats with a beautiful penalty zone to bring down Oheb as well. 2 members left for the agents. Make it 1. And now Edward will fall down, but RSG takes game number 3.
Reverse sweep completed for RSG. This winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Man, Arena just went crazy for a bit there.
For the first time in my life, we saw 2 winning moments in one single match.
Yeah. The camera angle just got confused. We saw a transition for a replay, and then no. I don't know anymore.
You know what? There should be a mic check what happened in the comms. Like, I'm sure that's be hella entertaining. Everybody thought that RSG would have finished that game. The camera, all right, scene number 1. They're about to win. And then, it's not over. Scene 2, no scene 3, no scene 4. And suddenly it's chaos, but it's entertaining. That's what I love. Chaos is always entertaining. Now, let's clap our hands for Blacklist International because they still gave us one hell of a show, especially in game number 1. And now we are seeing a 3-game series where the reverse sweep actually happened. RSG evening the score. Last time that they met, it was Blacklist who swept them. Now it's a reverse sweep.
And what's so nice between these 2 teams is that it is it was a 3-game series, and it was very close. It could have been a Blacklist International, it could have been RSG, but for RSG, we had a new discovery about them. It is not the usual RSG type of team that is more into the slow-paced ones. They are the Raiders for a reason because of this game.
You know, the past few weeks of MPL, I only realized one thing. Minions are really a key factor of this game.
Yeah.
They're the most vital part of this game.
Gotta agree. That was such a, I would say that's the reverse of Winions. We did see Winions, I think, 2 weeks ago, or I think a week ago. But this time around, the game was denied for quite a bit. I think they just wanted part of the highlights. You know, the Minions is looking... Honestly, at this point, I do feel like professional teams have to start timing minion waves.
Yeah.
Like, especially if you want to end the game in a risky manner, having a guy to time the minion waves would be really good. Like, especially for the later parts.
Especially for the minion flow. Or minion wave from a Lord push. Because there is another set of minion wave for that. And yeah, I will not be surprised if there will be a match, like there's going to be a reverse sweep by the minions.
You know, who knows at this point? The meta is quite shaken up, especially with the flash of the Oasis, the healers coming out, the Mathilda being the strongest support, or literally the god of supports right now. You can even see mid lane Mathilda. I think it was Echo who played it yesterday. It's quite painful. You see it in RGs as well. But right now, in this series, we weren't able to see a lot of healers, mainly because of the bans, but we did see a lot of great Iksha plays. Eman having a great series.
Yup, Eman again with a first performance on the first day that he actually introduced Iksha as part of his hero pool. I mean, it's as if he just refined how he plays Iksha, and at the same time, RSG has almost perfected Iksha as part of their hero pool for Eman. Because before, when Eman first played, we have 3 main heroes for Eman, and then it just expanded. We saw the Bruno this season, and then this time around, another hero just went in, and that is Iksha.
What do you remember from this match?
From this match? I mean, what else? What do you think?
Man, I'm not sure, honestly.
Of course, the first winning moment of Game 3.
Yeah, of course. That's very distracting. You know? It's one of those moments. I'm sure TikTok would have a fun time editing out those clips. We did see the Windows memes from week 1. Now we have another meme. We see them, we just don't comment on them that much, and I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna get penalized for commenting on them on broadcast. But right now, we could go back to the topic at hand, which is RSG getting that win. It is a reverse sweep. Light had a stellar play as well, with the killer instant going back. I kind of missed that Light, because week 1 to 3, we weren't really seeing that, but right now we see it on a full display.
Actually, there was a foreshadowing of Light's performance a while ago. If you notice in the team intro, he was the star, he was the center of the Raiders.
Yeah, he just jumped out there, and just you could replay it for a bit. You could see the enthusiasm burst out of Light, and we rarely see that now. It's always has been this thing. They do this thing. It's not that I don't like it, but I like the explosive one better. Let's go to Mara and talk with RSG.
Thank you, casters. Everybody give it up for RSG Philippines. Etong si Irad talagang tina-target ng kalaban. Even starting pa nga from game number 1, 4 ng mga heroes na ban was yours. You were left to Guinevere, all throughout basically. Anong naiisip mo pag ikaw talaga yung gustong mawala ng kalaban?
May mga players po kasi na pagka nire-respect ban po yung mga heroes, tuwan-tuwa ganun. Yung sa akin naman po, na-disappoint po ako ganun. Kasi, imbis na maayos po yung hero ko sa team namin, nagpapalit pa po kami ng hero ganun. Medyo, nakaka-disappoint.
So may frustration ka, may inis kang nararamdaman?
Meron po. Kasi sa mga practice namin, panay yung hero ko, mga assassin, ganun. Napupunta po lagi sa tank jungle kasi binaban po yung hero ko.
Pag ganun situation na may inis ka, na disappoint ka, how do you make it work for you para siguraduhin na hindi ka maapektuhan sa game at matuturn around mo yun instead sa motivation?
Yung yung mindset ko lang po sa games, yung pinakamalaga lang po sa akin sa team, yung pakikipag-communicate ko po sa team ko kahit na tank po yung role ko sa team. Tsaka hindi ko po ginagawang assassin yung tank. Kumbaga pagka nakapanalo kami sa early, dinodominate namin agad para di na makabawi yung kalaban.
Pero Irad, God, I'm so proud of you kasi talagang ikaw talaga yung tinatarget ng kalaban. Ibig sabihin, nire-respeto ka ng iyong kalaban. Great job once again ngayong season. Si Nats naman, dito ka na lang magbato ng coins. Anong coins yan? Nats, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Alam mo, yung lagi mo nilalagay, yung kalaban mo sa penalty zone to wrestle all the way at nakukuha ka pa at least 3. Pag ganyan yung nagagawa mo, you're very successful. What goes through your mind?
Yesterday po kasi natalo kami sa ONIC nun eh. Tapos yung mga main reason ba't kami natalo is yung Terisla. Tapos pinanood ko po kay Jem and parang inimitate ko po yung galawan niya sa Terisla po. And now po parang nagaya ko po siya. And doon sa now naman po, kaya po magandang performance sa Terisla kasi take advantage ko lang po yung kalabangan namin sa game.
So, kay Jem mo nakuha. Siya yung naging motivation.
Yes po.
Would you say, eto, siya kasi ang frontrunner ngayon sa Rookie of the Season. What do you think about that? Do you think he deserves it?
For me, sobrang deserve niya talaga eh.
That's very nice. Jem, kung napapanood mo yan, wow! Napuri ka ni Nats. Ito naman kay Light. Hey, Light. Oh. Sige, ituloy mo yung sigaw mo. Sino yung sumigaw? Ayun. Nabitin yung sigaw eh. Light, alam mo kapag kalaban niyo yung Blacklist International, palaging matindi yung laban. Even yung game number 2 niyo, tinapos niyo kaagad ng 11 minutes and like 22 seconds. Kumain lang ako. Pagkatapos ko kumain, tapos na kaagad kayo. Tell me about your motivation every time Blacklist yung kalaban niyo. Because all throughout the season, since you've been with RSG, ibang klase talaga yung laban with Blacklist.
Di lang naman po sa Blacklist yung game na gano'n. Kasi malakas po talaga kami sa Pag na-hold po namin yung early game ng maayos, then nakapag-turtle po kami, mas nakakapitalize po namin yan, kaya mas mabilis po na kami nakakatapos ng game.
Just like in game number 2. Now, it's time to announce our match MVP. Let me hear some name, Raiders. Naririnig ko, Nats, Aqua, si Coach Panda, narinig ko din. Okay, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Nats! Ngumiti si Nats. Kanina ang serious mo. Okay, minsan kasi you're very upbeat. Today, you're very serious. How important was this game for you?
Sobrang important po kasi gusto po mag-top 2. Nung natalo po kami ng game 1, medyo na-frustrate po ng sobra kasi wala eh. Pag 2-0 kasi mas maganda, mas 3 points eh, 2-1 right. Po. Medyo pagalit pa rin po.
Pero ikaw, ang ating match MVP. What do you have to say to your supporters? Mag-ingay nga kayo para kay Nats.
Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa RSG. Keep supporting lang. Thank you sa lahat na pumunta dito. Thank you lang.
All right, everybody. Let's hear it once again. GG. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to RSG Philippines. Great job, Nats. RSG Philippines talagang gustong umangat sa ating standings. Let's see what they did right. Hihimayin natin yan with our casters. Pasok.
And they definitely did rise up in the standings with that win against Blacklist because they're now 4th in our ladder and Blacklist goes down to the 5th. And this is what you don't want to see if you're an agent going to the lower end of the ladder. So hopefully Blacklist does recover in a while, but this time around, RSG, it's a glorious moment for them finally in the upper half of the ladder.
But it's not going to be over because they still have a game tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're going to dissect game number 3 with our analyst, Chantel. Your time to shine.
The Raiders again raiding the base of Blacklist International. What a dominating performance. But we saw some moments of glory for Blacklist International, a potential for a comeback. But the Raiders, they didn't approve of that moment. And again, RSG Philippines, they were just ready to win that game. It's really about the execution for RSG Philippines. And one of the most biggest or one of the biggest factors for that win of RSG is the massive damage from our smart MVP Aqua with that Lilia play 8-11 KDA, and we saw that kill. We might probably see that on the highlights, that kill at the bottom lane wherein he is at a low life but went in for the kill, and he is confident because of the black shoes. So 725 gold per minute, Ice Queen wand, Glowing Wand, and even the Divine Glaive. It is the item needed just to bring in that balanced damage for Aqua, and it was a first blood, the juggling between Aqua and the Light in the middle lane. Detrimental factor for Blacklist International because it was actually Renegade, the supposed divisioner of Blacklist International that was eliminated during that moment. Came 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This was it, right? Aqua just went in for that dive because he has the black shoes. So if you cast the black shoes, that is another full HP bar for him. So it came 4-minute game time. This is where Ohe was in the middle of 4 players of RSG. So again, 1-1 is one good of a hero, but it's not really effective. If it is somehow limited in terms of the resources that he have. So this is the time we're in. There was a crossplay from both Nats and Renegade, but still RSG with a nice setup play. Very, very nice for them, and even a Divine Judgment for Light. So RSG just went in. As per the interview of Nats, he was inspired by Gems or ONIC Gems playstyle, wherein he goes in for the penalty zone, and then the rest of the players of RSG is just fully aware that there was a setup play. They have AoE damage, so why not kill majority of the players of Blacklist International? So 12-minute game time. This was a nice setup play from Blacklist International, but the players of RSG was also prepared for the follow-up damage. So Aqua was there, and Nats with a 4-man penalty zone. I mean, delicioso. What type of set for Nats during that moment? 315 KDA, and at around 15-minute game time, RSG was just there. Irad was almost low on life, and again the continuous and the layering of skills for RSG was very evident, and Blacklist International had a hard time to defend because of what do I call this again? Because it was just Haji left during that moment. So if we look at the emblems actually for our players, for RSG specifically for Aqua, more on the burst damage literally, and for Irad it's a mixture of a tanky and even a quantum charge. So all I gotta say for RSG, they are slowly shifting into a type of team wherein they want to go for the fast plays. I mean, non-stop plays, non-stop rotations with the Lilia on Aqua. It's going to be a deadly one, and the item as well. We have the Sea Halberd, one of the best, if I might say, items with the current meta that we have on a marksman, specifically Iksha. So nice usage for Eman on that moment. And if we look at the objective taking, this is what I was saying. Non-stop rotation for RSG, hence no objective taken by Blacklist International. 2 Lords for RSG, 3 Turtles for RSG, and for this one, hero damage 226 versus 168k. Even a damage to turret is just RSG all the time, and Ira just shifted from a killer type of jungler into someone that is reliable in front of a team fight. So this is one interesting RSG play, but for Blacklist International, kudos as well, because they were somehow almost able interesting, and it's gonna be surprising all throughout the day. But yeah, I was really surprised for the fast play for RSG.
Yeah.
Ultra fast.
RSG really had an ultra-fast gameplay there. They went in non-stop for those rotations and went in for the right people too. And even if their rotations were ultra-fast, Light stayed patient, waited for the proper target, and just found those targets again and again. And gotta say, Nats really performed out there. The ultimates, the penalty zone, especially well-timed. The flanks were there. Perfect XP lane game here for Nats. But what did you see there for RSG? Who stood out for you?
For me, apart from Nats, it was really Light. Because Light for me stayed true to his identity. Despite, the meta shifting to those support utility roamers, he was still that setter guy. He was still that kind of roamer that dictates the pace of the game, the rotation, because of his setups.
Yeah, I love that for him. Light really knows his strengths and he just goes for it. Our next match, by the way, is going to be ONIC versus Echo. That is our, I would say, the spiciest matchup of the week.
Yeah.
Mainly because ONIC does have a 5-game win streak, and I'm not saying game, 5-series win streak, and Echo has an 8-match win streak, which means they're 8-0 right now. Perfect record. One of them would lose out their win streak after tonight, and hopefully we go all 3 games.
And one for them for sure would flex.
Yeah, hopefully, you know?
Although, Echo and ONIC, if they flex this time, it's gonna be a bloody playoff.
I'm
if
sure.
they secure their slot.
You know what? For ONIC and Echo, I'm just excited to see what kind of taunts action we're gonna see. My name is Zumi. With me is Ian and Chantel. MPL Philippines will be back.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
kaming tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa ONIC ay yun, maganda naman
kasama na niya yan. Iisa-isahin muna natin sila. So ganito muna tayo. Paki-introduce in-game name, kung ano yung role nyo, at samahan nyo na rin ng kung sino yung favorite nyong hero. Okay? So, feeling ko ikaw na muna magsisimula nito eh.
Ako nga pala si Der, ang explain ng ONIC Arsenal. Ang paborito kong hero, Nacho.
Ako nga pala si James Pangs, ang core ng ONIC Arsenals. Ang favorite kong hero ay Pani.
Ako si Keke Dot, roamer ng ONIC Arsenals. Favorite hero ko, Selena.
Ako nga pala si S12, ang explainer ng ONIC Arsenals. Ang favorite hero ko ay Esmeralda.
Ako si BYSN, ang god laner ng ONIC Arsenals. Favorite hero ko ay Bea. Ako po si Chobian, support ng ONIC Arsenals. Favorite hero ko ay si Valen.
Ako nga pala si Zamara, ang tank ng ONIC Arsenals. Ang favorite hero ko, Natalia. Ako nga pala si Cyblades, head coach ng ONIC Arsenals. Favorite hero, Parsa po.
I'm Barbichi, assistant coach analyst ng ONIC Arsenals. My favorite hero is Selena.
Hi, I'm Lois, team manager of ONIC Arsenals. Favorite hero is Popolit Kupa.
Okay, grabe. Kompletong-kompleto yan ha. Hanggang coach, assistant coach, at team manager. Kasama natin yan dito ngayon. Pero maitanong ko lang, sino po ba yung ating team captain dito sa ating kupunan? Ay, Boss Kekedat. Hello. Ato, nasakto sa'yo. Sige, pwede ka bang matanong, sino ba dito para makilala ng ating mga viewers? Sino ba dito sa mga teammates mo yung pinaka-makulit? Ganon.
Si James.
Eto, si Joshua Garcia. Teka, agree ba kayo na siya ay ang Joshua Garcia ng MDL Philippines? Sim! Oy, lumakas ang boses nila ha. Nagkasundo sila ron ha. So, ayan, Joshua Garcia ka. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Hindi ako yun eh. Si James Yap.
Ay! Wow!
Big game. James Bond.
Ulit.
Big game, James.
Oh, bakit may coaching pa? Akala ko ba ikaw yung dapat kilala mo yung sarili mo. Pero ikaw daw yung pinakamukulit. Sige, dito naman, ikaw naman ang sasagot. Sino naman sa team mo yung pinaka tahimik?
Si Boyson.
Si Boyson? Sure ka?
Nagsasalita lang yan pag nagpapatulong. Sa akin.
Ganon. Boyson. Kunin mo nga. Papagtanggol mo ba yung sarili mo o nag-agree ka na ikaw yung pinakatahimik sa iyong kupunan?
Agree po ako sa kanila. Tahimik po talaga ako.
Sure ka din?
Opo.
So bakit kanina nung tinatanong ko kayo, sino yung pinakamadaldal, bakit binibigay nyo si Boyson?
Hindi ko po alam sa kanila.
So, basta tahimik ka, ikaw pinakamakulit. Pero ang pinakamakulit, iba siya sa pinakamaingay eh.
Opo.
Sino yung pinakamaingay? Ikaw ang sumagot.
Si Der po.
Si Der?
Opo.
Bigay mo. Der, hawakan mo to ha. Kasi medyo nagulat ako dun sa sagot niya eh. Parang nung una hindi ko aasahan na ikaw eh. Pero talaga ba? Ikaw yung pinakamaingay?
Hindi totoo yun.
Hindi.
Sobrang tahimik ko lang din.
So kung hindi ikaw, sino?
Si James maingay.
Siya na yung makulit.
Siya yung maingay.
Siya pa yung maingay. James Banks, bakit ka nagpunta sa dulo? Teka, balik ka dito saglit. So, ngayon ikaw ang ating kinokoronahan na pinakamaingay at pinakamakulit sa ONIC Arsenals. Ikaw na yung ating representative. Ano ang mensahe mo sa inyong mga viewers ngayon para suportahan kayo sa paparating na natitirang linggo at playoffs ng MDL Philippines?
Shoutout sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa ONIC Arsenals. Tuloy-tuloy nyo lang kami supportahan. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Yun lang. Gagalingan namin.
Okay, eto, panghuli na to. Kasi para sa mga hindi nakakita nung segment natin kanina kasama si Mark TZ, tinanong kita sino mas magaling mag-Lancelot. Ang sabi mo, siya. Pero wala palang follow-up. Bakit siya yung mas magaling na Lancelot?
Nakadamage yung Lancelot niya eh.
Nakadamage. Yung sa'yo?
Nakatank.
Okay. Meron na tayong mga nakuha ngayon ha. So, RRQ, kung nakikita nyo to, ito pala yung follow-up answer niya dun sa ating question. Kaya naman, kaabang-abang yung mga pwede pang mangyari sa paparating na linggo at sa playoffs ng MDL Philippines Season 2. Kaya wag na wag niyong kalimutang subaybayan yan. This has been ONIC Arsenals. Magbabay na kayo sa ating mga viewers. Maraming salamat. Pwede nyo silang makasama rito sa Shooting Gallery Studios para sa meet and greet. So, makipag-picture na kayo sa kanila habang nandito pa sila. Saktong-sakto, makikita na nating lumaban ang ONIC Philippines maya-maya. Kaya naman, magpapahinga na muna tayo at mag-warm up. Sabay-sabay nating i-cheer lalo na ng ONIC Arsenals kasi malapit na. It's almost ONIC time. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 12.
Magandang hapon at maligayang pagbabalik mula sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino and you're watching MPL Philippines Season 12. For our last series, it's going to be streak versus streak as the Orcas eyeing for their lucky number 9 victory. And they will face the surging Sonics, whose streak now stands at 5 matches. Who will come out victorious? And who will surrender their undefeated status? Sonics, Orcas. This is the battle of the streak. It's ONIC Philippines versus Echo. Here we go. Casters, pass up.
Two surging teams will collide and their streak is on the line. You better do well with your bluff because the aces are here to play. Good evening, MLBB fans all around the world. I'm Umi. With me is Naisu, and here is Chantel. My name is Umi. ONIC Philippines versus Echo. 2 win streaks.
Are you sure?
I'm not even sure at this point. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I was gonna say, are you sure your name is Umi?
Yeah, dude. I don't know that. I honestly don't know I'm not sure how do you pronounce my name. But yeah, before we head on to our match, we would like to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, they just have to create an account on gigarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers. My goodness.
And play like a legend with Maya and MPL Philippines. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya.
They have like 3 choices there, remember. Like I think there was the Z-Long, the Mi, and the Nano one. Personally would get the Z-Long, but he's still not great in the current meta. But right now, we are going to look at ONIC. Can their bluff end Echo's winning streak? That's a question that we have to ask right now because they've always been swapping around some players. Will they do that against Echo, who has been playing the same set?
It's a great question because, again, yesterday, reverse sweep against RSG Philippines, and a lot of people were like, man, this is looking great for them. And now they're on their own win streak, right? So really,
5-0.
It's 5-0, and really, the whole wordplay there is, obviously, Coach Bluffsy.
Yep, and yes, now that you've mentioned Coach Bluffsy, since he's able to have that kind of switching and he utilizes the players in the roster, it's the type of bluff that you don't even know, okay? So these are the bluffs from the legendary Coach Bluffsy. I'm not good with math, but if this is a math thing, right? So if you look at that, so with having Nets, Ryzen, Gem, Super Prince, and Yoshinu, they have 3 wins.
Yeah.
So that's the concept here.
The one with Perxiva, 0 losses. And then the one with 0 wins and 0 losses, we haven't even seen all of their cards yet. So it's quite exciting to see. Maybe this is the first time that we'll see this, the one with no games yet. But honestly speaking, I feel like Perxiva would shine a lot in this matchup. I'm not quite sure if he'll be playing for the side of ONIC. The last time that we saw Perxiva, he was making play after play, and kid's got those magic fingers, I would say. Let's look at the last time that Echo and ONIC faced each other. Do you feel like Echo won this? Because they're undefeated. Of course they won that series.
That's very simple math right there, right? You know, that's how it works out here. This was back in day 2 of week 1, right? Chantel, take us through it.
So if you can recall, ONIC was able to actually score a game of Echo in their first meeting. Cardizi though mentioned that they were playing passively. I mean, for this one, we could see actually in terms of the statistics that average turtle kills, it's something that ONIC has been struggling more on securing the kills and even the turret. So it is actually nice to see ONIC, knowing that this was the statistics for that game, that they won a game. So it's as if ONIC during that time is a type of team that is a bit struggling on their identity. Again, that is because of the shuffles, the bluffs that Coach Bluffsy has been doing. Okay, wordplay.
You know, the bluffs went so hard that it even bluffed the earlier weeks of the team itself. That's what happened to them, and the struggle was real, because they aren't struggling that much anymore for the past few matches. 5-0, and that's a big number, especially if you're up against Echo, who's currently 8-0, which is the biggest number, which is the bigger and biggest number right now because they are number 1 in our standings with 21 points. They are ahead by the second. ONIC right now is 15 points, so they're ahead by 6 points. That's insane.
Yeah, so imagine if they, let's just say it happens. They sweep Echo, right? They give themselves the 3 points. It gets them a little bit closer, but still, there's quite a bit of room there still that needs to be that needs to happen between them and Echo. But it would be a great start. And also, they're one of the few teams again that has gone those 3 games against Echo. You know what I mean? So, and yes, they've had some changes here and there, but it's all for the better, right? Because they're obviously on their own win streak. So literally, it's the battle of the win streaks. You know, and who is going to come out on top of that? Well, hopefully. We see a great series ahead of us. I'm really personally hoping that it does go 3 games once again with both these squads because this should be a great ending.
Sorry, I have to laugh at that because I was here since Series 1 and you're wishing for 3 games.
I'm so sorry.
But
It's fine.
But the audience deserve it.
Yeah, we love
I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
I have disregarded Chantel's brain capacity. Right
It's all right, man. Chantel asked for like trading. You know, she wants to feel the surge of English analysis, and now she's feeling
This is
it.
how it feels like.
This is how it feels like. And honestly, I want to know what it feels like inside the players' room as well. Surely our insider Brigida will know a lot and will share it to us. So Brigida, please do.
Thank you so much, casters, and welcome to the Smart All Access segment. At speaking of access, i-access natin ngayon ang mahiwagang nasa likod ng ating pinto. Knock-knock po. Knock-knock? Ayun, may nagbukas. Isang magandang gabi sa ONIC Philippines. Anong oras na kasi? Pero iba yung konteksto ng pagtanong natin ng oras. Dedire-diretso ako ngayon kasi iisa yung ating gustong makapanayam. Coach, hello. Nakikita, ayan. Ayan. So, ang kasama natin ngayon ay si Coach Bluff Z at nakita naman nating sobrang interesting nung graphic kanina. Pagpasok namin, nakatalikod sila kasi nanonood. So, tinutukan nyo talaga, no, Coach?
Opo.
Nakita nyo yung parang napakaraming boxes na may pagmumukha nila, ganun. Tapos parang may mga numero, may kung ano yung mga panalo. At dahil lang naman yun kasi kayo talaga yung team na napakarami ng naging combinations so far dito sa ating liga. So, maitanong ko lang, unang-una sa lahat, bago pumasok ng MPL Philippines Season 12, talaga bang nakaset na sa utak nyo na, pagpasok namin, talagang i-maximize natin lahat ng players natin as much as possible at isa-shuffle natin sila?
Actually, nung una, meron talagang parang merong konting pagtatalo kumbaga about doon sa lineup. Pero yun nga, nagkaroon ng kumbaga nagkita kami doon sa gitna, different perspective. Tapos yun, kumbaga nag-align lahat, and then moving forward, sabi namin pagpasok ng season 12, kumbaga gumana eh.
Oo.
Tapos yun yung ginagamit namin hanggang ngayon.
Oh, natouch ako. Kasi ganun talaga dapat. Kapag kami mga conflict, guys, nag-meet kayo, di ba? Yung perspectives nyo, pinagtatagpo nyo, hindi nyo ipinapanalo lang basta-basta. Wow! Nagkaroon ng ganun pang parte ng discussion no? Pero humugot sabi dito ni Coach Bluffsy. So, masunod lang, or dito tayo sa ating susunod na katanungan, nakita naman natin yung mga naging outcome so far. Kung alin yung mga may mga naipanalo talaga, kung alin yung mga siguro medyo quote-unquote naging ineffective in some way. So, ano po ba yung parang mga naging realizations nyo talaga or discoveries na parang alin yung mga pinakagana para sa inyo in terms of yung pag-shuffle nyo ng players?
Ang sa amin kasi may kanya-kanya kasi silang mga strengths eh. Kumbaga may mga best duo talaga na magkasama. Tapos kumbaga hindi naman porke talo na isang beses sinusukuan na namin. Kumbaga may mga bagay na kailangan lang din kami adjust. Tapos yun, kumbaga pinag-uusapan din namin. Sa ngayon, wala pang final eh. So, kumbaga, marami pa rin pwedeng gawin, marami pa rin pwedeng pagsama-samahin. So, kumbaga, may bulag factor pa rin yan.
Oo. Nararamdaman natin na marami pang mailalabas ang ONIC Magic at patuloy lang natin yung aabangan sa mga paparating pa nilang mga magiging laban. Kaya naman feeling ko oras na para talagang ihanda na natin yung ating mga sarili at simulan na natin itong mainit na laban na ating tutunghayan. Kaya naman huwag na natin patagalin pa, ibalik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Thanks, Brigida. And quick recap for our international viewers. I think Bluff C discussed about I think, conflicts inside the team way back before they figured out their main or their lineups. But they did meet halfway, and I think the final point was expect something more, which is the default response for all the teams.
The default response, indeed. I mean, you know, it's funny. It's funny because when they're breaking it down there, and even with what Brigida said, when there's conflict, you know, you have to figure out the compromise and meet in the middle, and maybe that's, who knows exactly what happens behind the scenes, you know, with all these teams that are struggling. As we talk about it a lot on the desk, how they have to kind of gather themselves, you know, and find the best solutions to those struggles that they're having, regardless of what team that is. You know, we only know so much, right? There's way more going on behind the scenes.
And this is where the coaches come in, honestly. Not just the analysts, but also those coaches that lead the team. Try to find compromise, or find the, not even compromise, like find the solution to have everyone's voice collated and have a better solution for the entire team. But going back to this match, hopefully both teams have already prepared, both mentally and physically, because I feel like this is going to be a long one.
Yep.
Yep, with
nice laugh. Yep. And I kind of feel like for both of our teams, since they don't want to end that win streak, right? For Echo and ONIC, it's really a matter of or a battle of composure.
Oh yes.
The better team that has better composure technically will win this game.
Oh, definitely. Like, composure will be big here, especially once you pair it up with momentum, considering that both teams know how to play around the off game, I would say, the flexing, the taunting, the mic skills and everything. We're going to see that in just a bit because the teams are about to enter MPL Arena.
They've been on their own win streak up to this point. Is it time for ONIC to be the ones to put a stop to the Orca dominance? Give it up for ONIC Philippines! They're the world champs for a reason. Still undefeated, the Orcas look to keep their dominance alive. Let's welcome Echo! And their coaches, Coach Blossy and Coach Tic Tac.
Both teams already ready with their quite cool varsity jackets already up in front. ONIC Philippines, let's talk about them. What can you say about this team, this squad specifically?
Well, for this one, again, you know, this time we've got Rapidu here in the Rome, and also Krem, of course. The other names across the board, pretty similar from what we've seen, but this lineup right here for ONIC Philippines 1, it's always about, I feel like when Rapidu comes out to play, a lot of people are looking towards him, the chef, if you will, right? Chef Rapidu, he gained that kind of name for himself here. He's part of the team that helps them cook, if you will, within the land of Dawn. So my eyes are going to be on him. And of course, also, we've got Ryzen and Nets, who are also big playmakers for the team and a lot of the success they've had recently. And even Nets himself in the gold lane, if he gets his hands on one of those iconic heroes like the Bruno, could work out well for them.
I mean, he's one of those Bruno mains in MPL Philippines, but this time they're facing the reigning, defending world champions, Echo. What do you know about this squad?
All I know is for this lineup, actually for Echo, this is the lineup that has a very, very long win streak here at our MPL Season 12. And all I gotta say, all eyes on both Sanji and Sanford because they have been playing very well individually, and at some point we could actually see why they have been called the San duo. And of course, with a composure and calmness on the setup plays from a JP, definitely a huge factor for Echo if they're up against ONIC. Now, looking at the head-to-head statistics, KDA is pretty close, even on hero pool. So game win rate, technically it's Echo, although ONIC has the win streaks because prior the win streak from ONIC, it was somehow not consistent for them. And for this one, huge factor is going to be the kill fight participation. Even the first blood for ONIC is actually leaning on that factor. So all I gotta say for ONIC, if they want to win against the world champs, all they have to do is to start the game with a good rotation and end it consistently.
Oh wow, gotta say, looking at this Sunburst chart, it's really hard to fight a team like Echo when they control Turtles and Lords in such a huge manner. Meanwhile, ONIC looks to be going for more split push, more isolated plays instead of those team fights. So it's a big disparity. I think the banana split is back online for ONIC. It's a new identity. Loving the attitude coming in from Nets and Ryzen, personally speaking. I love it when players like Ryzen and Nets would speak up and flex up.
It's like it's going back to the banana split, but with like different toppings.
Oh.
What are the topics?
You don't have toppings on your banana split?
On banana split? What's banana split? Well, let's go to Infinix K2V with our analyst, Chantel.
This time around, it's going to be Echo Express versus the Banana Split. These are the keys to victory for both ONIC Philippines and Echo, brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For ONIC, learn from your mistakes, show aggression. Again, part of the aggression is having to diverse the attention of the other team, and as a reference as well, ONIC has been known as someone that could play on a fast-paced game, and at the same time, all they need to do is to give that space to Ryzen and have Nets the time of his life just farming and having the damage on the latter part of the game. Now for Echo, just keep swimming, and just keep swimming may also be interpreted as just keep winning. Echo has exhibited ways to bounce back from an early deficit, not just outright domination. If I'm not mistaken, that was yesterday against Blacklist International. Blacklist was literally on the lead, but they were able to defend their base and actually won that game with a sweep. And for both our teams, play one game at a time. I mean, it might be exciting that you're both you're top 1 and top 2 in terms of the rankings, but let's not forget that you have to breathe, and adrenaline rush might be kicking on these players. So you have to play one game at a time. If you win game number 1, you win game number 2, and you win the match. So that has been my Kiss to Victory, brought to you by Infinix, and I'm just really excited for this game. Same with my co-casters. Nice win, Woomy.
She had to think twice too how to say your name.
Thank you. And also, Nicer and I talked it out. It wasn't banana split topics. It was banana split toppings. It was my ears fooling me.
Did you hear topics too?
No, I heard the toppings. That's why I said marshmallow.
Something in my ear then. Something in my ear, definitely. What?
You know what's crazy? Before we talk about this player head-to-head, the KTV there, it just like threw me way back in time, because the last one there, play one game at a time, right? Play one game at a time. Fun fact.
What?
I was in, I played football. I was in varsity football, right? It's not soccer.
American football.
It's American football, right? Yeah. And that was something our coach always told us. And it's funny because that is a KTV, and it's really, when you think about it, it's really true, right?
Yeah.
Focusing on this one game, it's a series. Who knows if it goes 3 games? I know Chantel's not hoping for it, but hey, if it goes 3 games, you focus on game 1 first, and you go from there. I think that's super important, because sometimes people focus too much on the entire picture rather than what's in front of them. So hopefully that's what they do.
Yeah, and hopefully they do get a reset, especially if we get one of those games where one dominates the other, and especially about the junglers. Like, when your jungler is tilted, you know already you're gonna lose the game. You never want to tilt your jungler. And right now we're looking at two great junglers, by the way. We have Ryzen and Carl TZ. What do you remember about these guys? Like, I know for a fact that Ryzen has improved a lot, but Carl TZ, two-time world champion, wow.
You know what, for Carl TZ, it's very notable that he is one type of jungler that actually adjusts mid-game, like how he will function himself. So there are junglers wherein they're more focused on like really farming, but doesn't really adapt on what is needed on the current situation of the game. So sometimes for Carl TZ, he acts as the tanker as well. So it's the usual playstyle that the utility jungler will do. But for Ryzen, the challenge here is how will you outplay a Carl TZ?
Yeah, that's always been the question. How do you outplay one of the GOATs of MLBB? And that's almost always a question that you can't answer immediately. Because right now, you're going to take away the Lancelot, the most banned jungler right now in the season, against one of the Lancelot specialists of the league, which is Ryzen once again. Mathilda out as well, Angela, you know what it is. Healers can't play.
Oh, there's the signature pick as well that we were talking about, going in the hands possibly of Nets. And Echo's not going to let that happen because they've seen what he can do on that hero alone, so they decided to ban it out in this first phase. That's great. We'll see what the response is from ONIC for their last ban in the first phase. Now, that leaves the question, really, what is the priority going to be here? Chantel already talked quite a bit about, Carl TZ's adaptability, especially when it comes to the junglers. And there was a time, again, when all he did was pretty much pick Fredrin.
Yep.
Right?
Might just be the time
might just
again.
be the case.
Yeah, that has been a trend actually on our drafting, even on the Series 1 and Series 2. If you are on the blue side, why not pick Fredrin? So, okay.
They know it too.
They know it too. So, okay, let's stop the Fredrin.
Yeah.
Priority pick on the blue side. Let's open up Baksha, which, by the way, is been used by Carl TZ as well. So, Novaria, by the way, is open. Kaja is also open, which has a high success rate for them. So it's gonna be Valentina for this one. So Sanji used this Valentina on the men international tournament. So it's gonna be the experience that will be the upper hand for Sanji on this one. And now for ONIC, Edith is open.
Yeah, Edith as well. And this is like, but I don't think Edith is the right pick here for the side of ONIC, considering that Valentina loves to be Edith.
Yeah.
You know, like it's I want to be you. It's not I am you. Wait,
I wanna be.
I want to be you.
I am her.
But I am her. I'm Edith because Edith's really strong. You know, if you're Valentina and you get that Edith, but I guess ONIC is okay with that risk. You know, maybe the answer for this Valentina is to overload her instead. So I think that's always the topic. If you're up against a Valentina, you either starve her or you overfeed her. Just like that nursery rhyme, Jack and Jill.
Went up the hill.
Yeah,
I don't know the rest of the rhyme.
No, wait, it's not Jack and Jill. It's the gingerbread house.
No, I don't know that song.
I'm not right.
Sorry,
You know what?
I only know the Jack and Jill.
Went up the hill. Which nursery rhyme is the one where they eat a lot because they're gonna get cooked? I'm not quite sure. Maybe the people in the comment
Where did
section.
you learn from that anyway?
Isn't this like don't they like go into the forest of candy or something like this? Is that part
Was
of
it
it?
a forest? Honestly, I'm not sure. You know what? It's an
What's childhood.
Irithel, Martis, Edith, all powerful picks in the current meta right now. You have the Baksha too. Chantel did mention this earlier. Carl TZ loves to play around this. Also his son Kyle TZ. And Yadyu Zhang, surprisingly powerful right now in the current meta.
And this is Sanford here, right? So this is a nice pick already for Echo. And looking at the early to mid, or actually let's focus on the wave clear. So pretty on par for both the Echo and ONIC Philippines. So even on hero damage per second, so it's as if both of our teams actually researched about each other. So we might see an almost similar type of orientation for both Echo and even ONIC. So I want to say that even crowd control is on their vision as well. Objective, leaning towards the ONIC side, but it's really more on the rotation. But with the objective taking, I can say that even though it is 3.6 for ONIC, you have a Baksha on the other side. So they might actually limit the possibilities for the other hero to just be on the lead.
Now we're waiting for the final bans to come up. The Turisla, we saw it earlier.
Yeah.
And Chantel, I think I remember you screaming really hard when Nats just came in with that penalty zone on 5. That's one of those plays that you know would land in the top 5 plays. Now it's out of the game. You could say the same for Minotaur and Kadita.
Oh,
but
wow.
surprising, Echo, the one banning out one of those mid laners that Sanji loves to play too.
Probably because of the Valentina play already. So, kind of feeling for Echo, they are focusing on hiding the hero for JP. So, we might see a really tanky hero as to why Minotaur has been banned. So, this is a counter pick actually for... I know that Rapido actually uses the Cho, but if it's on the hands of JP, it's kind of difficult for ONIC Philippines. So, this is a nice pick for the side of ONIC. Now, for Echo, they're still lacking the gold lane hero. And it's gonna be Kar. So this is nice against an Edith. But scaling mobility almost on par versus an Irithel. It's just the criticals, but the DPS is leaning towards a Kar because it is continuously just dealing damage against the other heroes. While for Irithel is really more on the criticals. So anyway, it's gonna be Faramis. Longer team fights here for ONIC Philippines. And we see familiar faces from esports.
Yo, that's Bill.
Bill.
Bill, welcome to the real Bang Bang. Replay this on TikTok, boy.
Well, good again. Good. Actually, not even just Bill here. It is. I feel like the most packed it's been in the shooting gallery studio, like for a while. I don't know. There's people standing up, literally.
Yeah, you know, I love it when this happens. And wait, you know what? I'm not sure if this is gonna garner me some heat, but I'm happy to see the venue literally filled, even if it's not a blacklist game.
Hey,
no, going back, the communities for other teams are relatively small, but now it's relatively big. Love it.
You know what? I actually saw some tweets that the majority of these fans are actually friends, even though they support different teams. So, yeah. Oh, wow. Audience predictions.
Oh, Echo really dominating the audience predictions. You could predict, by the way, at home, and you might even win something, but you're going to have to wait for that notification if it ever does come up. But it is game 1 of the Battle of the Win Streaks. Echo with an 8-0 run. Meanwhile, ONIC having that 5-0. One team will come home with a dirtier match history.
Yep. Still, and one team will still have a win streak.
Because today it's still clean. After this, it's dirty.
Yes.
They tainted.
My favorite adjective, dirty.
Anyway, guys.
Second is chaotic.
So this is the usual matchup in terms of the junglers. So one is more on the let's say a snowball effect because of the speed in terms of clear being wave jungling, and the other one is because of the damage potential or killing potential, which is Marcus. So we can see the pure rage here for Horizon, which is pretty nice, and more on the assassin type. So a lot of movement from more on the movement speed for majority of players or heroes of ONIC. Same goes with Valentina of Sanji, the usual emblem set that he uses for the Valentina.
Now we are heading on to a very silent early game, and I do think that this will change really quickly the moment one pulls the trigger. It's not like they're just waiting for that moment.
Yeah, not only that, but both these teams, like if you look at both Echo and ONIC, they need the time to hit that level 4, right? Because they both have tools that once they hit that level 4, whether that's on Rapidude or whether that's on JP, they're going to look for those pickoffs. And that's why the isolation is so important for them as well, especially early on, because you already mentioned this, Womi, the capability to start momentum or snowball for any of these teams. They roll on that. They ride that wave very well. Now the bottom lane looks like this might be the focus, but again, no level 4 just yet for JP, so they can't find that. Sanji, taking quite low, has to go heal back up before this turtle spawns.
Yeah, man, so many tanky targets down bottom lane. Surely this will affect the upcoming fight for the turtle. Our XP laners are yet to reach level 4, so they're going to try to rush that. Super Prince already down bottom lane to reach level 4. Same with Cram, but I feel like he went for Cram solo XP instead, so they can have this Edith on level 4. Might be a crucial decision, but Sanford already flying in.
Sanford going to fly in with the Dragon Form. JP barely level 4. Still going to be the focus here. They're going to zone them out the best they can. Still, Turtle going to be worked on. That was the flicker used as well. Quite low. There's the Terrified. Ryzen going to get pushed out. Sanji has the Decimate of himself. He will fall, though. not able to get it, but Echo gets the first turtle of the game, a body for an objective.
That was a nice zone out by Sanford during that moment. Outright predicted that Ryzen was there after that Dragon Form went in with a Petrify against Ryzen. So it was a cause of delay for the jungler of ONIC Philippines as to why Echo was able to secure that turtle. And also because of that, it was also a point because JP went level 4 because of that XP as well on the turtle. So it is an evil ball game, but the rotation definitely will be on the gold lane for like couple of seconds, and actually JP is already on position.
Yeah, JP could just flicker in, except he doesn't have it for a minute for now, so he's just gonna wait there. He's gonna go for an ultimate if ever he finds someone, but looks like he won't find anyone unless they go for the dive, in which case Nets snuffs it out. Almost a death-defying situation where nothing really happened, my guy.
Well, if Nets is very vocal and proud lately of the performance of ONIC, definitely he knows that he is the target early game.
He's actually going to he got dragged just now off camera, but he's going to be just fine, right? That's what JP was waiting for the whole time. Even used the Divine Judgment out there, but good thing, as you were mentioning, Chantel, Nets doesn't get taken down. So best case scenario, Cram, going to use that Primal Wrath, should be fine.
Yeah, you know, it's an Edith. It's really hard to kill an Edith, especially with the shield that comes with Primal Wrath and the healing with the attacks. But I do feel like Stanford will get rewarded with a bit of plating, but Cram decides to stay. Cram will be able to defend that, and Stanford, Ryzen might take him down.
And now Ryzen on the hunt. He's already using Decimate. Stanford, Dragon Form, gets the stun, but can't get away. He will fall. Kill going to the hands there. Ryzen grabbing a kill for himself. Now, all this leading into the second turtle. Carl T's going to go ahead and work on his buff here. Meanwhile, everybody getting in positioning. JP also waiting for the Divine Judgment. There it is. Got the flicker as well. They're in a good position to contest this turtle.
Well, I do understand the Petrify coming in from Sanford. I feel like canceling that Black Dragon Form quite too early. It was a bit of a miscomm coming in from Echo, and now Cram goes in, doesn't find Carl Teasy.
Oh, it doesn't find him. Gets the knock up with the Earth Shatter, though. It's still going to be working on Turtle. Will be claimed here by Ryzen. Gets him that one. Rapidy will fall, though. Echo now on the board. Still going to be looking for a fight here. Holding on to the Nether Realm. They're going to use it themselves. Pushing ONIC back. Cram to get Retribution. There's their Nether Realm. And now everybody still at a stable position here in the mid lane. They're going to back off.
Okay, for ONIC, they actually secured the turtle, and it all started with the zone out from the players of... actually, for Echo, they wanted to zone out Rapidot. So Carl TZ went in for Rapidot, and at the same time, for the players of ONIC, JP was actually able to do the Divine Judgment. But it just so happened that for Echo, they weren't able to secure that turtle because, they went in for Rapidot. So it's more of a miscommunication, if I might say, for Echo on this game. And even the Retribution it has been used to just slow down the players because this is a roamer and you have to force them to, as much as possible, be limited in terms of the vision that they give to their teammates.
Yeah, and Rapidude has been very effective in doing so. Carl Teasy had to put his hand on it. In this case, his wheel on it. It really hurt Rapidude with that one skill alone. It's quite surprising to see a Baksha deal that much damage. And now we're back to this lull, this time where everybody's just waiting for the next big objective or maybe someone to be isolated. But both teams are really displaying this excellent decision-making inside the lane where they don't show their weaknesses.
You know what? If a game is this discreet as early as 6 minutes, it means that both Echo and ONIC has of high respect to both because they don't usually dive if there's no good objective. Okay.
Rapidude.
I thought there was going to be a play.
I was waiting for it too. It looked like that could have been a moment where Rapidude jumps in.
Me too. I was expecting. I was ready for my shot as well.
The preemptive shout. I know. I felt it too, you know?
I felt it, dude.
No,
it was a 3-man knockup.
We were just trying to read the Rapid. Oh, its name.
There you go.
It's a 9.
That's how you do it, yeah.
That's how you do it. They're vocalizing. And now, Ryzen plus Carl Teasy sitting near the turtle about to fight. Cram will be able to knock him up, but look at this. Another knockup. Crucial CC from Cram.
Already going to get both of these Nether Realms down here. Turtle going to be secured. Carl TZ gets it. Still going to be looking for a fight. Sanji on the run. Has to flicker around. Ryzen already using that Decimate. Not able to get the target. JP, though, will go down here. Top side.
Okay, so there was a casualty on the top side, but Echo was able to secure that turtle objective. And all I gotta say, that was a nice control flicker from Sanji, actually, because it was a Cartesi that was hit by the decimate from Ryzen. But ONIC Philippines is just all over the place of Echo's territory. And there's a possibility for them. No, it's not a possibility. It's as sure as day that they will secure this third at the top lane. But the lead is just for 100, and that's because of the good laning as well. And even though Nets was able to tear down a turret against BLCK. BLCK is still on the lead, just a very minimal value of gold.
And I just have to say the choice here for BLCK is really nice. Having that golden staff early would allow him to deal more damage in exchange of having no life steal. But you know, it's better to, the best defense is offense at this point. You kind of want to kill your enemy before they kill you. That's the best defense for BLCK.
Yeah, it's and not only that, but what you're seeing is just a lot of discipline from both the sides here, because it's relatively a low action game at this point, right? Between everything that's happened with the turtles into the first Lord. Even right now, ONIC using the conceal, looking for a play on the bottom side. They're not going to find it, but if they can get the turret, that'd be great for them position and space-wise.
Yeah, and cross-map play. Well, I think Echo will be able to take down a turret top side. In exchange, ONIC will be able to secure one bottom side. And that's really good, because this is a good display of what competitive MOBB is. Nobody's showing their openings. They're just exchanging objectives. And we're bound to see one big team fight that changes that all. And wow, I love soccer.
Feels like it.
But anyway, as a part of what Nice said, as a part of the discipline, actually, since this game started,
here we go! They knew right there. They get the Nether Realm out. He's going to be in trouble. They have to go in. Ryzen from the backside. Still going to be looking. Nets unleashing as well. Way the Dragon going to find Carl Teasy. He's still quite healthy, though. Here comes Sanford on the hunt. He's going to find him. JP will fall. Rapidu flickers out to safety. Now Nets on the run, but Sanford's right there for him, and they grab another kill. 3 down for ONIC, and Echo makes a beeline to the Lord.
3 for 1. Echo with the sustain allows them to survive the initial burst coming in from ONIC, and they had proper target acquisition, getting nets as well, and this will reward them with the first Lord of the game. Can ONIC actually contest this, Rintel?
I doubt that they will go, because Ryzen is not actually up. He's still at 5 seconds for that timer. And I gotta say for Echo, that is one controlled aggression, because they just waited for that concealed play and just went straight to the players of ONIC. And ONIC wasn't prepared for that kind of play. And it's a nice sacrifice for JP. He is the tanker. As long as they were able to secure a kill against ONIC, and they're fine. And now a 2.3k gold lead from 500 to 300. It's huge this time around.
It is huge. 2k gold lead, 10 minutes in. ONIC could still fight head to head, but I would say Echo has a slight edge in terms of picking them off. So they got to be careful with their positioning. It was as quick as a snap. The moment that they saw someone enter that bush alone, it was go time for JP.
And right now, they got to deal with this Lord, which they should make quick work of. As they do, still holding on to the tier 2 turret as well on the top side. They've got to deal with the waves next, losing the bottom tier 2.
And
Echo
now,
finding what they can.
And I do think JP.
Oh, JP gonna get dragged here. Going for it. Finds Ryzen. Ryzen quite low. Still gonna be up for now. Somehow still alive. Goes back to the base, but the rest of the team is gonna be slaughtered as they take on the force of Echo. Nether Realm to push into the base here, driving them back. Thankfully, only 1 down for Nets.
Oh, wow.
But it's another one for the GOAT. 2,000 assists, and he's still going with Echo here. Full force into the base.
Wow.
Now the focus in the middle lane. Turret still a couple hits away. They should be able to get it crammed, trying to keep it together. Ryzen as well. 1 hit away, and the turret falls there in the mid lane.
Masterful formation and masterful juggling of turret aggro. This is a world champion, Echo.
You know what? 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes, and 5.6k gold. And it's as if ONIC doesn't have a time, or they don't really have a breather, because JP's always there, does that flicker and the divine judgment. And ONIC, it's as if they are forced to be reactive for this game, even though Nets has the items at level 12. I don't think it's advisable for him to be upfront, because the moment that Echo jumped into their inhibitor turret at the middle lane. Nets was in front, so he's a perfect target for Echo. So ONIC right now has to be careful and force that maybe 16-minute game time for this to be the lead to a lesson.
And the next Lord will be crucial as well, considering that it is the first Luminous Lord of the game, and Echo is in prime condition to take it away from ONIC. And now, big rotation coming in from the Orcas, swimming together down bottom lane. They do leave the Kaja in the river. And look at ONIC right now. They're not even leaving their own jungle. It's starting to look like a massacre from the Orcas.
And I wanted to explain this earlier because I was caught because there was a team fight, right? For Echo, actually, what's been effective for this team is that during the start of the game, they have been delaying their minion, both Golden and XP lane.
Yep.
So the players are forced to be near the turrets of Echo. So it has really been Echo setting up the tempo for this game. And for ONIC, it might be risky for them to actually contest this one. Probably force a split push since they are known for the banana split. But someone for Echo has to defend their turrets.
Look at this. They're just going to go ahead and give up the Lord. They put some pressure on the bottom side, but ultimately they're going to find themselves ONIC on the defense once again as Lord is secured by Echo. Now furthering the gold lead, they have 8,000 gold, stealing these resources and buffs away from ONIC as well. Going to make that defense that much harder.
It's going to be really hard for ONIC, and considering what Echo did to Blacklist yesterday, 18k gold lead, it's very far from what's happening to ONIC right now, but for someone who's in second place, Echo is winning quite well, and all they needed was one team fight, and now JP with a conceal, the dragon is up there.
Looking for a target, going to go for the Divine Judgment, going to go ahead and get the pull. Ryze is going to be in trouble. Lord's still going to be up here. They get the Nether Realm out too. Nets trying to bob and weave through it, keeping him at bay. He finds Sanford. Sanford will go down. They find two. Still going to be working for more, but Benny Cutie answers with a double kill himself, and that is a trade. The 2-for-1, but ONIC stays in the game.
And right after the team fight, we saw two players from Echo actually buying that immortality. And ONIC right now, the strength for this team is that they have Super Friends, and every time there is going to be a setup lane for Echo, it's kind of predictable because it's just a linear movement for them. Now for ONIC, all they have to do is protect Nets, and this has been working from them, or for them, from the previous series, or from all the win streak that they had. But the gold for, okay, let's compare the gold. Nets is at 9.3k, and Benecutie is at 12. So the final items might be the difference for this player.
Nets is in trouble here.
He's
going to get zoned completely.
No way!
He knows it too. Nets left to it, and he will go down. Wow, Carl Teasy.
You know what? Moment of silence, my guys. That is humiliating. 2 seconds done. Wait, you know what? There's one second. But anyway, my guy just recalled right into his face. He knew what was going to happen.
Well, for Cortis, he actually built the blade armor as early as possible, even though Nets wasn't really part of the team fight on early to mid game. So they're ready that the Nets is going to be the problem of the late game. So why not build the blade armor so I can do this at around 14-minute game time and find Nets at the bottom lane. He was just prepared for it, right? So that is a blade armor, Scar Guardian helmet, and then the immortality.
And honestly, looking at the items for the carry here, he should be able to deal damage on Carl Teasy. But you know, it comes with a price. It deals damage back to him. And as a carry, here's something that I discovered by playing carry in solo queue quite recently. You can't really cancel your attacks because you don't have animations. You can't walk away to cancel it. So if the Baksha decides to trail you while you run away, you just keep on attacking even if you don't want to anymore. Unless, of course, you die. Then you stop inevitably.
They shouldn't, because they've got so much ground to cover here.
Okay.
And it looks like they might want to. They want to at least get some information. They got to be careful, though. JP, are we going to go for it with the Divine Judgment? Now it's rising once again. Sanford going to pop the Dragon Form, looking for Nets. Going to zone him out the best he can. The team's response is there. They've got their own Nether Realm. Cram going to be in trouble. He falls in the jungle. And they're going to be forced back to the base. They're still going to give it a go. Benny Cutie from the backside. Wow. Everybody's low. Benny Cutie doesn't even need to do anything.
They don't have the minions,
because
though.
they have to run to the base. Oh, easy going to get dragged here. They don't have any minions. So despite the efforts, now Echo has to deal with the response from ONIC Philippines. There's the kick. They find JP. Ryzen will fall, though. Now a couple minions make it to the base. Benny Cutie's just going to
Wave's gonna be cleared here. Rapidude has the immortality. Echo still looking to end the game, and this should be it. The zone super prints out, and Echo will do it. They'll take game 1.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The spacing coming in from Benny Cutie in that final team fight definitely was really good. You know, I feel like that's an understatement, but he did well.
I felt the fulfillment in your voice. But yeah, for Benny Cutie, a lot of this moment, okay, I can do the tower lock, I could do the base lock, but okay, I'll shift my target, I'll go to Rapidude, and it's just Echo. It's an understatement if I say that this is their cleanest game.
I mean, it's one of those I would call a very clean game. It's clean as it gets, you know. And
I thought you wanted dirty.
I thought I wanted dirty, but you know, I take that.
Now it's clean.
That was clean. They went in for one team fight. The only error that they really truly had was overstaying, but that's one small error. It wasn't even a major one.
I mean, like, with that kind of performance, that kind of game there, even Benny Cutie at the end, right? Like, he didn't really have to do too much other than lock on the base at the end there, because the gap was just so far for ONIC Philippines that even Carl Tiziana Baksho was like enough to deal quite a bit of damage to the lineup of ONIC, and then everything else. Sanford really zoning out very well on the Yuzhong there, finding nets, putting pressure, getting their own Netherrealm out. Of course, we saw the Battle of the Netherrealms being utilized, right?
Yep.
But just, it was great kind of choreography from Echo, really forcing a lot of things out from ONIC when they even felt like, maybe we shouldn't fight this. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. But most often they shouldn't have. But still, they were put in that situation, and it faltered.
And I gotta say that the last team fight, Benny Cutie, as I said, he just locked in on that base, knew that he had the damage, and I think it was a tweet or a Facebook status that came from Andy, the manager of Echo.
Yeah.
The name of the game is to finish the base, regardless of how you do it. That's the name of the game.
As long as you finish the game.
As long as you finish the game. A win is a win. In other words, a win is a win. It's actually true. And Echo is still embodying that.
Yep.
Ever since that Beatrix backdoor moment in Season 10 that forced a buff on the defenses.
It's just extreme force. I mean, extreme force for Echo. And even at that last moment, we actually saw Sanji using that flicker just to deal damage against the players of ONIC.
Yeah, in just a bit, Chantel will have to talk again to analyze Game 1.
When I was about to end my sentence, that is because I am to transition for the analysis segment. Anyway, it was a very dominating game for Echo, if I might say. The tempo is dictated by them, and at the same time, it was hard for ONIC to actually negate the type of energy, extreme force, if I might say. So part of that force is the natural force that Benny Cutie has on that carry, as well he is our smart MVP of the game. 703 KDA, 836 gold per minute, and even 83% team fight participation. And with the itemization, and even the Hunter Sword and even Malefic Lord, the rest of the players of ONIC can really sustain this type of damage. I mean, we say that a carry late game is problematic, but if a carry early game that has items for the late game, it's more problematic. So we will see on the highlights how Echo actually won against ONIC. We said that it was literally Echo setting up the tempo. Although for ONIC, it was them having the first blood, but for Echo, it's just them securing the objectives. Was where there was a divine judgment from JP. Cardies and Sanford actually killed Rapidude, so the turtle went on ONIC's side. So when Nice said that it was a battle of Nether Realms, it really was, because for Echo, specifically Sanji, what he did was he just waited for the players, or he just waited for Super Friends to use that Nether Realm, and then went in for his own I am you are me, or you are her. Anyways, so for Echo, 4.1k goal lead at around 11-minute game time. Super Friends after that Nether Realm, and this is where when we said that for Nets, it was a bit risky in front of Echo, knowing that there is a Kaja and even this hero by Sanji. So last moments, So Super Prince was killed by Benecutie here. There was a nice defense here by ONIC, by the way. Next was able to buy that Malefic Roar, and this is the diversion of the play. So for the side of ONIC, there was another realm from Super Prince, but they wanted to back away for that team fight. Now for Echo, they did another realm just to force a team fight against Echo. Now came a 17-minute game time. There was no minion wave for Echo rather, and ONIC wanted that defense. Rapidot with that Wave the Dragon, but look at the position of Benecutie. Okay, I'll just do my job here and try to deal damage against Rapidot, and eventually ending that game. I mean, flawless for Benecutie, no deaths. So it means that the rotation of Echo has been just effective. Start the game, and just like what I've mentioned in the middle of the game, it was an isolating strategy by Echo because they actually delayed the minion wave. So the minion of their minion rather won't reach the riverside. So the players of ONIC are forced to be on, to be near their turrets. So anyway, Quantum Charge here for Benecutie has the tanky emblem as well, and he is just prepared for the worst from or the threat from ONIC because he went in for the Wind of Nature as well, and even the Athena Shield. So 8 turrets for Echo, no Lord or no contest, even signs of contest from ONIC hasn't been there. So 2 straight for Echo, 2-1 in terms of the turtle, and that is because of the diversion play that Echo did, a bit of a miscommunication for them. But I'm gonna say the synergy of Echo was just really on point. And for ONIC, it's as if it's not the usual ONIC that we see, because part of their keys to victory was actually learn from your mistakes, show aggression. But on this game, it was just Echo showing aggression against ONIC. So hero damage, basically the same, but it's more on the conversion of a gold. So Benecutie has 836 per gold per minute. If you compare it to Nets, there is a huge discrepancy in terms of gold, but the conversion of Benecutie's gold has been the reason as to why there is a huge gap on the late game prowess of Echo. Again, Echo Express just proving that they could speed things up, they could slow things around, and they could surprise everyone with their flashy plays. So that is just game number 1. I'm excited for game number 2. Right, Umi and Naisu?
Thank you. Yes. Well, why are we doing this?
I don't know.
I didn't even I just did it.
I'm sorry. I just do it every time the camera comes. I don't know.
Thank you. You know, I'll start doing that too. I'll copy it with at your service. My name is Leo, and I'm Naisu, and you should watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on the MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win some MPL goodies and Smart Bro devices. Of course, you just gotta check out the page to know more about that one. Because right now, of course, we also have the Smart Game Phase of the day. We will look at the MPL Arena people right now, and whoever has the best game phase would win in-game a freebie. So MPL Arena, just make sure to flash that green phone. Wait, no.
The green background.
There's a green phone?
Phone with a green background with the hashtag Power of Smart on it. It's gonna be like that.
Anyway.
You know? Wait, we gotta return that properly.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The box is green, right?
The box is green.
You know? But yeah, redeemable in-game code if you guys win. But of course, if you're not watching here, you could visit /events to enter the building. It's quite fun here, honestly. You know?
Oh, sorry. I just
it's
got
okay.
excited.
There it is.
There it is.
There they are.
My guys.
Thank you, my guys. She's catching on.
He's catching on.
Second day. I mean, she has done 3 series today,
Yeah,
so.
true.
I've been here the whole day.
Yeah, you know.
Same with other people here, the gold passers.
That's right.
I mean,
okay.
Okay. That is the game phase of the day.
You already know the clear winner when you see it. You know, this guy wins a redeemable in-game code. Congratulations, my guy.
That should be an emote.
That should be an emote. That
What
smile is $1,000 or maybe pesos. Depends on where you are. The value
That's a
difference
huge discrepancy, as Chantel used earlier. That's a discrepancy. Spell discrepancy.
Oh no, I'll just do a facial reaction for that. I mean, facial expression.
Discrepancy, my favorite.
Oh no, my guys, don't do that to me.
No, my
I keep calling you my guys. No, you're not my guys.
Pretty-
You are my bros.
There you go.
We
Pretty
haven't-
soon, she's not going to be Atemo Chantel anymore. She's going to be
I'm your elder sister.
Okay, if that's how you want it
Evolution, my guy.
A what?
What? Sorry, what did you say?
Evolution, my guy.
Evolution, my guy. That's what. Honestly, I don't know what that means. What is
Hey,
evolution?
what are we talking about?
We won't
even?
say everything because right now it's about to happen. Game number 2. But before we head on to game number 2, of course, we're going to have to talk to some of the people inside the arena or maybe to some of the players as well. But I'm quite sure that it's going to be the people in the arena because the players don't really want to be distracted after a game like that. Like, it's one of those games that if you're ONIC, you kind of want to rest a bit.
Not today.
But right now, we're going to have to, I think, in just a bit, go
Here.
to Mara Aquino to talk with the people in the MPL arena.
They're
In
ready.
fact, they're quite ready now. So Mara Aquino, please take the mic away from me. I'm suffering.
Sobrang saya dito sa MPL Arena at kasama ko dito si Jake Vargas and Chad Kines. Hello, guys!
Hello, Mara.
Hello!
Hi, hello po sa inyo lahat.
Oh, curious kami. Sinong sinusuportahan nyo? Ikaw, feeling ko,
Of
alam
course,
ko
ONIC.
ONIC. Oh, ONIC.
Yung jowa ko, sinusuportahan ko.
Sino yung jowa?
Wala.
Sino yung jowa mo?
Wala nga. Charot lang. Hindi, I'm supporting Echo.
Echo, okay. No, so kayo, alam ko friends kayo in real life, di ba? Friends kayo in real life, pero you're supporting different teams today.
Yes, but it's okay.
So, paano yan?
Ganun talaga.
Oh, tingnan natin. Ako curious ako. Ikaw parehas kayong nag-ML, di ba?
Yes, ako nag-ML ako simula nag-start yung unang labas ng ML. Hindi pa ganun kaganda yung graphics.
Anong MMR mo? Sige nga.
Ha?
Nagtanong ng MMR eh. Anong rank mo?
Ngayon, kasi nag-end season, so ang rank ko ngayon is Epic.
Epic. Kasi
Yeah.
kaka-end season lang. Anong rank mo before mag-end season?
Before Mythic.
Before Mythic.
Yeah, Mythic.
Mythic, ilang points nga? Sige.
18?
Oh,
100 di ba?
Natatalo mo pa ako, hindi ako nakabot ng Mythic eh. Ikaw, anong rank mo?
Mythic din.
Mythic, pero ngayon?
Mythic na.
Wow! Mythic ka kaagad? Kaka-start lang ng season agad-agad? O siya nga ako nagugulat oh.
Siyempre, batak na batak.
Oh my gosh!
Dapat pala, Chad, maglaro tayong dalawa eh.
Why not?
Oo.
Dapat maglaro kayo. Curious ako, anong role? Anong role niyong dalawa? Ikaw muna.
Ang role ko, supportahan yung family ko. Charos. Charos. Hindi, ako, mage, nag-top PH Vexana ako.
Top PH Vexana?
2 days.
Oh my God! Ang galing mo naman!
Siyempre, kung may sakit ako, wala ako dito, di
Oh
ba?
my God! Kailangan pabuhat. O ikaw, ano ka? Top ano ka?
Ano ako minsan XP, minsan tank. Ganun.
Minsan XP, minsan
Minsan
tank.
tank, oo.
So pwede ka, mage siya, ikaw XP tank. So
Yeah.
dapat buhatin mo siya kasi epic.
Oo
Epic
nga.
lang siya.
Pwede naman. Nag-XP din ako. Actually, any role.
Any role, wow.
Ano ba yung best
Multi-role,
pick mo?
flexible.
Ha?
Ano ba yung best pick mo?
Best pick ko,
Yes.
funny.
Funny?
Funny!
Ang lakas mo naman pala.
Kasi pag ginamit ko yun, nakakatawa. Funny talaga. Kasi hindi sumasabi, tumatakbo lang.
I love you. You're so much fun. O ikaw, ano yung best mo? Best hero?
Best
two.
hero ko, minsan nagpapakito. Yan, pakito.
Ay, ako
And-
Chiquito.
Chiquito? Tapos sa tank is, ano ba? Franco.
Franco, mahilig ka mag-hook.
Yes.
Mahilig siyang mag-hook.
Kaya mamaya i-hook ko yun si Chad.
Ang mga ano ko talaga, Tirisla, ang hero pool ko, for XP, Tirisla, Glue, Export. And then for Mage, kahit ano.
Chad,
Kahit
magkaibigan
ano,
tayo,
sobrang
pero hindi,
flexible.
magkaibigan tayo, pero hindi ko alam nag-ML ka
I was playing ML which was launched July 14, 2016.
Oh.
Uy.
Di ba? Wow!
Oo.
Nanalo
Diba
na
nga,
sa
Chad?
quiz. Ikaw di ba sabi mo naglaro ka since it opened?
Yes. Hindi pa ganun kaganda yung graphics ng ML.
So first mo talaga kayo kasi one, hindi nyo alam na naglalaro yung isa't isa. Magkaiba kayo ng team.
Hindi, syempre kapag kami, hindi naman may nag-uusap minsan eh. So, biglaan lang din talaga. Yun.
Alam mo kung nakalaro kita, di sana nabuhat na kita.
Sana nabuhat ka na, nag-metic ka na.
sayang.
Okay, sige. Mag-final message tayo sa ating mga teams. Ikaw, para sa Echo, anong gusto mong sabihin sa favorite players mo at sa buong team?
Walang kakaba-kaba. I know you can do it. 2-0.
Wow! 2-0. Naku, sorry, nahampas pa kita. 2-0 daw.
Nako, ang ONIC, masyadong gutom yan ngayon. Kaya feeling ko sa game 2, mananalo na yan. For sure.
Alright, let's see who's gonna win this one. Balik na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara, and to our lively crowd here in the MPL Arena. I'm sure the people in the international audience, it's quite a shame. The other guy was so funny. The Chad Kitty's guy was really hilarious. If only you could understand him. So translator, it's time for the work. But it's a lot of local jokes. So I'm not quite sure if you guys are going to get it anyway.
You know what doesn't work too well either?
What?
The auto-generated captions, man.
True.
I literally have tried it a couple times.
What happened?
It does not work very well. So I don't know. Huh?
To us?
Yeah, like English stream. You know, everybody watching right now on the stream.
What?
The auto-generated captions for like Tagalog to English just aren't very accurate. I don't know who needs to improve that, but we need to get on it.
Hopefully.
I think I could do that job very well.
YouTube.
You're willing?
Hire this man. Give him the money. Give him the bag. Nice already has a lot of it, but he needs more.
Ask me anything in Tagalog, I'll translate it easily. Not right now, but
not right now. Okay. I'm glad that you said that right now. We were ready. We were ready, my guy. And now we're gonna see game number 2. Once again, we already have to put context to you guys that Echo really played really well.
Yep.
And I said really twice. My God.
That's how really well they played.
Yeah, that's like a very good game coming in from Echo.
Yep.
They needed just one team fight to be ahead, and that just goes to show how great of a team they are.
I don't know. After that, concealed play from Echo, they just went straight, and it's as if they were able to study the rotation of ONIC because they didn't really see or they didn't really had a vision during that moment. They just knew that the players of ONIC was there. So I'm looking forward if there's gonna be a switch of the sides. For both of our teams. So Echo's gonna be on the blue side still, and ONIC is at the red side.
Yeah, red side for ONIC means they could get 2 power picks after Echo inevitably locks in the Fredrin that just got banned from ONIC. So this might just be another Valentina first pick if we're following the trends from game 1.
I think if they go that route, it's almost as safe as picking Fred first pick, right? Because again, Valentina first pick for the most part. Not only do you guarantee yourselves the whole stealing of ultimates, but also it kind of makes the opposing team really kind of consider what they're going to pick up, right? So there it is, Valentina locked in for the first pick for Echo.
So actually for this one, since this is almost the same pattern for Echo, the difference this time around is going to be Baksha and Yuzhong. So they went straight for those tanky type of heroes. So definitely for Echo, I highly doubt though that they will combine both Valentina and Novaria on the same spot. Although JP, they could actually have him on his Cho or maybe a Kaja, same with the game number 1. But they could have an XP lane as well. But it's going to be Akai and Teresa this time around for both the Sanford and Carl TZ. Actually, we're not even sure yet if Akai is on JP's hands or Carl TZ's hands.
Yeah, they got the counter spin for the Baksha. And I gotta say, the XP lane matchup is looking quite good. This is by far the healthiest XP lane matchup. A Terizla versus a Yuzhong. That's the new staple of the meta where both XP laners just sustain and deal damage. I'm really happy to see both of these guys here in the draft. And now, Nets can't have the Bruno anymore, but they could steal the carry. I do remember Nets play the carry a lot before. Lilia?
Lilia,
this is somehow more in a safer route. Actually for ONIC, since the Super Friends has been known as well on using the Lilia. So we've mentioned the marksman heroes actually for this one. So okay, so let's discuss first the draft pick. So because of the Lilia pick for the side of ONIC, team fight is actually basically the same for them. Hero damage per second. It's really more. Oh, interesting. Wave clear is still on Echo's side. So all along I thought that because of that it would be on ONIC side. So probably we might see an export actually for ONIC just to reiterate on that clearing of minion wave.
And we are seeing a lot of Yaoi fans in the crowd, and one of the best Echo fans ever since. Shout out to you. And we're waiting for the next few bans here. As you said, Export could be a viable choice if ever. But I do think the XP laners are already locked in for both sides here. And the Kaja plus the Minotaur will be banned out for the side of ONIC, which means they're targeting a lot of roamers for JP.
Yeah, I think you have to do that, right? Kind of go that route. Lock that in if you can. Narrow the choices. But now at the same time, my big question is, who's going to get what for the gold lane, right? That's carry being taken out there. And again, these are 3 heroes that are picked up quite a bit. Claude, Bruno, Carey. Now that leaves the Irithyll that's usually grabbed
Brody.
up. You have the Brody. That might be one of the safe routes to go as well with what's left here. But we'll see. We'll see how ONIC wants to play this one.
Yeah, they're still looking for their gold laner and possibly their roamer, because I do feel like this box show will be going to the hands of Ryzen anyway. So it's either they get a roamer or they get their gold laner now. The Iksha, a valuable pickup from last series, could be the answer here if you'd like. But I do think that it's safer to leave the Iksha for later when you know who you're fighting
How about
against.
Moscow? Anyway, it's gonna be Kufra, so ONIC still thinking of the next possible pick for them. But this is a nice pick with the Kufra. So one rapid loot, the specialty hero. Because of that, they are already at 4 in crowd control. So succumb to his power. Kufra is the most used hero in the roam role this season with a pick rate of 33.03.
That's a lot of threes.
Yeah.
And Rome is definitely something that I feel like the most vital piece in terms of the roaming trio, because we always have the mid, jungle, and roamer. It's the roamer who sets the things up for a lot of teams. But looks like the lock-in for Echo is already there. And it's going to be Rafaela and Iksha. We did mention the Iksha earlier, but we didn't even mention the Rafaela. It looks like it's going to be the answer for Echo.
Okay, so way back season 10, it is also actually JP that uses the Rafaela up against a different strategy back then. So for ONIC, since they're up against this one, it's a crazy thought, but they could actually go for I was thinking about Granger, but the Brody is the safer route, or maybe Moskov.
Yeah, Moskov is one of those low-range marksmen. But they're going to go for high-range marksmen instead. The Clint up against the Iksha.
Yeehaw.
Quite odd. Yeehaw, both of them from the west.
Yes.
Battle of the West Side.
It's the battle
Killa.
of the Blaze. Is it Blazing? It's Blazing West, right?
Yeah, it's a Blazing West. Yeah.
It's the Blazing West.
Okay,
you want to
so-
know where the Star Limb came from?
Where?
Where?
Isn't the West, or isn't like Iksha part of the Star Limb? I think she brought the Star. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Like I remember the MV. No, it's not an MV. It's a video. The Starlium went down to the western side of the world, and they got it. And looking at our draft index here, we have hero DPS higher for the side of Echo, but wave clear is a bit better for the side of ONIC. Moving towards the early game, we might see a lot of rotations from ONIC, but surely Echo could respond to it. And this is going to be either the win streak of ONIC about to end or the win streak of Echo about to get demolished. It's the same thing, just different adjectives, but it's the same teams, same game, different animals, same beast, whatever Kobe Bryant said.
It's the same flavor. It's the same color.
I thought you were gonna at least go like threatened.
You know what?
Because we would go to a game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Right? It would be
You're right.
Sorry, again?
You're right.
It would be threatened. It wouldn't be demolished yet because we'd be going to a game 3.
Yes, you're right. Because Echo, it's a best of 3.
There
Thank
it
you,
is.
Nice too. This is
I got
why
you,
you're
man.
there. You keep us in check.
Yeah, but just in case you weren't there, I don't know what the me and Umi will be saying as of the moment. Anyway, we go to the game, so this is gonna be an interesting one. The usual with Carl TZ on the Kai and the Ryzen with that Impure Rage Baksha. So Umi mentioned that this is going to be a rotation, but look at Super Prince. Just capitalizing on the middle lane, outer turret energy shield, but here comes Sanji on those spokes.
Wow. The early game damage coming in from Echo is quite respectable. ONIC can't let that happen again because it might just translate into first blood, which you never really want to give to Echo.
Okay, they're gonna find Sanji here, actually rolling right into JP as well. Not enough damage though to follow up just yet. They're gonna get their own poke here in on top of it. So very aggressive from both teams early on.
Yep, and even for Echo, actually, they have 3 players, if I'm not mistaken, with the agility. So add up the 4% movement speed from the agility plus the movement speed that the Holy Healing JP has. So it is expected for Echo that they could counter the rotation from ONIC. But for ONIC, what's really nice is for Super Prince, because we saw him the last time use this Lilia, the threat that he could give. And look at that, he's actually in par in terms of experience.
Okay, Rapid going to charge up once again. JP could be in trouble here. First blood going to the hands of Super Prince. And, wow. Okay, he gets it.
that's big damn, man. Like the damage coming in from Lilia early game is really big. Like when the moment that you hit the first 3 pops on the Shadow Energy, it just allows for this Lilia, especially running with the lethal ignition. But now the turtle, it's one of those objectives that you kind of want to get. It's nice to have in the early game, but Echo could decide to just back off. But looks like they want to contest this.
Okay, Krem using the Dragon form here. Rapidu gonna find the target once again. Trying to keep Carl TZ at bay. Sanford gonna jump in with a penalty zone. Do they have enough damage? Turtle gonna go ahead and reset. Krem will fall. Still gonna be going for it. They're whittling away. Sanford goes down next. Turtle now for the taking here. Who's gonna be able to grab it? It's Carl TZ. Bison is in trouble.
Wow.
And he falls as well. It's the trades here happening for that first turtle.
That's the one rare holy baptism kill that we see, you know?
That's a holy baptism.
Holy baptism killing one person, my God.
I thought you were gonna say my guy.
No, I have to stop saying that.
Okay,
Change it up.
To continue the discussion for Echo, right? It's as if a majority of the Rizla users has been functioning as a counter initiator. So most of the time, we see Rizla do the setup. But this time around, whenever someone is in danger for Echoes, Sanford's just there on the penalty zone, which, by the way, was on point. Look at JP, also on point on using that holy baptism against ONIC.
Quite unfortunate, though, that if only the full barrage was a bit towards the right, that could have been a flicker or whatever coming in from the Clint. But you know, you can't have everything in the world. And right now, Sanji and Super Fins are battling it out. I do think that having the black shoes on Valentina is a bit of a waste, but it's a good escape tool.
Just in case for the pokes, if ever Super Friends wants to go 1v1 on a lane, then probably it's a better choice. Or even for Sanji, just for those taunts, and then just go out with the black shoes. So discipline again for both. But BLCK already has a corrosion sight. Now for Nets, that is the endless battle. So a huge difference in terms of the skill set for both Golden heroes.
Okay, both of them just, at this point, you know, we're at that, like Lomi said before, it's kind of just a stalemate. It's a lull, right? They really can't find what they're looking for. You thought there was going to be a play up top side as well. They couldn't find a pick. Now Sanji, going to be the focus, but really what it's all going to come down to is setting up for this next turtle here. And that's what ONIC is trying to do. They're trying to have that advantage in terms of the positioning. So they're going to find Sanford. They do get that flicker out. He's not going to have that for that penalty zone combination anymore. Both junglers get position for this turtle. There's going to be the jump in. Rapidu goes in too. They already go for it. He's going to be zoned down, locked down with the heavy spin. Cram will fall. Turtle going to be secured by Ryzen. The healing is there though for Echo as well. They keep everybody alive. They lose the turtle.
Quite the unfortunate game here for Cram. He's always been the target for Carl TZ to get pinned down and bursted. And I just gotta say, if you're playing this Yu Zhong, you kind of want to be the one who's a menace in the fight. But another one.
Oh, they're gonna find a Benny Cutie. He's gonna flicker out. Still Rapidu with him, but Nets not able to go. He flickers in. Nets. It's high noon.
It's high noon, baby. And Sanford goes down as well. That's 2 people outside of Echo. And ONIC will be securing 2 free kills.
Battle of the West at top lane. And it was actually Nets that won that team fight. They're not done yet.
That was a whiff there, though. That, unfortunately, they were looking for something. That was not going to be it. Now, Carl TZ making his way here, too, to help them keep this alive, this turret sustaining. Rapidu going to jump in. Not sure if he's going to really be able to do anything, but again, that could have been something great for ONIC. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Probably for Rapidu, what he wanted to do is to go for that ultimate and go in with a flicker and then ultimate. So for ONIC Philippines, they are on the lead. It's 382, but for Echo, they are a bit intimidated or somehow pressured by the clearing of minion wave by ONIC. So earlier it was BLCK at the lead, but because of the death, Nets is now at 4,700. And Hunter Strike as well here for Cram. So Cram has just to be composed for the next team fight. And it's as if everyone's just ready again for the Brawl Fest here at the middle lane.
I love the item choice as well coming in from Nets. It looks like he's going to go for the Blade of Despair. We rarely see this item anymore. It's usually going towards the Malefic Roar, a bit cheaper than the Blade of Despair, and really counters the tanks in the current meta right now. But ONIC, they're banking on pure damage here, and they're going to be the ones pulling the Turtle on their side. Sanford just zoning out Rapidude, and looks like Turtle will be facing Echo for quite a bit. All people from the side of Echo already present here, but Clint is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, so the numbers advantage is going to be there. Sanford using the penalty zone, but look at what's happening in the bottom side too. They know he's going to be there. Looks like JP also found Nets. So we got two things happen here at once. Nets going to kill JP off camera, pushing the Mac off the Turtle. Carl Teasy waiting there. He can't get the Turtle. It's secured by ONIC, and they're going for this fight as well. Sanji going to be in trouble here. Ryzen threw over the wall. Now going to go ahead and focus Sanji down. The rest of the squad coming to find Sanji. Sanji, you can't escape this one. He will fall, and Cram picks up a kill.
Again, a skill after skill for Super Prince with that Enchanted Talisman, and 2.1k gold lead for the side of ONIC. And it was a nice diverse play actually for ONIC, because Nets was just there. He was able to kill JP during that moment, and Benny Kitty was forced to clear the minion wave at the bottom lane, and this happened at the top lane. So a lot of objectives taken by ONIC, and there was no trade from Echo. Super Prince is dealing massive damage against Echo with a 26,205.
Yeah, a lot of great Lilia games lately, especially today. And right now, Echo, I feel like a lot of miscommunication errors for that last team fight. JP was taken down free by the Clint, and now also a botched Turtle fight from the side of Echo. ONIC is starting to put down the pressure on the Orcas, and the only thing that's working out for the side of Echo right now is still that they have this mid lane turret in the outer tier 1, because that's really important in terms of securing vision around your jungle safely. So Echo, they're still holding on. A 3k gold lead isn't that big, but you could actually feel it in a fight.
Yep, knowing the range as well from both Pulse Force or support players, okay?
Wow, look at this. Already going to whittle down this tier 1 in the mid lane. Sanji already using that as well. The black shoes that he had stolen from Super Prince. They still hold on to the tier 1 though. They're really trying to keep that there for this Lord fight to come up in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's such a crucial position, especially if you're hoping to secure more vision or safe vision around your area, around this Lord area. And this is going to be the first Lord of the game. ONIC does have a slight edge over Echo here. But Echo, they're really brave. They would want to secure this for themselves, but this is going to take a lot of effort, a lot of maybe even shocking setups coming in from JP. He does have the Purify though, no Flicker, only Baptism that may come from JP.
And speaking of possible initiation from JP, the most viable or the perfect target for Echo is going to be Super Prince. I mean, it's really hard for Echo to penetrate the formation of ONIC because of those shadow energies, and look at just the fast clearing of minion wave, and even on the Lord pool, it's hard for Echo to contest because of the range as well of Nox.
Oh, they're going to have to go for it. Lord's going to go ahead and reset here. It was quite low for a while, but both teams just going to go back it off. They gave that purple buff to Nets as well to help him with the cooldowns here, the charges that he has. And we're back to it.
Yeah, patience is the name of the game here in ONIC. They do have a lot of patience. They've been holding on to that Lord for a good minute or so. Now Echo's turn to hold it on their side, threaten ONIC here to that they, with the Lord. This might just be a trap though. ONIC has a good position for flanking. Rapidude and Cram looking for the perfect time to enter this fight.
You know what? ONIC doesn't have the they have the information now that the Benecute is at the top lane, so ONIC might want to force a team fight here.
Yeah, Rapidude going to find Carl Teasy. They're going to try to go in. If Sanford already using the penalty zone, he's right on top of Nets. Nets could be in trouble here. Needs the help. He gets Sanford down. Cram with the dragon form, and Nets gets the Lord as well. And now they're going to push him down. Sanji waiting patiently. The team is fighting all around the jungle. Benny Cutie will fall. Sanji being cut off. Carl Teasy going to be the next target. Cram redeems himself.
as now he's got the 3 kills here after having a struggle in the early game.
Well, Echo did get a few things up there. They weren't able to secure an inhibitor turret and ONIC. They got so much more Nets! Oh, wait a minute! He knew what he was doing. I'm sorry, Nets. I judged you too quickly.
I mean, Nets has been doing a splendid job for this game. Now at 4-0-2, even at that last moment, he saw that setup play from Rapido, and it was against Benny Cutie. ONIC right now is at 6K goal lead. Okay, what we see right now for ONIC, the strength of the lineup is literally the range. So it's really hard for Echo to penetrate this one. And during that last team fight, the IMU black shoes of Sanji was way too far for him to be part of that Lord team fight. So Lord will march in at the top lane. Super Prince, all he needs to do is to zone out the players with those shadow energies again.
Rapido trying to set it up, but now Cram swimming around the base of the Orcus, and the Lord will be melted down fairly quickly. No inhibitor turret down just yet as ONIC tries to pursue the siege, but looks like they'd have to back off. That was anticlimactic as hell. They didn't get anything.
That's a good way to put it. You're waiting for something to happen there, especially with the lead they've garnered themselves, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at Nets. He is just
10K.
massive in the gold department. Look at the items here, Chantel.
Okay, so he has the Berserker's Fury. Oh, okay. Same goes with the Windtalker, although Benekity has, but it's the difference again in terms of the range and even on the critical. So again, for Clint at this point, 4-0-2, and if you're Echo, it's hard even for Sanford to find Nets. So if you are Carl Teasy, might as well have that heavy spin, find Nets, and secure a kill against him because it's really difficult. If you are the target, Super Prince, there's a Purify. So who's the better target? It's Nets.
Yeah, it has to be Nets. Yes, Nets does have the flicker, but it's a way easier target than a Lilio with a Purify. Now Rapido might just go for the play here. Finds Carl Teasy.
Gonna find Carl Teasy, but the penalty zone from Sanford again.
Super
Onto the back side, they go. Nets in trouble. Couple hits away, and he gets taken out by JP. ONIC loses their main damage dealer. They have to retreat. And it looks like Echo knows it as they put pressure now in the mid lane. Eyes set on the tier 1 turret. They're going to drive ONIC back here as best they can. Lord coming up in 10 seconds.
Still a 5K gold lead for the Sonics as they try to secure the next Lord. 4-man strong versus a 5-man Echo squad. They will be zoning out the side of ONIC here. A lot of damage coming in from Super Prince, but Sanji is there to zone them out. Lord started. Benny Cutie trying to kite them out. Rapido trying to get that angle, but looks like Echo will continue the Lord.
They have to go for this Lord here. Carl Teasy knows it. Nets now up, making his way to the team fight. It should be a full-on force. Everybody here, and in the backside, Rapido as well, trying to cause chaos on the backside. Lord gonna come down to it. It's Carl Teasy that gets the Lord, but who wins the team fight? Sanford once again on Nets, takes him out. Nets is down. But meanwhile, Cram, it's 1 versus 3. He tried to buy time, but he will fall. And now on the backside, they're still going. Super Prince and Ryzen here. It's a bloodbath for the Lord. Echo only loses 1, and they make a straight line to the base of ONIC.
Big wave topside. Echo could try to end it all. It's a 2v4 here, and they could just go inside the base right now. Big wave as well waiting in the top with the Lord as well. Can ONIC defend this? 8 seconds on Nets.
Although
There
this
they go.
one, there's a bigger wave though.
They're waiting for the wave. Super Prince. Use the black shoes. It's down to him and Ryzen. They have to buy a couple more seconds. Nets now up to help the Ryzen could be in trouble. They gotta clear the waves here. Rapido gonna jump in now.
Full barrage.
Well, full barrage comes down, clearing the minions. Echo, can they end it here in a sweep? ONIC Philippines defending for their lives. They bought enough time so far.
I don't think they're giving ONIC the time to breathe because there's another minion wave plus Sanford as part of the team fight.
Yeah, and they're gonna back off. ONIC successful defense, but they lose their 5K gold lead.
In an instant.
Their 5K gold lead that they held on for the last 5-6 minutes, suddenly gone. Echo now holds the lead. A 1K gold lead, but yes, all inhibitors down for the side of the Sonics.
And for Echo, it was again on the decision making, more of a macro play because they literally zoned out the player from ONIC that should actually zone out the jungler of Echo. So Rapidot has his attention on the other players of Echo, while Cartis was just there focusing on the retribution on the Lord. And after the Lord secured, he went in for that heavy spin and was able to actually catch 3-2 players from ONIC. That's why the goal is almost close for a majority of the players for both Echo and ONIC. But the qualities again has the blade armor, also Sanford as well.
Man, the spacing coming in from Benny Cutie in the last fight was really good as well. And it was
Yup, and for this Lord that will spawn at around 10 minutes. So we already have immortalities. Okay, so next, we went in for that Rose Gold Minter. And this is the Super Prince just using all those skills for this Lilia. And 17 minutes, I highly doubt that this Lord is going to be secured at around 19 minutes, not unless there's going to be a sandwich play from the back from a Rapidot. But yeah, there was a gap in terms of the earlier level. When the Lord was secured, Sanford was just at level 12 or level 13 as compared to level 14 Cram earlier. But anyway, it's 80-minute game time. Both junglers has immortalities.
Man, this is not an evolved Lord. They did not wait for 5 seconds, and now they're gonna fight for a level 2 Lord 18 minutes in.
Conceal play gonna come through. Sanford also looking for his own angle here. Rapidu gonna charge up. Sanford waits for his dodge back. Rapidu not gonna find the target. Come down to Lord. Carl TZ gets it. And now they go on for the fight. Ryzen trying to roll on out of there, but he's gonna get heavy spin locked down and slowed. And he will be whittled down. Immortality gonna be popped. Rapidu's gonna jump in looking for the rage. They get him. They look for it.
Oh,
the barrage comes through. Benny Cutie with a massive ultimate. And ONIC Philippines will just fall apart as Echo doesn't even care about Cram. And they march with the Lord into the base to keep the streak alive. Still undefeated. The defending world champions are on a streak.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The Orcas continue the streak, 9-0.
I don't know how to collect my words anymore or gather my thoughts because I can't really explain how dominating Echo is. All along we thought it was literally ONIC, but for Echo, it's as if they know how to solve a problem that is not being shown to them yet.
Yeah, that's really surprising. You don't even know what the problem is yet, but you've already presented all possible solutions. Echo did what they had to do, and wow, Benny Cutie on this Iksha. I kind of want to play Iksha too. That was so good.
Yeah.
Like the full barrage just turns you into the most handsome gold laner in the league. You know, let's clap our hands for ONIC. The win streak for them ends, but it's a big surprise to see ONIC Philippines second in our standings. They really shot up in this season 12.
And that also makes it so Echo is now at 24 points.
Insane.
They are so far ahead right now in terms of points for the standings. It is, I don't know what team it is going to be that stops this blazing streak that they're on. And wow, what a performance. And the same thing at the end there. Crazy to see that perfect barrage setup, the full barrage setup. I feel like Iksha is literally the epitome of the saying glass cannon.
Yeah,
it's
literally.
Literally, like if you reach Iksha, you're probably gonna die.
I don't know if that's what she does.
Full glass cannon.
Yeah.
Full glass cannon. And if ever the Iksha finds you first, it's a different story. And it's really hard to play Iksha because you don't have the dash.
Yeah.
Usually a lot of our, I would say meta gold laners do have some sort of dash. And Iksha at this point has this mini flame shot mechanic where he could push down people or push people away. And Benny Cutie is displaying just peak mastery on this Iksha. I'm sure a lot of YouTube videos about it would pop up next week.
I believe for the next upcoming games, we might see Iksha as part of the hero pool already, or hero choices for majority of the gold players here at MPL Season 12. And yeah, Benny Cutie mastery of another hero. We haven't seen him play a lot of Ikshas, but this one, it's as if it is his 1-1 before another.
Yeah.
It's like his new 1-1.
It's his new 1-1.
It's funny because like when there's so many gold laners banned out and you're not expecting Clint and the Iksha to pop up, so maybe depending on who's playing, but it's great to see, right? Because Iksha works really well, but I think it's one of those gold laners where just like, even with 1-1, so to speak, at a certain time, like you really have to rely on your team, and that I feel like that's where really the Rafaela pick fit in.
Yep.
Because like you mentioned, Womi, you don't have a lot of escape, man. Like you don't have much defense. At least with a Rafael or any of the strong supports right now, at least it gives you an extra layer of defense, and that's the best case scenario for you if you're an Iksha player.
Yeah, and that layer of defense proved to be really good because their late game insurance just came in clutch for that final moment that what's the adjective before barrage? Full barrage. Is full an adjective?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
It is.
Imagine if there was like an option to do a half barrage.
Half barrage.
If you like not hold it, like maybe who knows? But
You start and then, okay, I changed my
Fourth
mind.
barrage.
And the I got distracted.
My brain's tired already.
That's good. That's nice. That's good. And honestly, the full barrage there was a big buff to it. And by big buff, I mean they added like an inch.
Full barrage.
Wow.
Like every
It's full
inch.
barrage.
Good to know that a big buff by Womi Sands is an inch.
An inch, yeah. Every inch counts for that full barrage.
Yeah.
Every inch counts. And that full barrage before was like this. Like 1, 2, 3. 3
About
inches.
3 tiles.
And now 4 inches.
one.
Boom. Full barrage, baby. Suddenly meta. Suddenly the best gold laner in MPL Philippines in the best region of MOBB.
Just right after this game.
Yeah.
It has been decided already.
Diba? Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
I wish you wrote the patch notes.
I wish I wrote
I wish
about
you
it.
did. You know what? I think the way that you wrote how you should be in the Hall of Legends is how the patch notes should be written from now on.
Thank you. You can go to my page and see why I should be in the Hall of Legends. And all jokes aside, 2 times
works.
COVID survivor, by the way. I'm sure Naisu beats my record because this guy survived it
times?
4 times.
Oh, really? How come 4 times?
You know
what have
what?
you been doing?
I've been traveling the world.
Traveling the world,
As a nice says, sana all.
Different types of COVID. Mexican COVID, Japanese COVID, everything.
I haven't been to Mexico.
I'm sorry, dude.
Who's that
man.
person though?
Who knows, At this point, Echo is surely celebrating. They're as happy as we are. And for ONIC, I do feel like they're still happy. They're still up there in the standings. Let's talk to Echo with Mara Aquino in the main stage. Mara, your time to shine.
Everybody give it up for Echo! Okay, i-share ko lang yung tawanan namin dito. Kasi, sinabi ko kasi kay Sanford, sabi ko, uy, nakapasok ulit, nakuha mo ulit yung Yuzo mo, hindi nila binan. Tapos, 15-0 ang record ni Sanford since season 11. 15-0 ang kanyang Yuzong. So, nagtatawanan kami dito kasi gusto nilang i-show off ko yun. Okay, anong masasabi mo? 15-0, pagkakamali ba ng kalaban na hindi binan yun?
Hindi naman po. Feel ko ready din po sila and kaya naman po nilang gamitin.
Nung unang reaction mo na, ay, nakapasok ulit yung Yuzo mo kasi laging binaban yun. Ano yun, nanggigil ka ba? Na-excite ka?
Na-excite po kasi parang di ko na po siya ginagamit eh. Parang dito ko na lang po siya ginagamit eh.
Pwede ba natin palakpakan kasi 15-0? Good job! Ito pa, isang achievement. Si Carl Tizzy kasi last time, na-recognize siya, meron kang leaderboard nun, 1,600 kills, nalagpasan mo yon. Ngayon naman, nalagpasan mo ang 2,000 assists. Sabi ni Carl last time, pang 5 siya, pang 5th. Sabi ni Carl last time, ang next na goal niya is assist and most damage take him. Carl, 2,000 assist ka na. You're one of the 5. Pero, the only jungler to ever achieve this. Yung mga naka 2,000 are either roamers or mid laners katulad ni V, katulad ni Few, ni Chaknu, at saka ni Hayes. Okay? So you're number 5. How does it feel to achieve that? Because jungler ka, syempre yung mga roamers, yung mga mid laners, magkakaroon ng maraming assists. But as a jungler, as previously an assassin user, how do you feel about that?
Ano po, sobrang saya lang po sa feeling kasi ako lang yung jungler doon eh. Panis silang lahat.
Narinig niyo ba yan? Siya lang yung jungler doon. Panis silang lahat. Panis. Okay, good job, Carl. Great job. Nakaka-amaze yun. That's such a proud moment for you. At ang isa na lang na gusto niya is most damage taken. Oh my gosh, good job. By the way, 9-win streak, guys. 9-win streak. 9 straight win streak in a row. Sige nga, Sanji, ikaw yung nagsasmile. Ikaw nga mag-comment dyan. Ikaw nga mag-comment dito na, okay, 9-match win streak. With that, how do you guys feel about that? Na-sweep pa,
Chamba lang po yan eh.
tumuturo ng chamba. Hindi siya chamba, pero seryoso. Like, how does that feel? Kasi kayo talaga, kasi basically ngayon sa standings, it's Echo, solo, everybody's just fighting for number 2. Pero sila yung solo na nasa top. Can't touch this. Ta-na-na-na. Tan-tan. How does that feel?
Masaya po. Tapos si Coach TikTok po kasi lagi sinasabi sa amin, 1 game at a time eh.
One game at a time. Sige nga, Coach TikTok. Coach TikTok, sabi mo daw sa kanila, 1 game at a time. How do you motivate your players? Kasi win streak kayo, how do you get them to be the same, yung drive nila, yung motivation nila to make sure na hindi sila complacent?
Ayun, sinasabi sa nila na wag papakampante lagi. Tsaka inisip namin isang game lang namin lagi. So para ma-motivate talaga sila na tuloy-tuloy yung practice pa rin namin.
Sino dito yung talagang motivator ng opponent? If you could pick one player talaga, na alam mo, this player drives everybody to work really hard.
Yawi.
Si Yawi. Sige, bigyan natin yung mic kay Yawi. Yawi, ikaw daw eh. O yan o, sumisigaw na sila. Yawi, ikaw daw kasi talaga yung nag-motivate sa team. Now, kahit hindi ka part ng 5, pero ikaw daw eh, ikaw daw. Namimiss mo na ba maglaro?
Opo, namimiss ko na.
Namimiss mo na maglaro. Ikaw, manghula ka nga. Manghula ka, sino yung ating match MVP? Hulaan mo.
Sanford po.
O, tingnan natin. Okay, let me hear some names. Who do you guys think it is? The match MVP? Si Yawi. Okay, let's take a look at the screen. For the match MVP. Carl! Carl, ikaw once again, nangongolekta ka ng mga achievements, ha? Okay. Post ka daw, post ka. Post, sabi nila, sila yung nagsabi, ikaw yung mag-post, post ka daw. Okay, pagbibigyan natin siya dahil marami siyang achievements today. Now, what else do they have to watch out for kay Carl TZ? Kasi lahat na kinukuha mo.
Hindi ko alam eh. Ano na lang siguro, galingan niya na lang. Tapos, antayin niya maglaro si Yawe.
Ayan! Once again, everybody give it up for Echo! Congratulations once again! Sunod na panalo. 9 times ko sinabi yan dahil talagang ayaw nila ma-break ang kanilang win streak. At sabi nga ni Carl, abangan nyo kung kailan ulit maglalaro si Yawi. We're gonna see when he's gonna be playing next. But first, let's take a look at what happened in that match. Balikan natin ang ating casters. Pass up.
Thanks, Mara. We're also curious as to when Yawi would play again. We miss the boy, the taunting, the everything in between. I can't even discuss the rest of the things. And Yawi definitely is one of the best roamers in the league, and JP is proving to fill in that shoes really, really well. And gotta say, it's gonna be a tough decision for Echo, who's gonna play in the future. But right now, it's gonna be a tough analysis on Chantel to dissect game number 2. Your time to shine, Chantel.
Out of all the 3 matches today, this is my final analysis of the day. Anyway, it was a nice performance for Echo. What a dominating game for them. And ONIC didn't have the time to actually counter their play. And it's really about the execution and the rotation as well of of Echo. So one guy that has been very efficient in terms of the laning is none other than Sanji. So for Sanji, KD of 326, team fight participation of 82%, and came the mid lane. So actually the early game went for the elegant gem until the mid game. Actually went in for 2 elegant gems if he built that Clock of Destiny. So he's just prepared to have the continuous rotation, and he just wanted that fast rotation with Wilderness and even the agility plus the Impure Rage. So with the damage, add up the passive of Valentina and even the Purify, it's hard for the players of ONIC to find where Sanji is. So we have been mentioning as to why it was the black shoes of Super Friends. That is because there's a chance for Sanji to do some pokes and then just go for the black shoes IMU against ONIC. So 2-minute game time, it was ONIC that actually, I mean it was Echo that actually took that turtle objective. It was a nice heavy spin from Carteezy, and it's really about the control for them. And a 4-minute game time, it was Ryzen that actually secured the turtle. And a top lane 5-minute game time, it was just a continuous aggression from Nets. So it's really about the range. If we talk about Iksha versus a Clint, came 11-minute game time. This is where the first Lord team fight actually started. So it was Nets that secured that Lord. It was an aggressive counterplay from ONIC. 3.3k gold lead for them, and even the Sky Guardian helmet for Ryzen. But there was a moment wherein Echo was able to take that lead because of the nice penalty zone coming in from Sanford. And again, we've mentioned during game that the majority of the Turismo users nowadays are using that penalty zone not just for the initiation but for the counterplay. So 14-minute game time. Again, it was a nice zone out from Sanford against Nets. And 80-minute game time, it was the second Lord, or actually the third Lord of the game. So Carteezy just focused on the player, or focused on having that heavy spin to just zone out Cram and the rest of the players of ONIC, and they just went straight for a kill. Rapid wanted the setup play, but it was a better setup play for ONIC. And look at that full barrage. Even Sanji on those damages. 19-minute game time, no minion wave clear or fast minion wave clear. Even Yu Zhong can handle it. And 82% again for Sanji. And if we look at the jungle pattern of Carteezy that has led the whole Echo squad, a win from the start of the game up until 5-minute game times, just all over the place, rotating from XP lane, even the gold lane, and just securing the possible objectives or the natural objectives that are to be taken at the early part of the game. So Carteezy has been doing great for majority of the 4 utility junglers. So it's either Fredrin, Martis, even Lancelot sometimes, and this Akai with having that heavy spin just to help his teammates zone out other players and just focus on the objective. Now, looking at the emblem choices and even the item choices for both Echo and ONIC, we all know with the quantum charge for both BLCK and Carteezy, even the movement speed that Sanji, Sanford, and JP went for. I mean, you'll have the holy healing that has movement speed, or it buffs the movement speed of your teammates. So it's just really fast for Echo. But for ONIC, all I gotta say, it's really hard if there's a surprise holy baptism from a JP. We usually see Rafael on the support, but this one, a killer type of Rafaela, and a purple buff, and overall resources for this game. It's just a juggle between ONIC and Echo, but at the latter part of the game, it was really Echo who was ready to win that game. I mean, veteran moves and even a decision making and composure that has been very evident for Echo during game number 2. So where Rich Guy was Nets, Ace is Sanji, Carteezy as both Guardian and Wingman. So Carteezy is actually close on reaching that goal of having the highest damage taken in a season. So again, to explain as to why, even though Nets is the rich guy, it's not really efficient because it's really more on the conversion. It's okay. It's not okay if you have all the gold. I mean, if you're really rich during that game, what's better is if you are to secure objectives and secure a kill for your team. So for BLCK, that's what stood up during that game. And what a wonderful day for everyone, and of course for Echo, right? Umi and Naisu.
I am sure it is a wonderful time for everybody here in the venue. And man, this has been such a series. We did expect it to go all the way to game number 3, but Echo didn't go around with the mess around and find out route. They did not try that anymore. They went all in from game 1 and game 2. What was your favorite moment of the day?
My favorite moment of the day is the fact that Chantel casted all series in English in this day. And hey, at least for you,
Wait, sorry.
right? There you go. Wipe the nose. You
Just
guys
kidding.
don't get it. That's what I hear every day of my life almost.
In the
For the
Philippines.
past 12 years of my life in the Philippines.
Oh man,
My nose is bleeding.
you know what, Chantel?
I'm almost close.
I'm quite sure
My
that
ilong
you.
is Dugo.
I'm quite sure that you already have so many moments.
Yeah.
So just
No.
relax over there.
Just let me
Let me be.
in
Oh, man.
silence.
My personal favorite moment was definitely this game number 2, where there were so many Iksha moments, and Iksha is looking to be one of the best marksmen right now. The meta constantly shifts here, and for everyone watching, we have been your casters for this last series. My name is Zumi, with me is Naisu and Chantel. We'll be sending you over to Mara for the ending of MPL Philippines today.
Kapanapanabik na aksyon ang hatid sa atin ng mga laban na talaga namang nagpamalas na tayo ay mas pinaslakas. Unang laban pa lang punong-puno na ng aksyon as Kaizen leads the new lineup of MNNE to stun Omega with a sweep. After that, isang matinding clash of styles ang naganap. Pero sa huli, yung martilyo ni Nats ang nanaig as the rest of the Raiders manages to secure a 2-1 victory. And for the last series, the Orca's domination continues as they snap the win streak of ONIC to 6 games with a masterful performance from the young GOAT. The battle intensifies as we enter the road to M5 World Championships. At sa bawat team ay naggigirian para ibandera ang ating bansa. Kaya naman muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas pinaslakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin